everybody, Zach here, and welcome to part 2 of my Big Time Rush retrospective. In January, I uploaded a pretty short video about Big Time Rush, and as promised, here is part 2. If you haven't seen part 1, I recommend checking that out, but I'm also trying to make this video be able to stand on its own at least a little, so if you're familiar with the show and the band, then you probably won't have a hard time following along.
But if you're watching this video without knowing anything about Big Time Rush, you probably won't understand anything. So my test for you is, do you know what this hat means? If not, then you should watch the show or part 1 of this retrospective right now. So, in part 1, we covered the show's first 2 seasons, the albums BTR and Elevate, the 2 officially released Big Time Rush video games, made a tree hat, talked about the unaired pilot, and heard from Doc Hollywood, the greatest fictional character of all time. So with this video, it's gonna be more or less the same format with breaking down the episodes and stuff. However, I will be doing more of a focus on BTR media as a whole, like in part 1 where I talked about the video games and the unaired pilot. So there will be more intermissions, more music analysis, stuff like that. The reason I saved most of that stuff for part 2 is because in part 1, I covered the first 2 seasons and they were super long. Like, get this, season 2 had a total of 27 episodes, and seasons 3 and 4 combined only have 24 episodes, so we won't be breaking down nearly as many as last time. But like I said, the format will be the same. I'll take a look at a season, then do an album, then do an intermission, with some surprises along the way. But before we get into the actual meat of the video, I want to do a recap of the characters and some important plot points that happened in the first 2 seasons in case you've forgotten. Let's start with the characters. You have the 4 band members, Kendall, James, Carlos, and Logan. Kendall is the calm and collected leader, James is the self-absorbed pretty boy, Carlos is the wild and goofy one, and Logan is the smart and responsible one, but also a pushover. You also have Katie, Kendall's sister, a very smart preteen who loves business, Gustavo, the very loud and demanding producer, and Kelly, Gustavo's much more calm assistant. Some other important characters include Camille, a crazy actress who is also Logan's ex-girlfriend, but they still have an on and off relationship, Mr. Bitters, the manager of the Palmwoods where the band lives, Buddha Bob, the wacky maintenance man, Griffin, the man-child CEO of the company that owns Big Time Rush, Lucy, the independent cool aspiring rock star, and Kendall's mom, Jennifer Knight. There's also Jo, who was dating Kendall, but left for New Zealand in Season 2, so she's gonzo. There are also quite a few side characters, but if you want the full rundown, you should just watch the show. You'll understand their roles very quickly. But if you're lazy like me, here they are. The Jennifers, 3 girls, not sure if they're actresses or singers or what, all named Jennifer, who are the mean girls of the Palmwoods. Jet, the very weird yet hilarious pretty boy, and Kendall's rival, basically just if James were a bad guy. Guitar Dude, the kid-friendly stoner guy who talks like that guy in that one episode of SpongeBob.
Today it's Ukulele Dude.
I can't find the coin slot. Here it is.
And side note, these 2 guys are canonically in the same universe, so there's some theory out there that connects them. Tyler, a kid who's always hiding from his mom because he hates acting, and Miss Collins, the teacher at the Palmwoods when they do an occasional school episode. However, you don't really need to remember these 3 for reasons I'll talk about later. Lightning the Wonder Dog, a very flexible dog with shades, that's all there is to him. And Doc Hollywood. If you don't know about him, no words I use can give him justice, so just watch the episode Big Time Pranks to understand why he's the greatest fictional character of all time. So some important things to remember before we get back into the show are all 4 dogs are single, Kendall still isn't completely over Jo, Logan and Camille are still not back together, but they both have expressed that they still have feelings for one another. Lucy seems to have a crush on Kendall because she was winking at him in the season 2 finale, and the Jennifer with curly hair seems to have a crush on Carlos based on the same scene. And the most important thing to remember is that the season 2 finale showed us that Big Time Rush has booked a world tour, and their first show is in London, which is right where we'll pick up. But not with season 3. The actual only time we see anything from the world tour is in the Nickelodeon original film, Big Time Movie. This takes place between the 2nd and 3rd season and shows their adventures in London, and it's strange to say the least.
Let's do this.
We can get out of this. Really? No.
So this is a spy parody movie and is also filled to the brim with references to the Beatles just because they're in England. And not only that, the majority of the soundtrack is Big Time Rush covering Beatles songs, which is literally a dream come true for my younger and older self. So since the story continues with this movie, let's take a look. Also, I'm gonna be an obnoxious Beatles fan and point out every single reference I catch because I'm a nerd. Also, for whatever reason, on Paramount Plus and everywhere else, I could only find the movie in 720p, so I apologize for the lower quality for this part, but also not really, because 720p is perfectly acceptable, so shut up. Okay, so it opens with a very dramatic zoom onto a castle-looking lair thing with a villain in a swiveling chair wearing an eye patch while menacingly petting his cat. Wow. He has a princess in captivity and is interrogating her, and she cries for help, which kicks off the first song in the movie, Help, by the Beatles. We're given some generic action shots with all 4 dogs doing epic spy stuff while we're introduced to them. Also, a bear helps Carlos shoot some bad guys. Nice. The dogs arrive at the lair to take down the villain's henchman, and James stops the bad guy by skydiving onto him. It turns out, though, that this was all a dream Carlos was having while on the plane ride to London. The dogs are excited to get the tour started, but Gustavo is scared that they will ruin it somehow. And then Katie wants to be a princess, and we get horns doing the opening theme just like it did in Big Time Pranks.
It can come true.
The pranks.
The dogs want to go out and have fun, but Gustavo tells them they can't do anything until the tour starts because he doesn't want anything bad to happen. Yeah, in case you couldn't tell, Gustavo has a stick up his butt this entire movie. Carlos really wants his spy dream to become a reality, but the rest of the dogs shoot down every aspect of that dream.
And the Beatles are the greatest band in the world, and we are not them. Yep.
Kendall canonically loves the Beatles, based. A guy then randomly runs into them with a colorful bag while being chased by police, and he sneakily switches it with an identical backpack in baggage claim just before getting caught. Also, this dude has a hammer for a hand, what the heck? They take him to an evil lair, and what the heck is this shot? I can't tell if it's a joke or not. The agent guy's name is Agent Lane, and he's being interrogated by the bad guy, whose name is Atticus Moon. Hammer Dude hands him the backpack, which is what Moon was after, but then realizes it's the wrong one and doesn't contain the special item that he was looking for. We then see that Kendall's backpack is the one that Agent Lane switched his with, and the agents arrive at the hotel Big Time Rush is staying at to investigate. I love how this whole movie only happens because Kendall just so happened to own the same backpack and it was in baggage claim right when Agent Lane was being chased. That's not contrived. I also like the shot of one agent walking in front of the car, stopping to put shades on, then walking away, and it repeats this with like 3 other guys. While some agents try to steal the backpack, the dogs accidentally incapacitate all of them, and I just want to play a montage of this happening because I genuinely laughed out loud at this.
Found our cart. Target is hot.
Look at this boss.
Check out the ceiling.
Katie then notices a man who claims to be royalty check into the hotel, who is also apparently looking for a quote, special someone, and all of the agents tranquilize each other. The dogs arrive at their suites, and Gustavo and Kelly demand that they stay in their room until sound check, and each of them open their backpacks. Logan's is full of books, James only has his one lucky comb, Carlos filled his with packing peanuts for his helmet, and Kendall's has this weird device. It's shaped like a beetle, which is obviously a reference to the band, but it's also silver, which could be a reference to the Silver Beatles, one of the original names for the band before they changed it to just the Beatles. Anyway, Kendall presses the button on top of it, which makes the whole room go anti-gravity. They freak out and an agent bursts in and tranquilizes Logan and attempts to steal the backpack, but then a girl bursts through the window and tries to take it as well. And then 2 more dudes dressed as employees walk in and try to take it also, but the dogs grab Logan and run off. Meanwhile in the lobby, Katie tries to get her mom and that Duke guy to meet, and he offers to show them around London. She's doing this to fulfill her fantasy of being a princess, because of course she is, and we cut to Gustavo and Kelly, who discover the room is destroyed and the dogs are gone. Their world tour promoter guy doesn't like this, and says he will call off the tour if they don't show up to their sound check. We then cut to British Intelligence HQ, where this lady gives her boss a rundown of what's happening, and it's basically just an exposition dump for the audience. So they think Agent Lane has gone rogue, and Big Time Rush is involved in Moon's evil scheme, and we learn that those 2 room service dudes are named Sven and Ricard, who are Swedish Secret Service agents. The dogs have escaped and are hiding in Chinatown, where they learn that Sir Atticus Moon is planning something evil with the anti-gravity beetle, and that's all they tell us. Kendall, Logan, and James just want to call the police and stay out of it, but this is just like Carlos's dream, and he insists that they prevent the beetle from getting into the wrong hands. Just then, Hammer Dude and some agents start chasing the dogs, and we get a runaway montage to the song Can't Buy Me Love, the second Beatles song so far in this movie. They then run into the girl from the hotel room again, who tranks Logan and tells them to get into the van. Poor Logan. Sven and Ricard follow in pursuit on a motorcycle, and James casually flirts with the girl in a very creepy way.
You feeling what I'm feeling? 'Cause I'm feeling.
Also, the van talks and deploys oil to lose the Swedish dudes. Carlos keeps going on and on about his dream, but Logan interjects and says this is nothing like it. He sarcastically says the Beatles are not present unless that girl with the gun is Eleanor Rigby or Rita the Lovely Meter Maid. This is a reference to two Beatles songs, Eleanor Rigby off of Revolver and Lovely Rita off of Sgt. Pepper, and she's a lovely meter maid because that's what they say in the chorus. She then reveals her name is Penny, the daughter of Agent Lane, so her full name is Penny Lane, which is a reference to the Beatles song of the same name. She explains that her father stole the Beatle thing from Moon's lab, and now he's missing with the backpack in BTR's possession. So since Penny saved them and the dogs are now wanted by MI6, which is the government agency thing, they agree to save Agent Lane so that they can clear their names. Kendall uses the Beetle to help them escape the cops who are chasing them, and they head to Hyde Park to meet with Moon, which is also where Big Time Rush is supposed to do their sound check. Back at MI6 HQ, this lady tells the dude that perhaps Moon is up to no good and wants the Beetle back to do evil, but this dude thinks Agent Lane and Big Time Rush are the evil ones, because he has footage of Gustavo saying earlier that they are going to, quote, rule the world after crushing London. So he was obviously referring to the tour, but the dude gets the wrong idea. But like, if he would just rewind the footage 10 seconds, he would very clearly see that Gustavo isn't actually talking about world domination. So the dude makes plans to stop the concert because he believes that's when Big Time Rush will unleash their evil plan, and wow, this is confusing. So Atticus Moon is a highly respected guy, which makes them think he's good, but when one of their own agents steals his device, they think he's the bad one, and now they think an American teen boy band is gonna try to take over the world. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. At Hyde Park, the dogs aren't at soundcheck, obviously, and the tour promoter threatens to cancel the entire tour. He gives them 1 hour to get the dogs there, and right after, an agent shows up and tranks both of them. We cut back to Katie and Mrs. Knight, who are out to lunch with the Duke of Bath, and wow, this green screen is terrible. Mrs. Knight is about to leave, but then the Duke mentions he has 17 castles and a staff of over 4,000 people, and she decides to stick around. Still a gold digger. Back to the dogs, they decide they need to split up for some reason and are in disguises. Another Beatles reference, Kendall is dressed like George Harrison, and James is dressed like John Lennon. So they plan to do soundcheck in secret so they aren't caught by anyone, and Carlos says they still need to sing a Beatles song and save a princess.
Do we look like the Beatles? No!
Wait a minute.
This is a reference to the iconic Abbey Road album cover, and that chord it plays is the iconic opening chord to the Beatles song A Hard Day's Night. They then sing the song We Can Work It Out by, you guessed it, the Beatles. The first part of the music video has them dressed in all black and standing around, which is a reference to the Beatles' music video of Paperback Writer. And the poses they're doing here kind of remind me of the album cover to Rubber Soul, but I'm not sure if that's intentional. Also, this specific shot of them standing against the wall with Kendall holding a dandelion, I feel like is an exact replica of something from the Beatles, but I can't find anything that confirms this, so I don't know. There's also this shot of them riding and chasing bicycles, which again looks so familiar, but I couldn't find any Beatles video with that exact shot. It's possible that some of these shots are in the movies that the Beatles made, but I'm not watching all of those just for this one segment, so if you know, tell me in the comments and I'll give you a cookie or something. But one thing I will point out is in the Beatles' first movie, A Hard Day's Night, there's a scene where they're running away from screaming fans, and it's oddly similar to the opening scene of the pilot of Big Time Rush, where they do the same thing. Well, I guess at that point it was the girls' hockey team being mad at them, but shut up. Don't get me wrong, this is most likely just a coincidence because it's not like this is a very original shot to begin with, but it's still interesting. Anyway, back to the movie. The dogs are trying to avoid the police and their fans, but Ricard and Sven follow in pursuit, but are just being stupid. What is the point of these guys? But against all odds, the dogs make it back to Hyde Park just in time and are able to do their sound check. Also, just the very fact that they're in Hyde Park might be a reference to a photo shoot that the Beatles did there in 1967, but it's also just a park in London, so it might not be. As soon as they're done, they book it back to Penny, who tells them to distract Moon while she hides in the trees and ambushes him. They do an epic spy entrance to confront Moon, who also has Agent Lane, but they are quickly surrounded by his henchmen. And before Penny can attack, she's caught by Hammer Dude. We also learn his name is Maxwell, and he has a silver hammer, which is a reference to the Beatles song Maxwell's Silver Hammer off of the album Abbey Road. You know, the upbeat show tune about a serial killer. Carlos and Agent Lane are able to surprise Moon and his henchmen though, and Logan gets tranked again, and they carry him to the quote, toilet, where they take a secret exit to Lane's lab. He explains the device is called the Beetle, which I already said, but the dogs didn't know that yet. And now all that's missing from Carlos's dream is a princess.
So, now that you have the Beetle, you can just call it the Queen, or the Vice Queen, and tell them the Big Time Rush had nothing to do with this.
Agent Lane instructs them to stay in the lab where it's safe, while he goes to MI6 HQ to explain everything, get Moon in custody, and clear Big Time Rush's name so that they can kick off their world tour. And then Logan accidentally tranquilizes him. He finally got his revenge, just like he did when he put James in a dress. We cut back to Gustavo and Kelly, who are being interrogated by MI6.
Perhaps they'll give in to a little Japanese torture.
Yankee count, play it straight. Don't look back, don't hesitate. Ready, go big time.
Then we cut to Mrs. Knight, who's preparing for her date with the Duke, and she and Katie are excited to potentially become royalty. But then Katie sees this on the TV.
Royal subjects, it's me, the Duke of Bath, with another royal sail. So, come on down today and pick out a throne of your own.
So yeah, this guy owns toilet shops and his marketing campaign is about kings and castles. Oops. Katie rushes out to cancel the date, but she runs into Maxwell and Moon, who think she's a princess upon seeing her and kidnap her for whatever reason. Moon explains his evil plan of taking over the world, and Katie tells him he's crazy.
Cut me!
The dogs and Penny are unsuccessful in waking up Agent Lane, and they're contacted by Moon, who's holding Katie hostage until Big Time Rush brings the Beetle to him. They try to figure something out, but then Sven and Ricard show up and swoop the bag from Logan, and then are immediately captured by Maxwell. Back to Gustavo and Kelly, MI6 realizes maybe they aren't trying to take over the world, and Gustavo demands that they help them locate the dogs, but they just abandon them in a sheep field. In case you couldn't tell already, Gustavo, Kelly, and Mrs. Knight are all very useless in this movie. So anyway, now Moon has the Beetle, and he explains his evil plot to Katie to take over the moon before the world. Whatever that means. So the dogs can't go to the police since they'll get arrested, and they can't go to MI6 because they think they'll get tortured, but Carlos says in his dream they defeated the bad guy themselves in tuxedos, and since every other thing in Carlos's dream has come true, they make a plan around that. Then the talking van shows up and gives them their cool outfits and starts driving them to the castle. Meanwhile, the timer for the moon plan thing is about to finish counting down, and MI6 tries to track the energy spike, but
All communications are totally jammed.
Jam button, jam button.
they find out the laser is pointed at the moon, and his plan is finally explained. Oh my gosh. So he's trying to push the moon out of its orbit with the laser, which will cause the seas to rise and volcanoes to erupt and stuff, so that the world governments will surrender to him. Great plan. The dogs find out that the moon laser goes off in 3 minutes, and they ask Carlos about his dream so that they can come up with another plan. They speed into the castle area, and we get a montage of them swarming the building and fighting off the guards while we hear a cover of the next Beatles song in this movie, Revolution. Also, there's a pretty subtle reference here when Moon screams in frustration upon seeing them, because John Lennon does a similar scream in the original song.
Big time rush.
Moon puts a force field around him, so Penny and James try to find a way around, Carlos frees Sven and Ricard, Kendall unties Katie, and Logan fights off the guards. However, they run out of time, and Moon is able to use the laser, but James jumps on top of him from above and flips off the force field switch. They grab the Beetle, and the moon quickly returns to its position. But Atticus Moon grabs Katie and runs outside, and says he'll only return her if they return the Beetle, and Kendall agrees to the trade. But Katie stomps on his foot, and Kendall activates the Beetle and throws it onto Moon's back, causing him to levitate into the sky like Vector in Despicable Me. MI6 shows up and thanks them for their work, and gives them a ride to their first concert in London just in time, and they ask each other what song they should open with. And they open with the song A Hard Day's Night by the Beatles, which is a reference to the fact that the Beatles' first movie had the same title and opening song. Gustavo and Kelly have somehow made it back to the concert, and are relieved to find out that the dogs have saved the world tour. They then start singing Elevate without microphones, even though they just had them for the last song, but okay. Mrs. Knight and the Duke are also there, and Katie shows up and tells her that the Duke sells toilets, Penny watches the concert in approval, and Moon is still flying away into the sky. After the concert, the dogs get to take a London tour, and Mrs. Knight breaks things off with the Duke, and another attractive man shows up and asks her out, but she says she's done with the whole fake royalty thing and storms off.
You should have told her she would be third in line for the throne.
Well, she didn't give me the chance.
The dogs head for Parliament, but Sven and Ricard show up and return Kendall's backpack and say they look forward to them coming to Sweden.
You gotta live it big time. Oh, 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 oh.
They then go with Penny and Agent Lane for their tour around London, and James and Penny share a loving look as the van drives off into the distance. The end. Okay, so the only reason this movie works at all is because it's in this pre-existing universe with characters we're already familiar with. But at the same time, it introduces all of these sci-fi and fantasy elements that have never been and will never be in the show, so it's really jarring. It kind of reminds me how the Sweet Life movie was like a zombie apocalypse with twins getting mind controlled and stuff, but this was to a much lesser extent, and it was actually good. It's very self-aware and goofy, and makes it very clear that this stuff should not be happening. The talking van breaks the fourth wall quite a bit, and Moon is always talking about how he's a cliche spy movie villain, and that kind of stuff makes this way more charming. As far as TV show movies go, I'd say this is very solid. Like, I'd put Phineas and Ferb and SpongeBob movie in S tier, Wizards of Waverly Place and this in A tier, I Go to Japan in B tier, and the Sweet Life movie in D tier. I know those are random picks, but those are all of the children's show movies I watched that I can remember. So yeah, if you're a fan of BTR, I'd say this is definitely worth a watch. Don't get me wrong, the whole side story with Mrs. Knight and the Duke is extremely boring, but other than that, this movie does pretty well with delivering that Big Time Rush vibe. The humor isn't quite as good as the show, but I laughed out loud a decent amount of times while watching this, and the Beatles songs automatically give this movie a lot of points from me. Speaking of which, since I don't have an album review to do after this movie, let's talk about the Beatles songs they covered in detail, like a mini album review. The first one we heard is Help, which is from the album of the same name released in 1965. Now, as far as the Beatles go, this isn't my favorite song of theirs since it's so overplayed, but I like how this cover is pretty true to the original while adding that boy band BTR flair. I think Kendall's vocals are the best in this version. He doesn't do it overly poppy, and he delivers the kind of emotion the song gives off the best in my opinion. The second song is Can't Buy Me Love from the album A Hard Day's Night, released in 1964. This cover isn't great, but I'm also not a big fan of the original song, so it's not entirely their fault. However, there are some great moments in this cover. I like how the verse after the guitar solo kind of quiets down and adds some dynamics. I also really like how they either sample or replicate a clip of the Beatles talking after the song ends, because that's something you hear in a lot of Beatles albums. The third song is We Can Work It Out, which was a single released in 1965. This cover is overall really good. My only problem is the drum part is really boring compared to the original, especially during the bridge when they don't do the triplet thing. If you're not a musician and don't know what that means, just listen to the original track and this one back to back, you'll see what I'm talking about. But Logan's voice really stands out here, and they do the harmonies really well on the bridge. Very solid overall. The fourth song is Revolution, which was a single released in 1968, originally a Vietnam protest song. This cover is sped up more compared to the original, which is a little off-putting at first, but I like how they keep all of the iconic guitar and keyboard parts in there. It's also so weird hearing Big Time Rush sing about Chairman Mao. But anyway, this cover is very good, faithful to the original, and is a stone cold banger. Next. Our fifth and final Beatles song featured in the movie is A Hard Day's Night, released in 1964 on the album of the same name. This one is alright. I don't love how poppy it gets at certain points, but I'd say it's still a worthy cover. The bridge, however, is really well done. I think this is the only spot where the harmonies work, and Kendall doesn't go too poppy on lead. I do wish that Carlos had more to sing on this one, though. He definitely has the purest voice out of the four, and I think it would have suited this song much better. But yeah, that's all of the Beatles songs featured in Big Time Movie. Except there's one more cover that they did that was not in the movie for whatever reason, and that is I Wanna Hold Your Hand, released in 1963. And it is 100% the best Beatles cover that they did. The instrumentation is almost exactly the same as the original. It keeps all of the iconic guitar and bass licks, and the harmonies are done super well. On top of that, all four members pretty much sing the same amount, and since the lyrics are already super boy band-esque, I would believe it if told this was the original. They should have played this for the credits or something, or like have a Marvel-style post-credit scene with a music video, because it is insane to me how well made this is and not being featured in the movie. And beyond that, it would have drawn a really cool parallel between the two bands, since I Wanna Hold Your Hand was the Beatles' first #1 hit in America, and the Dogs are traveling to London in the movie. But hey, every single one of these covers is available on Apple Music, so please give them a listen, especially if you're a Beatles fan. Ranking from worst to best, I would go Can't Buy Me Love, Help, A Hard Day's Night, We Can Work It Out, Revolution, and I Wanna Hold Your Hand. Okay, there's one more thing I have to share with you about this soundtrack, because I recovered lots of repressed memories from watching this movie and listening to these covers again. I am 99.9% sure my introduction to the Beatles was through Big Time Rush. I have known the song I Wanna Hold Your Hand for as long as I can remember, but I didn't associate it with being a Beatles song until like 4 or 5 years ago. And the fact that I was just about to turn 7 when this movie came out, to me makes it extremely likely that this was my first time hearing a Beatles song. Now, I know that song wasn't actually in the movie, but I swear it aired on Nickelodeon during a commercial break, or my parents bought me the soundtrack or something, because this song is legit one of my first memories in music. Also, ask any of my friends or family, and they will tell you how I do not shut up about the Beatles. I have tons of their albums on vinyl, they've been my most listened to artist for like 3 years now, and I'm constantly learning their songs on piano and guitar. And the Beatles are what inspired me to pick up guitar in the first place, and that was a huge part in wanting to be a musician, so my personal headcanon is that because of Big Time Rush, I've pursued music to a level that I never would have without them. But that's just a theory. A music theory! MatPat, if you want to send me a clip of you saying that for real, I would be honored. But yeah, that's my review of Big Time Movie and its soundtrack. 10 out of 10, would movie again. So like I said at the beginning of the video, this will be more breakdown and BTR media heavy since I saved a bunch of stuff for this video, which means it's time for our very first intermission. Or second, if you count the one in part 1, but shut up. So for this intermission, I'm gonna do something a little strange, but bear with me. I know people like to do these crazy analyses of characters with these shows, and I considered that, but there are just so many that I don't really know who to pick or how to go about it at all, but then I decided to make a game out of it. So basically, I took the 17 characters, Jennifer's counting as just one, that I thought had at least something to talk about, and I'm gonna pick 3 at random and do a super over-the-top psychoanalysis of each one. So I didn't include characters such as Lightning, Miss Collins, and yes, even Doc Hollywood, because they don't really have a backstory that we know about. But characters like Kelly, Mrs. Knight, Tyler, and Lucy are all fair game. I don't know why I came up with this, but it's happening, so let's dive in.
Okay, first things first, random number generator. 1 through 17, generate. All right, we got 5, which is Gustavo. All right, this should be an easy one.
Okay, so the RNG has spoken, and our first character is Gustavo Rock. Also, keep in mind, I know like nothing about psychology. This is more just for fun and laughs, so if I get something wrong here, please spare me, because I'm just kind of BSing my way through this. So I've divided his character into 3 categories: backstory, personality, and motivation. As far as backstory goes, we're actually given quite a decent amount of information on what his earlier years were like before the show takes place. I'll start with the fact that Gustavo Rock might not even be his real name. Yeah. I say this because in the unaired pilot of Big Time Rush, it's revealed that his name is Gus Beasley, and Gustavo Rock is just a stage name. However, I wouldn't necessarily consider this canon since this joke was removed for the actual pilot of the show, but it might still apply, who knows. Gustavo seems to have been born sometime in the 1970s since he talks about how he peaked in the 90s with certain boy bands, which would put him in his 20s at that time. And since the show takes place in the early 2010s, I think it's safe to assume he's past his prime career-wise when the show takes place, which is acknowledged by Katie in Big Time Love Song. Growing up, Gustavo was always into music, but he was forced into it by his mother through piano lessons, which gave him very little free time. His mom would make him stay home and practice piano all day, never allowing him to be a kid and play with his peers, which seems to affect him still in his adulthood. We learn all of this in Big Time Terror, as explained by Kelly. Another thing we learn about Gustavo's childhood is that he was not a fan of his principal, which means at both home and school he did not get along with his authority figures, as told in Big Time School of Rock. In Big Time Demos, we're told that Gustavo's father owns a scooter business, which he plans to take over as his backup if Big Time Rush fails. So during Gustavo's prime, he recorded with stars such as the Pussycat Dolls, Boys in the Attic, Boy Quake, Boy City, Angel Angel, and Boy Blast. But after around the early 2000s, Gustavo lost all of his major stars due to tension within the band, not being able to write good songs anymore, Hollywood fever, the beach, and the occasional theft from George Hawk. When the show picks up, Big Time Rush is Gustavo's last chance at staying a successful record producer and songwriter, which is a nice segue into his personality. If you've seen the show, you know Gustavo is a loud, impatient, and demanding guy to the extreme. He's always yelling, even in his sleep, and I think it's safe to say that he has anger issues that never get resolved. Like one time he caused an earthquake just by screaming so loud, and he's had smoke come out of his ears because of Kendall talking back to him. Speaking of Kendall, he seems to have very different opinions on each of the dogs. He admittedly has a decent amount of respect for Kendall, frequently calling him the only normal one out of the 4, but he also gets fed up with him quite often, hence the smoke coming out of his ears thing. In the pilot, we learned he cannot stand James at all, and it's most likely because he never wanted to work with him in the first place, but was basically blackmailed into doing it by Kendall. He's also the one Gustavo is the least patient with, because he knows whatever James is up to will either get in his way or make his life difficult. As far as Carlos, Gustavo seems kind of indifferent. He knows he's the dumb and wild one who always gets into trouble, but he also recognizes that he's the nicest one out of the 4, which Kelly frequently points out to him. But when Carlos messes up, he messes up big time. No pun intended. Like when he destroyed one of Gustavo's most expensive items while trying to simply get him a cup of coffee. Yikes. However, it seems like Logan is the one Gustavo tolerates the most. Logan is the smart and responsible one and is almost always obeying Gustavo's commands, but it's when he's around the other 3 that everything goes bad. I feel like if Gustavo had to pick one member to work with one-on-one, he would choose Logan, because while he is a pushover and Gustavo respects that less, he's also the easiest to work with and only gets caught up in things when James, Kendall, and Carlos drag him in. Now, I know that after hearing all of that, it sounds like Gustavo has a pretty negative view on the dogs, but that's really not true. He genuinely cares for them, even though he doesn't always let it show, in episodes such as Big Time Mansion, Big Time Sparks, Big Time Concert, Big Time Girlfriends, I could go on and on. But I think the episode that best portrays Gustavo's relationship with Big Time Rush is Big Time Girl Group. The dogs drive him nuts the whole episode to a point where both the characters and audience believe that he's gonna fire them, but he still chooses them over the girl group because he knows deep down that they're always gonna be there for him even when they annoy him to death. So now that we have a feel for his character, let's talk about his motivation. I think it's safe to say that Gustavo is insecure and obsessed with proving himself, even though he tries not to let anyone see it. We learn in Big Time Bad Boy that he sees Big Time Rush as his last chance to make it to the top of the industry, and he'll do pretty much anything to get there, even if it involves some crazy demand from Griffin or the record company. This is why in Big Time Christmas, he doesn't just pack his bags and leave when Griffin tells him to make a Christmas EP an hour before he goes on vacation, because he knows that he can't risk getting fired or else he'll have to take over his father's scooter business. I think Gustavo's insecurity comes understandably from the fact that he's seemingly past his prime, and he'll be able to prove himself and those around him wrong if Big Time Rush is a hit like his other bands in the 90s. The reason I think he has something to prove to himself is the fact that he was forced to practice music all day long as a kid, and he wants to be a successful musician so that him not having much of a childhood wasn't for nothing. But it's also clear that he still wants to let a lot of that inner kid out, as we see in episodes like Big Time Terror and Big Time Single. Like I mentioned earlier, we also know that Gustavo wanted to be the dogs' principal because he didn't like his own principal when he was in school, and that reveals something interesting about him. He always seems to put it on himself to resolve the things that haven't done him well in the past, which in turn puts a lot of pressure on himself, which could contribute to his loud and controlling behavior. But deep down, he is a sweetheart and loves the people he works with, and wow, that was so much deeper than I was expecting. I really had no idea how complex Gustavo was as a person until I did a complete deep dive of his character, but it's genuinely really cool how a kid's show has a character with this many nuances. Now, was all of this intentional by the writers? Probably not. And even if it was, Gustavo is by far the most fleshed out character in the show, so don't expect someone as intricate as this for our other entries. But hey, I hope at the very least you've gained more respect for Gustavo as a character, because I certainly have.
Alright, generating character. Number 2, we got 15, which is the Jennifers. Okay.
Alright, fate has decided yet again, and it's time for the Jennifers. So for them, I'm going to take a look at each of them as individuals and then compare that to the dynamic of them as a group, because we actually learn more about them than you think. And before things get too confusing, this is Jennifer 1, this is Jennifer 2, and this is Jennifer 3. Denise Taunt plays Jennifer 1, and in Big Time Prom Kings, we actually learn that her full name is Jennifer Woods, which is interesting because we don't learn any other Jennifer's last name. Well, except for Jennifer Knight, but she doesn't count. So Jennifer 1 seems to have the most follow the herd mentality out of the three, and that's most apparent in Big Time Prom Kings. We see that things aren't right to her when she's not around the other Jennifers, and when she's away for too long, she kind of goes off the rails. She eats with her hands, dresses up in a weird outfit, and burps in public, but the second she returns to her fellow Jennifers, she's back to normal. Or not normal, depending on which one you think is the real her. She's also apparently the most sensitive one, since she was the only one to show sympathy to a dead bird and cried on the spot when she was dumped by Carlos, which is something the other two have not been characterized to do. My theory is she was the last Jennifer to join the group and just kind of went along with everything since she doesn't really know what to do on her own, but hey, that's just a theory. I know this is the second Matt Pat reference I've made in the last 10 minutes, but I'm writing this right after his retirement and this is my way of coping, so just go with it. So that's kind of our defining traits for Jennifer 1. Let's move on to Jennifer 2, the blonde one. She's played by Kelly Goss and is in my opinion the leader. I say this because she's really the only one who's mean on her own, she's by far the most bossy, and is usually the one standing in the middle, and that's how you know who a leader is. I'd say the most notable thing about her character is that she switches actresses in late season 1, which I talked about in part 1, and obviously it was just a recasting, but there could be some weird in-universe explanation here. So in season 1, there's an episode called Big Time Fever, which shows the absence of Jennifer 2, who was played by Spencer Locke at the time. The other Jennifers say she's in Iceland and has yet to return, and the next time we see Jennifer 2, she's played by Kelly Goss. Kind of. So we did see Kelly Goss portray Jennifer in an earlier season 1 episode, but my theory is this takes place chronologically after Big Time Fever, and that once Kelly Goss permanently replaces Spencer Locke, it's actually a different Jennifer in-universe, and the original one never came back from Iceland. So that's a potential in-show explanation, but also, who cares? One of my pet peeves is when people take these mostly episodic shows and when there are slight inconsistencies or recastings, they create these extremely convoluted theories to explain them, when it's so obvious that the writers didn't come up with anything themselves. Anyway, back to the actual character. Like I said earlier, she's definitely the meanest just for the heck of it, like when she dumps James even though he wanted to do the dumping and didn't care about their relationship. And then she only allows him to fix things when she's given Katie's $400 leather jacket. Come on. And just the way she talks and her hand gestures all give off the mean girl energy in a way that the other two never match. Also, holy crap, Jennifer 2 drops the biggest insult of the series right here at the beginning of season 2.
Now move your butts off our table, go back to where you came from, because you peaked at Homecoming Queen.
She's also by far the most manipulative, as we'll see in one particular season 3 episode, and she's the only one who's never portrayed to be nice in basically any way. The more I think about it, the more I see her being similar to James in that she's self-centered and obsessed with her looks, but at least James can be a good friend most of the time. So she's basically just a female Jet, minus the stupidity. Now on to Jennifer 3, who's played by Savannah Jade, and she definitely has the least to talk about, at least at this point in the series. I would say she's probably the nicest one out of the three, which isn't saying much, but she is shown to have a very kind side to her in the 3rd season. She also seems to have a crush on Carlos, as we saw in the season 2 finale, because she was the only Jennifer watching the performance. And that's about it. Definitely the one that blends in the most, but she does have her moments. That's kind of all I have to say about the 3 of them individually, but as a group, they have some more to them. For starters, we know that they were all seemingly at least relatively normal before moving to Hollywood, since Camille reveals that they have Hollywood fever permanently. The only thing she mentions affecting them as a result of Hollywood fever is the fact that they now walk in slow motion when they didn't used to, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were also nice before moving to Hollywood, considering the types of things they tell James and Carlos in Welcome Back Big Time. There, they tell them they have to rule with an iron fist in order to stand out, which to me means they didn't always used to be that way, but learned it from other people being mean to them. Their theme song is also always City is Ours, and Tyler will usually point a fan in their direction as they're walking in slow motion. We don't really get any backstory to them, but I think it's safe to assume they were the popular ones in middle and high school who nobody actually liked, but they thought everyone did. And that's it for the Jennifers. Well, kind of.
Alright, one more character, number generator, let's see what we got. 13, which is going to be Mrs. Knight. Alright, we got a good lineup here.
So yeah, our last character is Jennifer Knight. But for this one, I'm gonna change things up a bit, and it's definitely not because I'm lazy. So Mrs. Knight is played by the very talented and wholesome Shalyn Cates, and I wanted to make this one a little extra special, so as part of her character breakdown, I'm gonna mix in some clips of her talking instead of me.
Hey, Zach, it's Shallon Cates. And so you asked me to share something about my experience with Big Time Rush. So I'll tell you a few stories and you just, edit it however you want and use whatever you want. And I've been on a lot of sets, a lot of TV shows, movies, plays, and it's really rare to be on a set that is so welcoming and loving and fun. And I think that now that I've had that experience on such an intense level and for so many years, that everything else is, that's the bar that I'm trying to reach again, to have that kind of chemistry and love. It was a very special experience. It was a special time. It was just an incredible group of people, the cast and crew. It was really, really unique in that way. And I think that part of the reason that the show resonated so well with the audience is because we honestly were having such a good time, and there was so much true love on the set.
So we learned right off the bat how supportive she is of both Kendall and Katie, completely ready to move across the country from Minnesota to LA just so her kid can take a chance on his dreams. And not only that, she agrees to take in 3 more teenagers by herself already as a single mom. And while she does lose her temper at times, she pulls a Vin Diesel and puts family first.
When I started working on the show, my real children were 1 and 4 years old. So I didn't know what it was to have teenagers. And so I feel like I learned so much from the character that Scott Fellows wrote and from this character's wisdom. She was so fiercely loyal and protective and funny and forgiving and loving and caring, all of those things. And I think, I've so adopted that now that I have teenagers in real life. I feel like she made me a better mom. And then the other thing that really helped was everyone's real parents on the show. Kendall's mom, I adore. Sierra's mom, I adore. And I kept asking them, how did you do this? These kids are amazing. What did you do? And so I would try to absorb as much information as I could and observe the way that they interacted with their kids, because I thought, I want my kids to be as amazing and confident and brilliant as these kids are.
She does have her questionable moments, though, whether that be pretending to be married to Buddha Bob so that she can get a renovated bathroom, putting on a fake persona for reality TV, or refusing to give Gustavo her snickerdoodle recipe when she knows he needs it to finish a song. But she also does a good job of teaching her kids to appreciate her, like we see in Big Time Strike and Big Time Mansion.
The last story I want to tell you is the first day that I met everyone. And that was a table read for the first episode. And it was on the Paramount lot where we shot the show. And I was really nervous and anxious. I'd played plenty of moms, but always little kids or babies or, definitely not teenagers. And so I walked into the room and everyone's standing there and introducing and meeting and blah, blah, blah. And then Kendall looks at me and he's like, Mom? And I was like, holy crap, how am I going to play his mom? He is so gorgeous and charismatic and I, was like, keep it together. But yeah, so that was my initial reaction. Like, this beautiful young man is my son. This is insane. Yeah, so that was my first experience meeting the cast and Kendall, and he was an absolute doll. I still adore him, and it was an absolute joy to play his mom.
Thanks so much, Shallon, for giving your input on Mrs. Knight and for bringing life to this character in the show. And that was our first intermission of part 2, and wow, that took me forever to write. But it is done, and now we are ready to jump into Season 3 of Big Time Rush, which premiered on May 12th, 2012. And I will warn you, we are well past the peak of the show, so this is where I'm going to start to be more critical of the episodes. So this season only has 12 episodes, but it's filled to the brim with drama and character development, so buckle your seatbelts. Alright, let's start with Season 3, Episode 1, Backstage Rush. So this episode takes place in Toronto, Canada, which is BTR's last stop on their world tour. This episode is interesting because it combines real concert footage with their backstage antics, so it's almost like the audience is actually part of the show. We see fans excitedly waiting for the dogs to appear on stage, and Kelly is excited to be done with the tour, but Gustavo is still embracing the big time fame. And then Kelly has to give up her backstage pass for some reason. I guess they didn't have enough, but they clearly didn't feel like paying this girl to say one line, so I can only speculate. Gustavo then comes across the guys not dressed for showtime, despite it being in less than a minute, but Kendall explains they're trying to break NSYNC's backstage changing record. But like, they could have attempted it way earlier. It's not like they had to wait until showtime to do it. Or maybe they just work best under pressure, who knows. They give it a go, but fail miserably. And then Gustavo and Kelly stare into our souls. And then what's really cool is they do their live version of the theme song instead of just playing the standard one. Kelly is getting Gustavo to sign some papers, and in the background they're performing Blow Your Speakers, which they never released! What the f***? Kelly says the trampoline and fireworks are dangerous, but Gustavo brushes it off and Kelly storms away. And then a French police officer dude shows up and says Carlos has been involved with the illegal smuggling of something. Uh-oh. The dogs come backstage to change real quick and try to beat the record. It doesn't work. They have 90 seconds until they need to return to stage, so Logan reads one of Stephen Hawking's books, Kendall and James have a lightsaber battle, and Carlos is confronted by the French guy. It turns out Carlos smuggled a cricket from Paris, but thankfully Katie is able to cover for him. It's time to return to stage, so Katie takes the cricket and the dogs perform Love Me, Love Me. Also, I want to point out that their choreography involves jumping on a trampoline and they're still able to sing. That's impressive. They come back after the song is done to break the record, and they dress up as sheiks accidentally. James and Kendall return to their lightsaber battling, Logan returns to reading, and the French people are still searching around for Carlos's cricket. It turns out that during this whole interrogation, he was hiding it in his mouth. Wow. Also, if you look at a behind the scenes clip, Carlos Penavega actually put a cricket in his mouth for this scene. Double wow. They return to stage, and Kelly gets an emergency fax, saying the trampolines are faulty and prone to breaking, so she rushes to tell Gustavo, but is pushed outside since she doesn't have her backstage pass anymore. She tries calling Gustavo, but it's so loud that he can't understand her. The dogs come back to change again, and they're able to break the record.
3.8 seconds!
Record!
Yeah, you forgot your pants!
James and Kendall go to look at other potential records to break, but they're impossible. Apparently, the Red Hot Chili Peppers jumped off of a stage from 25 feet. Yeah, I don't see how that could ever go poorly. They decide NSYNC's is the only realistic one they can break, so they try to come up with a way to change clothes quicker. Meanwhile, Carlos and Katie are looking for the cricket, but it turns out it's on the French guy's hat, but they sneakily are able to put it back in its box. They then go back on stage to sing Boyfriend and jump on the trampoline, but we see it starts to break. Then Kelly tries to sneak back in. It doesn't work. The dogs have one more chance to beat NSYNC's record, but Logan is busy looking for his book since he only has one more page left, and the French guy finds the cricket. But he lets it slide after seeing how much Carlos cares for it. Yay. Logan finds his book, and after finishing it, James figures out a way to change faster than they were before, ripping off their clothes. Ow, I just cut my freaking finger on my headphones, what the... So they give it one more shot, and they're able to break NSYNC's record by 0.2 seconds. They return to the stage to finish off with Elevate, but the trampoline is still damaged, and they're all about to jump on it to finish the concert. But thankfully, Kelly is able to sneak in successfully, and with the help of some backstage people, they hold the trampoline in place, preventing it from breaking. They celebrate the last show on their world tour, and the credits roll. As far as the plot goes, this episode is kinda lame, but it's really cool seeing how they were able to make a decently cohesive plot with all of this tour footage. It is a major downgrade from their antics in Big Time Movie, but enjoyable nonetheless. Alright, let's jump into Season 3, Episode 2, Big Time Returns. It opens with the dogs stepping off the tour bus, finally coming back to the Palmwoods after their long world tour. And they begrudgingly remember that they're not going to be recognized by virtually anyone and have to reestablish their cred, since that's what happened in the first episode of Season 2 after their tour. But to their surprise, they're greeted with a massive celebration welcoming them home, and James breaks the fourth wall.
Maybe things will be different this season.
And Bitters is giving paid tours and lets the guests try to steal some of their hair. Yikes. They make it back to the apartment, and Logan is preparing for Camille's welcome home tackle. Yeah, if you don't remember, at the beginning of Season 2, Camille kicks down the door to the apartment and tackles Logan to welcome him back. But this time, Logan is going to embrace it, since he wants to go out with Camille again and wants her to make the first move. But when she doesn't show up, Logan goes to knock on her door to give her a push in the right direction.
But if you knock on her door, isn't that you making the first move?
Don't question love science!
And this reminds Carlos that the Jennifers will definitely go out with him now that BTR has a top 10 hit and he leaves. Which reminds James that he needs to pursue the love of his life, Lucy. But Kendall tells him that she winked at him right before they left for tour, which we saw in the Season 2 finale. But James menacingly says that he has dibs on her and shows Kendall the rules, which includes snacks, car seats, and yes, girls. He also mentions that anyone who breaks the rule of dibs has to run a half-mile in his underwear in public, and all 4 dogs have signed to agree. Meanwhile, Carlos is ready to approach the Jennifers to ask one of them out, but he's kidnapped. It turns out this was Griffin's doing, and he explains that one of BTR's songs is going to be featured on a radio show tomorrow, and he and Gustavo have decided that Carlos gets to pick the song. And by that he means he's going to pick Love Me, or else. We cut to Logan, who knocks on Camille's neighbor's door to subtly tell her that he's back, and she overhears. But she doesn't tackle him, and Logan leaves confused. Camille then tells Buddha Bob that she really wants to tackle him, but he says that Logan has to make the first move this time, since she always makes the first move and it never gets them anywhere. James then meets Lucy in the lobby and confesses his love, and she does this.
Say no more. Close your eyes.
She runs into Kendall, literally, but tells her he can't be caught talking to her and runs away. We cut back to Carlos, who goes up to Gustavo and Kelly to tell them that he picks Love Me, but Griffin is telling him what to say through an earpiece. They quickly catch on, and Gustavo says he wants Elevate to be the song that's played on the radio, and they start arguing.
Hey! Doesn't anybody want to know what I think the next hit should be?
No!
Back at the pool, Logan is making himself glow with the help of Katie in order to get Camille to tackle him, but Buddha Bob is able to talk her out of it. Katie realizes that Camille was talking to someone on a walkie-talkie, but before Logan can investigate, Bitters' tour assaults him. James saw Kendall talking to Lucy, and Kendall says maybe the rule of dibs is stupid, but James points out Kendall called dibs on a Pinky Puff in 7th grade and says he'll eat them if Kendall doesn't respect his dibs on Lucy. He storms out and is immediately greeted by Lucy and starts to avoid her. She gets mad, but Kendall explains why he can't talk to her, so she calls dibs on him.
What do you got to say about that?
Do you mind holding my pants?
Kendall tells James he doesn't want to date Lucy and that they should remove girls from the rule of dibs, but James says all 4 of them need to be present in order to change anything. Also, Bitters is now in the apartment with his tour, and Mrs. Knight chases them away with a frying pan. Logan walks up and tells Katie to knock on Camille's door so that he can get her attention, and does this.
Oh, probably just gonna tackle some chores around the crib. Maybe play some tackle football. And then after that, maybe do some fishing. With the tackle box.
They're able to overhear Buddha Bob talking to Camille and leave to confront him. Meanwhile, since Lucy has called dibs on Kendall, no girls will talk to him, so he starts to be flirty with her, and James quickly catches on.
Do you need me to hold your pants?
Yeah.
Back at Rock Records, Griffin has bribed Carlos with a pony to choose Love Me, but when he's pressured into picking the song, he rides his pony away. Logan and Katie confront Buddha Bob on why he's been telling Camille to avoid him, and he explains that it's because he has commitment issues and needs to conquer them before going out with Camille again. She then walks up and says she wants things to be different this time, and Katie suggests that they both just tackle each other at the same time so they both make the first move. So they do, and hurt themselves, but hey, they're back together. Surely they will never break up again. We cut back to Kendall and James, who go up to Lucy so that James can ask her out, but she rejects him, saying that she just got out of a messy relationship and doesn't want another one anytime soon. She then clarifies she never winked at Kendall, meaning she's not interested in anyone and doesn't need to be fought over. Is it dusty out here?
No.
Ooh. All All of the dogs meet back at the apartment, and they're filled in on each other's adventures, and Kendall and James agree to protect Carlos so that he can choose the song he wants to play on the radio. We then cut to the radio show, and Carlos plays his favorite song from the album, Windows Down. Based. We covered this in the Elevate album review in part 1, and if you saw that, you know that this song is such a banger and is easily one of the best BTR songs. 100% better than Elevate and Love Me Love Me. Griffin and Gustavo are furious at first, but after hearing that the radio show host loves the song, they're okay with it. Also, I had to look it up, but the radio show host is Jojo Wright, who's a real host for Kiss FM. That's pretty cool. The episode ends with the dogs officially removing girls from the rule of dibs, and they celebrate with the snacks that they dibbed in 7th grade. But they eat the wrong ones, which means they all have to do the half-mile run in their underwear. The end. Definitely a solid episode. I like how the Camille and Logan arc was resolved in a fun way, it kept that continuity from Season 2 really well, and Griffin was still Griffin. The only problem I have with this season as a whole is that the movie has literally zero impact on anything that happens. Like in Episode 1, they make it seem like the craziest thing that's happened all tour was Carlos smuggling a cricket when they literally saved the world as spies. But anyway, it's time to talk about Season 3, Episode 3, Bel Air Rush. If you couldn't tell by the title, this episode has a bunch of references to the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, which I've never seen, so please forgive me for missing probably most of the references. The episode opens with the dogs trying to just live their lives, but are constantly ambushed by the paparazzi. They're able to escape eventually by taking the secret entrance, which is very secret, can you tell? And they make it back to the apartment. But even there they aren't safe, as a crazy fangirl named Winnie has broken into their apartment and knows where to find them at all times. Gustavo tells them that he has to move them out of the Palmwoods, since it's for the future famous, not the current famous. They initially don't want to move out, but when they hear they'll be going to Bel Air, they accept. We then get a parody of the Fresh Prince theme song over the moving montage. They're greeted by Alfonso Ribeiro, who played a character in the original show, and says that he's part of the neighborhood watch. He tells them they can't leave boxes in their yard for more than 15 minutes, so they move them all to the backyard near the pool. Katie walks by and explains her plan to start an overpriced lemonade stand since everyone who lives in Bel Air is rich, and the dogs enjoy their peace and quiet away from the crazy fans and paparazzi. Gustavo and Kelly pull up to visit everyone, but the security guard doesn't let them in since their names aren't on the list. He tries calling their house to see if they can be let in, but Mrs. Knight can't figure out how to answer the phone, so they aren't allowed. Meanwhile, Katie is selling glasses of lemonade for $20? Where did she get the lemons from? Whole Foods? No, she actually got them from the backyard for free, and then Fabio walks up. Remember him? The family that has kidnapped him multiple times now lives next door to him. Poor guy. He also discovers that the lemons that Katie's using are his.
I don't see your name on them.
So he confiscates them and promptly leaves. Back to the dogs, they're already starting to get bored and want to see their friends from the Palmwoods again. But before any visitors can come, they need an extensive background check that will take 6 to 8 weeks, so they play street hockey instead. But as soon as the puck goes anywhere outside of the street, it activates a bunch of alarms, so they just make a run for it to the Palmwoods while being chased by neighbors and the neighborhood watch. They climb a fence into their neighbor's yard and are greeted by a tiger. But thankfully, Winnie tranquilizes it for them and they run off. They make it back to their house and decide it's time to move back to the Palmwoods, but Alfonso shows up and says they can't move out since it would ruin Bel Air's reputation, and holy crap, this is a cult. Meanwhile, Gustavo and Kelly pull up and show the guard that Gustavo's name is on the lease, so he should be let in, but the guard tells him he needs about 24 vaccinations before he can be let in. So he gets all 27 shots, and the guard calls the house to see if they're in, but Mrs. Knight still can't answer the phone. Back to the lemons, Fabio and Katie keep fighting over them, and she tricks him into going to the tiger neighbor's backyard. Wow. Mrs. Knight also wants to move back to the Palmwoods, and Gustavo has a plan to bust them out by driving a truck through the gate. They're able to pack up all of their things into the truck, but are being chased by all of their neighbors and Alfonso. They're about to be caught, but Winnie shows up yet again to run over everyone with a Segway, and they take Fabio with them too, since he also hates Bel Air. They successfully move back to the Palmwoods, and even though they're immediately greeted by paparazzi, Winnie tranquilizes them. The end. This episode is so weird, even by Big Time Rush's standards. Kids watching this show when it aired probably had no idea about the existence of Fresh Prince, and even then, the plot is so jarring. It reminds me of how Victorious had an entire episode dedicated to parroting The Breakfast Club, as if it wasn't an R-rated movie that came out 25 years before that show, and the main demographic was children. It's still pretty fun, but such a weird thing to reference in a kids show from the 2010s. Alright, now it's time to talk about Season 3, Episode 4, Big Time Double Date. It opens with Carlos, Kendall, and James trying to spy on Logan and Camille arguing, and we also get a very clever fourth wall break.
What was that? Sounded awful.
Camille is mad because Logan wants to limit their dates to 2 nights a week, since recent data suggests that overexposure to couples increases breakups, and she agrees to go on a date with Jet. What? Logan leaves furious, and Kelly and Gustavo tell them rehearsal is cancelled for the day, since Gustavo's doctor told him he needs to relax more and the dogs stress him out. He's wearing a blood pressure monitor that goes off whenever he gets too stressed and leaves in a hurry, which gives Carlos the idea to ask out a Jennifer, since now he's free all day. Jennifer 3 gives him a look, so he puts on his helmet and goes after her. James follows closely behind, since he knows Carlos can't impress a date on his own, and Lucy walks by all mad for some reason. Carlos chugs a soda and almost asks out Jennifer, but James stops him and asks out Jennifer 3 for him, to which she says yes. Carlos is annoyed since he wants to be able to ask her out on his own, but if you know James, you know he's not gonna stop. We cut to the apartment where Mrs. Knight tells Logan he can't science his way into getting a perfect girlfriend, so he makes a robot. But then he realizes that's too weird, so he goes on an online dating site instead. I like how he thought of building a robot first. Everyone leaves the apartment, leaving Mrs. Knight alone with the robot.
I will never love again. Get me chocolate.
Kendall finds Lucy, who's dressed like a dweeb, and before he can ask any questions, they run into Lucy's parents. She explains to him that she's lying to her parents about going to a classical music school on a violin scholarship, since they would be furious if they found out she has dyed her hair and is trying to be a rock star instead of a classical musician. Lucy's parents then invite the both of them to dinner. Oops. We cut back to Carlos and James, who sprays juice all over Carlos's horrible outfit in order to get him to change, and Katie asks what he's doing. James explains his plan to make sure Carlos can impress Jennifer and brings Katie along with him, first changing their dinner reservation to a fancy restaurant. We cut to the lobby where Logan meets Lindsay, basically just a female Logan. Camille walks up with Jet and they all agree to go on a double date. Okay, when did Logan and Camille's relationship become this toxic? Like, I know she used to slap and tackle him and stuff, but that was just her weird way of flirting. Now they're deliberately trying to make each other jealous when they're still officially boyfriend and girlfriend. Anyway, later on we see all of the dogs minus James leave on their dates, and he and Katie are able to switch the written directions in Carlos's pocket to directions to a fancy restaurant. Good thing Carlos didn't use a GPS or smartphone to get there. We cut to the restaurant, and surprise surprise, everyone shows up at the same time to the exact same place, and it turns out Gustavo is also there to eat a nice relaxing meal, unaware of the dogs' presence. James dresses up as a waiter and is able to manipulate Carlos into impressing Jennifer. He attempts to get Carlos to buy a rose for her, but he rejects, since it's $10 a rose. Okay, little side tangent, I hate restaurants who do this. They overprice these crappy flowers to make a ton of money off of people who are on dates, since if they don't buy one, their date will be sad. Shady business practice. But luckily, Katie slingshots a whole bouquet into Carlos's hand to offer to Jennifer. Gustavo is complaining about not having his waiter yet, and the boss pushes James over to his table to take his order, so now he must disguise himself from both Carlos and Gustavo. We cut to Kendall and Lucy's table, where her parents mention they absolutely despise rock music, and Lucy tells them not to do anything to blow her cover. He's able to help her fix her wig when it starts to fall, and does his best to speed along the meal so that they can leave as soon as possible. We then cut to Logan and Camille's table.
Yeah, Camille, you should have the arrogant blowhard. Oh, wait, you already...
Ooh, where's the arrogant blowhard? I must have the lunch menu.
After a while, Logan calls Camille out on agreeing to a date with Jet, but she tells him he's basically dating himself.
No, we're not. Wait. Oh.
James brings Carlos and Jennifer some souffle, but Katie accidentally slingshots ice cream into the back of his head and his mustache falls off. Carlos gets furious and throws James on a cart and pushes him across the restaurant, and he runs into Logan and Camille, throwing them into each other's arms, and they make up and make out, because apparently all they needed was to touch arms with one another to realize their wrongdoing. James then runs into Gustavo, followed by Kendall and Lucy, who just manages to save her wig from falling off. JK. She fesses up and tells her parents the truth, but Kendall jumps in and says that Lucy is a great musician and can prove it to them. So the dogs, Lucy, and Gustavo all go on stage to perform Cover Girl. I don't know if you remember, but in part 1 during the Elevate album review, I mentioned how we get to see this song in season 3, and this is the episode. This one isn't featured in the show until season 3, and it's butchered so hard there, but I'll save the rant for when we actually get to that episode. And it is time for said rant. Number 1, the setup makes literally zero sense. It's the 4 guys singing, Kendall and Lucy on guitar, and Gustavo on piano. That's it. Yet we hear a full band, clearly only 1 guitar, and there's no piano in the song at all. And Kendall sings most of the song with not very many harmonies, yet all 4 guys are singing the chorus. And Lucy never even sings. She literally just plays backup guitar with no distinct part of her own. They could have at least not have given Kendall a guitar so that Lucy was doing the main accompaniment, but nope. She just sits there and smiles and occasionally strums the guitar. Also, the edit to make the song shorter is actually horrendous. I can't play it, obviously, but just watch for yourself and listen to how they transition from the chorus to the bridge. And the way they transition from the bridge to the ending is so sloppy. And at the ending, you can clearly see that Kendall's mouth is not moving, even though he's supposed to be singing. This is a top 3 BTR song for me, and the fact that it's given this awful of a treatment in the show is so disappointing. And then Lucy's parents are like, oh, that was so good. Like, if I saw this, I would despise rock and pop music forever. But apparently they loved it and let her stay as a rock star, and she grabs Kendall's hand. Ooh. Jennifer is extremely pleased with her date with Carlos, and Camille and Logan realize they break up so much because they love making up. Okay. The episode ends with Gustavo looking at their check and probably on the verge of exploding. Roll credits. Definitely a great episode, but I'm so sick of the Logan and Camille drama. Please make it stop. Okay, my microphone decided to just die, and I can't fix it, so if you hear the audio sounding different from here on out, that's why. Okay, now it's time to take a look at an episode I have literally no memory of. Season 3, Episode 5, Big Time Merchandise. We start off with the dogs excitedly walking through Rock Records, speculating about the new BTR merchandise, and Kendall says,
I want to play the Big Time Rush video game.
No, you do not. Anyway, they meet up with Griffin, and his marketing team reveals that the new BTR products are toilet scrubbers, horse shampoo, and dolls. And hey, they talk too.
I made Boom Boom. Better change me.
Griffin loves these products because, of course he does, but Gustavo and the dogs are not pleased. He shows them that the merch will be launched at a store called Cellmart, and they'll be pitching these ideas to Sam Cellmart, the company's founder. The whole gang agrees these products suck, so they come up with a plan with some better ideas to pitch to Sam. Gustavo, Kelly, Carlos, and Kendall stay at Rock Records to record better sound bites for the dolls, and James and Logan plan to do some of their own research and development on new products. Meanwhile, at the Palmwoods, some karate kids stroll through the lobby, and Katie buys a Palmwoods robe from Mr. Bitters for $45. Okay. Logan and James have the idea to make their own Big Time Rush perfume, which includes scents of pine needles, powdered hockey puck, juice box juice, and Logan says they need to add some kind of spice to it. Back at Rock Records, Katelyn and Carlos attempt to record some lines for the dolls. It doesn't work.
I can't even do anything.
Okay, let's try that again.
They eventually get it together though, and Gustavo mindlessly drags some audio files into the dolls' files. What could go wrong? James and Logan present their perfume, which they've titled Smellivate, which is unironically a great name, but Gustavo says they still need to somehow get rid of Griffin's marketing team, so the dogs promptly put on some tree hats. But Kelly just calls his team and says the meeting is canceled. Party pooper. So they meet up with Sam Cellmart, and they start off showing the dolls and their voices, but of course Gustavo uploaded the wrong audio files.
You're stupid. You're stupid.
Them dolls just sassed me.
No. What the doll was supposed to say is, Shut it! Shut it forever!
They try to brush it off and show off the Smellivate perfume, but it turns out the quote-unquote spice that James added was habanero hot sauce, and he sprays it in Sam's face, gravely injuring his eyes. Griffin is furious, but the dogs assure him they're able to fix this.
Let me guess. It involves a crank phone call, breaking and entering, and tree hats.
He demands that they give Sam an apology and pitch the original products, and they meet up with him yet again. And for some reason, he's in a hospital bed at work. That makes sense. They apologize, but Sam says he'll only forgive them if they show him some good products, and they realize the toilet scrubber and horse shampoo aren't gonna cut it, so they show the new and improved BTR figures. However, Sam still isn't impressed, so they try to convince him the dolls fly.
Like this!
Because of this incident, Cellmart stopped selling BTR albums in their stores, which is where they got majority of their profits from, and Griffin is distraught. But they have one more plan, and it involves tree hats. They smell-evate the security guards and sneak back into Silmart headquarters, but he's ready to fire pineapples at them. However, he notices their tree hats, buys them, and makes them BTR official merchandise and continues selling their music in stores. Yay! Oh, and the B-plot involves Katie trying to steal another robe from Bitters, and he gets beaten up by some karate kids. The end. Okay, this episode was not good. Nothing made me laugh, the plot outline probably took 5 minutes, and they just shoehorned in a running gag to make it feel more relevant. This episode is also the lowest viewed one in the entire show, and coupled with the other things I mentioned, it's no surprise I have zero memory of this. Also, they credit Shallon Cates when she was very clearly not in the episode. Well, mid-episode aside, let's talk about a very not mid-episode. Season 3, Episode 6, Big Time Surprise. We start off with Logan, James, and Carlos spinning their heads on baseball bats for whatever reason, and then Kendall walks up dressed all fancy. He explains that he's finally asking Lucy out, and the rest of them ask what took him so long. And it's because of them.
So listen, there's this movie, and if you... Hey, what are you guys doing here?
Oh, are you asking Lucy out?
Oh, Kendall, I would love to!
So they agree that they'll be on his side this time and hype him up for asking her out. And then they see her in the elevator with Bo, her ex-boyfriend from Georgia who's trying to win her back. Oopsie. Katie says Kendall has no shot now since they dated for 3 years and he's the best looking guy at the Palmwoods now. James is now of course furious that there's a male that people find more attractive than him, and Jet is thinking the same thing.
James! Have you seen the new guy? He's gorgeous! We gotta get rid of him!
Meanwhile at Rock Records, Griffin demands that Gustavo and Kelly kidnap him. He wants to be prepared for when people inevitably go after him for real, so he tasks them with hiring people to kidnap him so he can escape. So they hire Logan and Carlos for said mission, but they say they'll only do it if they get their own solo records and head out. Now for the C-plot, Mrs. Knight and Katie are watching Newtown High when the episode ends with a huge cliffhanger, saying that someone is back. But they have to wait until next week's episode to find out, so they knock on Jet's door to ask him. He refuses to reveal anything, but since this is Jet we're talking about, he tells them scenes from the next episode are on his computer, so they get Buddha Bob to help break into his apartment.
I got the laptop!
And I got the TV!
Wait, we're not looting!
Huh?
Back at the pool, Bo walks away for a second, and Kendall takes that opportunity to talk to Lucy alone. James is in the background showing him what to say to get rid of Bo, but then Jet shows up and they start fighting over who's more attractive. Kendall asks Lucy what she's gonna do, but before she can answer, Bo shows up with a gold necklace to give her as an apology for cheating on her last time. Uh-oh. Back to Logan and Carlos, they're able to kidnap Griffin by trapping him in a recycling bin, but while they're celebrating, you can probably guess what happens. They run to the recycling center, and one of the employees shows the lot where all recycling from their area was picked up, and they rifle through every dumpster. However, they're not able to find him, and they ask an employee what happens once the dumpsters are clear, and they conclude that they're too late.
Then it all goes through a melting process, where we turn everything into clean, reusable bottles. This one's probably made from these dumpsters right here.
We recycled Griffin!
Meanwhile, Kendall tells James and Jet that they should just let Lucy and Bo be and make their own decisions, but then Kendall immediately sees him making out with another girl in the elevator. Bo says he can't prove anything and that Lucy will just think he's jealous if he tells her, so Kendall decides they need to get rid of him. And James and Jet have their own plan.
Now!
You missed!
I know that.
We then cut to Katie and Mrs. Knight, who find nothing on Jet's computer about the next Newtown High episode except for a contact list from the show, so they print out one of his headshots and get Buddha Bob to call one of his co-stars. It doesn't work. Back to Kendall, Jet, and James, they knock on Camille's door so they can utilize her acting skills so that she can seduce Bo and they can catch it all on video. So they place her in an elevator hoping that she'll run into Bo, but then Lucy also gets into the mix. We then get a very chaotic montage of them just barely not being able to catch Bo or let Lucy witness him cheating, and it makes you wonder, why didn't they just have Camille tell Lucy herself that Bo was cheating? But anyway, it doesn't work, and Bo and Camille are introduced to each other by Lucy. Womp womp. But Kendall has one last idea, and...
You better date her after this. I'm prettier than you. You are not!
Back at Rock Records, they mourn the death of Griffin. But it turns out he's fine. He had a microchip installed in his head that gave Abdul his exact location, letting him survive with ease. But Gustavo goes back on his promise to give Logan and Carlos solo records, so they trap him in a dumpster too. Meanwhile, we get a very weird scene, but the plan works, and Kendall catches Bo cheating on camera.
And it's all right here. And now it's all down there.
But it's okay, because Lucy heard everything that happened, and she cuts ties with Bo, and she and Kendall enter the elevator together. She's really grateful, Kendall's able to finally ask her out, and one thing leads to another, finally cementing them as a couple.
Kendall?
Joe?
Joe is back. That was the surprise ending of Newtown High. Her character returns since she was originally Jet's main love interest in the show. Oh, and that's the end of the episode. I really like how the entire C-plot was foreshadowing Joe's return, because if you know her character, you know that she was one of the stars of Newtown High early on, so it makes so much sense in-universe how these two plots work together. But yeah, Kendall's ex-girlfriend saw him kissing another girl in an elevator thinking they would be getting back together. Ouch. So what happens next? Well, let's find out in Season 3, Episode 7, Big Time Decision. The episode opens with a very meta recap, basically acknowledging that nothing really matters from the last episode except for the last scene. We pick up with Kendall asking Joe why she's back, and she explains that the first movie didn't go well and the sequels got cancelled, so she came back early. She asks Lucy if they're dating, and Lucy isn't entirely sure, so she looks to Kendall, and he closes the elevator and runs away. After the theme song, we go to the apartment where Kendall hides in a locker and Carlos enters soon after, excitedly showing off his new drink, Zombie Gone. James and Logan mock him, but Carlos assures them he's safe when the zombie apocalypse eventually hits. Then Joe comes in looking for Kendall, but the dogs quickly drive her out. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Katie has a school assignment where she needs to work for someone for 3 hours, and she goes to Rock Records to just get Gustavo's signature, claiming she already knows enough about the industry. He scoffs at this, and then Griffin walks in, demanding a new album. But Katie suggests he just make a remix album with one new single, and Griffin loves the idea so much he immediately puts her in charge of Rock Records. She very quickly turns Gustavo's office into teenage girl land, and he and Kelly try to say she's in way over her head. But it turns out she's doing an amazing job, already making Griffin $1 million in her first hour. Totally realistic. Back at the Palmwoods, Lucy asks Logan where Kendall is, and he's able to lie his way out of it, but he's still in hiding. Camille and Logan tell him he needs to confront his problems, and since both Joe and Lucy have said they want to date him, he's the one who needs to make the decision. And Kendall concludes he has feelings for both of them. In the C-plot, there's a running gag where Buddha Bob can't catch a mouse, while Carlos wants to store his zombie gun in the Palmwoods safe. Mr. Bitters initially thinks it's stupid, but after Buddha Bob shares some random statistic, he decides he wants to buy Carlos's second bottle, but that's when James comes in. He says he deserves the bottle as Carlos's best friend, but Bitters is offering money, so now Carlos has a big-time decision to make as well. And during this, Buddha Bob catches the mouse, but grows attached to it and names it Brains. I think you can see where this is going. So Carlos decides he'll choose who gets his zombie gun by doing a zombie apocalyptics to see who would be better fighting alongside him in a real zombie apocalypse. Meanwhile, Logan and Camille push Kendall to confront this problem head-on, but he panics as soon as he sees Joe or Lucy and ends up in this guy's apartment. The man tells him most problems go away on their own, but I don't think they will this time. This is because Kendall overhears both Joe and Lucy say that they're leaving the Palmwoods if they don't hear from him by the end of the day, so he has to decide now. Logan concludes this means they have to do some love science, so he hooks Kendall up to a weird machine so that he can get an objective score for how much he likes each girl. Back at Rock Records, Gustavo sneaks into his former office to find evidence that Katie has no idea how to run a record company, and he discovers that she's planning on booking BTR for birthday parties for some extra cash. He tells Griffin that this is laughable and will ruin BTR's image, but Katie explains that it's for some royal person's birthday party and they'll get paid $2 million, so Griffin's mind is not changed. She makes Gustavo write her a new song, and then the 3 hours are up, so she resigns in order to complete her school assignment, and Gustavo is back in charge. Yay! Meanwhile, at the Palmwoods, Camille brings each girl out by the pool where Kendall can watch them and Logan can gather data and get a score, but both Joe and Lucy get a 10. Lucy sees him though, and he freaks out and runs away, accidentally running into Buddha Bob, which causes him to drop Brains the mouse. Also, the zombie apocalyptics are going on, and James is winning by a landslide, but Carlos makes them have a dance-off for the deciding event, and James loses his patience and just demands he make a decision. He chooses James, but he immediately drops and breaks the bottle. Also, look how close he was to getting shattered glass all over his bare foot. That makes me so nervous. Anyway, Carlos breaks his bottle too, saying he'd rather be a zombie with James than a human without him, and then Buddha Bob walks in looking for his mouse while shouting brains. I saw this coming from a mile away. Back to Kendall, Katie gives him a pep talk on how he needs to just take a walk and knock on a girl's door, so he takes her advice. And then we hear the new song, No Idea, which we covered in part 1 during the Elevate album review. And some comments pointed out to me in the last video that this is actually a cover and the original song is by All Time Low, which I didn't know for all these years. The original is actually really good too, you should listen to it. The beginning and some lyrics are a little different, but I think I like it just as much as the BTR version. This also explains why it's so much longer than any other song on Elevate. The more you know. Anyway, the song plays while Kendall walks back to the Palmwoods, and he sees lots of things that seem to be pushing him towards Lucy. And then he knocks on her door.
Hey.
That's right, he chose Joe, and it was a fake-out. However, it might have been less of a fake-out than you think, because Scott Fellows has said that Kendall was originally going to choose Lucy, but then some contract negotiations fell through and they changed the ending. And I'm not sure how far into production things changed, like I don't know if that was meant to be a fake-out or if they literally only reshot the last scene, but either way, Kendall and Lucy were meant to be endgame. I don't know what the show was planning on doing with Jo after this, since her whole character is basically just Kendall's girlfriend, so I'm kind of disappointed we never got to see Jo exist on her own. But regardless, Kendall and Jo are back together, Lucy has left the Palmwoods, and the status quo is back to what it was mid-season 2. Also, this episode credits Shallon Cates again, when she wasn't there. Okay, now it's time to break down Season 2, Episode 8, Big Time Babysitting. We start off at Rock Records, where Gustavo says that since his record company is expanding, he has just signed with rock legend Baby Lace, who is fictional, by the way. The dogs are excited that they get to hang out and collaborate with him, but Kelly says they're babysitting him, not recording with him. And this is because Baby Lace is prone to heart attacks and is kind of a nut.
Guess who found the time machine?
The reason Gustavo and Kelly don't babysit him themselves is because they need to go to the theater for his show tonight and make sure his dressing room is perfect so that Gustavo doesn't get fired. Meanwhile, at the Palmwoods, Katie is angry because Mrs. Knight is trying to get her a babysitter for the day, but she says she's too old for that. The dogs then enter the apartment, but Baby Lace immediately falls out the window, so they have to find him, and Mrs. Knight stops Carlos and James and asks them to babysit Katie without her knowing. They agree under the promise of a new toy, okay? And they are instructed to not let her leave the Palmwoods until Mrs. Knight gets back. Logan and Kendall find Baby Lace by the pool and make sure he's okay, and then Kendall sees Jo walk by. He was supposed to hang out with her today to try to make things normal again after the whole Lucy fiasco, and she says it's fine that they postpone, but doesn't let him kiss her. She explains that she's still unsure how to feel about seeing him and Lucy kiss, and then him taking the whole day to decide if he wants her back or not, and walks away. Also, the whole Gustavo and Kelly subplot involves this child stealing Baby Lace's jelly beans from his dressing room, and they freak out and try to recover them before Baby Lace finds out and fires them. It's really lame. Anyway, back at the Palmwoods, James and Carlos try to subtly keep Katie in the apartment, but she quickly catches on and tries to leave. However, they're able to catch her in the lobby and make a Katie cage. Their words, not mine. We cut to Baby Lace, Logan, and Kendall, who is still having relationship problems with Jo, but Baby Lace offers some helpful advice.
Kevin, I couldn't be there for you growing up, but I'm here for you now.
You know you're not his dad, right?
Madam, please!
But then he has a heart attack and Logan has to save him. But then he actually gives some helpful advice, saying Kendall needs to show Jo that he's completely over Lucy and get her to forget about it, which gives Kendall the idea to make a nice picnic for the two of them. And then he has another heart attack. So the three of them make an amazing looking picnic, but Baby Lace eats some shrimp that he's allergic to and collapses on the table. Kendall runs up to Jo to tell her there's been a complication, and then...
Did you not want to have it?
No, it's not that, Lucy, it's just...
She gets mad and walks away, and to add insult to injury, Baby Lace is passed out and nearly dies, but thankfully Logan has his allergy shot. Meanwhile, despite their efforts, Katie is able to escape Carlos and James again through the window, and they chase after her. They catch her, she escapes again by making a doorway out of the bathroom to the hallway? But then she realizes she'd have more fun just hanging out with the guys until Mrs. Knight returns, so they all do a puzzle together. Baby Lace gives Kendall the idea to write Joe a love song, and he says he'll accompany him on guitar, and he knocks on her door. But then he has another heart attack right before the song starts. Kendall decides maybe he and Joe just need to start over, and they agree to a date that night and head to Baby Lace's show. Gustavo and Kelly have failed to recover the jelly beans since that child ate them all, but he throws them up as soon as he gets on stage, and Baby Lace loses his appetite and says he doesn't want them anymore. Roll credits. It's really weird how the whole Kendall and Joe arc was kind of an afterthought in this episode, since that was like the main conflict of the last 2 episodes, but at least they didn't just resolve it like nothing happened like most sitcoms do. Also, there's a running joke where Baby Lace keeps calling Kendall his son, and I have a theory that he actually is his son and that he isn't part of their family anymore because of how crazy he is. Just ignore the fact that Mrs. Knight and Katie see him and say nothing, and that Kendall explicitly says he's not his son, but other than that, it's a good theory. Also, Jess Harnell, the guy who plays Baby Lace, is the voice actor for Wacko in the show Animaniacs, which is pretty cool. Alright, let's jump into a very underrated episode in my opinion. Season 3, Episode 9, Big Time Gold. It opens with the dogs, Griffin, and Gustavo at Rock Records, showing off Big Time Rush's very first golden record to the press. They of course fight over if the dogs can keep it at the crib or Gustavo hangs it up in the studio, and for once I'm with Gustavo on this one. Anyway, Logan, Carlos, and James walk to the apartment arguing while Kendall meets up with Joe. It's her birthday, and they have a cabana lunch planned, but it turns out Kendall forgot to buy the present he was gonna get her, a gold necklace. He can get it in person, but they don't get paid until tomorrow, and Kendall doesn't have enough money for it, but thankfully Logan offers to give him a loan until they get paid. Meanwhile, James and Carlos are sulking.
Okay, one more sulk considering my gold record collection is seriously lacking.
But Carlos is upset because he won't be able to play the record, and James says it's just for decoration. But Carlos convinces him that Big Time Rush would sound different, quote, in gold, whatever that means, so they plan to steal it so they can play it. The C-plot involves Katie needing to start a business for school, and she and Buddha Bob find an oil spot to make money off of that. Okay, was 7th grade this demanding for you guys? Because it wasn't for me. Like, I just remember sitting in class and not really paying attention and pretending to do the homework, and I got straight A's. So, I don't know, maybe it's an LA thing, but holy crap. They set up business and start to make a good profit, but Bitters catches them. He threatens to shut it down unless he can join them, so they have no choice but to share the profits with him, and he dresses up like a cowboy. Back at the apartment, Kendall and Logan have purchased the necklace, and Logan offers to wrap it while Kendall sets up the cabana, and Camille walks in. She mistakenly thinks it's her gift for their 15-month anniversary, and Logan panics and doesn't correct her in order to not make her upset. Back at Rock Records, they're about to smash the glass to get the gold record, but Gustavo and Kelly catch them. They sneak back in and take it, but Gustavo has set an alarm to go off whenever it's out of its place. He tries to explain that it doesn't sound like anything, and he keeps the record in his office with him. Somehow, Kelly becomes curious herself about what a gold record sounds like, and they want to steal one of Gustavo's old gold records to test if it's just an old spray-painted vinyl, or if it plays music, quote, in gold. Still don't know what that means. We cut back to Logan and Kendall, and Logan reveals that he gave the necklace to Camille.
I have a special lunch with Joe in 1 hour. What am I supposed to give her? No!
They track her down, and Kendall tells Logan to tell her the truth and get the necklace back. It doesn't work. They're almost out of time, and Joe still doesn't have a birthday present.
And I have no present! Enough with the pineapple!
They come up with a plan to get the necklace back from Camille just for the day, and when they get paid tomorrow, they'll go out and buy another necklace so that both of their girlfriends will be happy. Logan tells her he needs to get it engraved and will return it in the morning, but she says the mall can get it done in 1 hour and wants it back as soon as it's done. Kendall takes it and gives it to Joe, and she loves it so much that she says she's never taking it off. Welp. Back to Katie and Buddha Bob, Bitters is hardly doing any work and has spent their money on a company car. So now they have to get more oil pumps to make more money, and Buddha Bob agrees because he's obsessed with slacks for some reason. They make 7 pumps total and then realize they've accidentally been penetrating the city pipeline and siphoning oil from there, so they warn Bitters, but he doesn't believe them because of course he doesn't. So they give him the company and he immediately gets in trouble, and Katie and Buddha Bob steal his car. Meanwhile, at the pool, it's been an hour and Kendall needs to give the necklace back to Logan to give Camille, so he drops it in some spaghetti to buy some time, saying he needs to clean it. But he only has 10 minutes, and he and Logan fight over who gets to keep it, and you can probably guess what happens. It breaks in half. Back at Rock Records, Kelly, Carlos, and James finally convince Gustavo to smash the frame to listen to BTR in gold, and yeah, it's just an old record spray painted, and Gustavo tries to kill them. I know I didn't have much to say about this subplot, but it was actually pretty funny. Just the fact that 4 people individually think that a record colored differently will sound better makes me laugh every time. It's so dumb, but so Big Time Rush. Anyway, Logan and Kendall fail to fix the necklace, and Camille and Joe catch them. But they're not upset, and really appreciate the fact that their boyfriends didn't want to hurt them and did everything they could to make them happy. The guys are still upset that the necklace broke, but the girls tell them that they should just each take a half and make them into bracelets. They celebrate with a poolside dinner, and I don't know what it is, but I think they look kind of ugly as bracelets. Also, they're very lucky that the necklace split exactly in half and fit their wrists perfectly. Kind of. The episode ends with Carlos and James still running from Gustavo. The end. This is one of the few episodes that portrays the Jendal and Lomil relationships as actually sweet, because lately it's been all of this toxicity and drama, so I like how they finally resolved things. The Katie subplot was a little stale like most of them, but still a very solid episode overall. Alright, now it's time to break down Season 3, Episode 10, Big Time Camping. We start off at Rock Records, where the dogs enthusiastically ask Gustavo to drive them to a campsite since Mrs. Knight won't, and they haven't gone camping since moving to LA. But Gustavo refuses, saying their contract prohibits them from doing any dangerous activities. But he does have a good spot that he will allow, and it's just a patch of grass in the studio. They're chilling at the pool bummed, and Joe and Camille walk up. Joe says she has an idea for a secret place they can camp locally, but that she'd have to come with them. But the dogs say this camping trip is for men only, and Camille and Joe think they can do just as good a job as the boys.
Oh, okay. Well, let's just invite the Jennifers and make it a girls versus guys camp-off. Oh, that would be lovely.
So they all agree to have a camp-off at the secret campsite, but it's just a soundstage. In the B-plot, Katie wants to go camping with Mrs. Knight too. Kind of. She wants to camp outside of Big Buy since they're releasing the Ice Slab 3 tomorrow, and she wants to make sure she can get one. After some convincing, Mrs. Knight agrees and they set up camp outside the store, but unfortunately they're forced to set up right next to Mr. Bitters. They ask him why he's even there since he already has an Ice Slab 2, but Bitters says he wants the 3 because it's new. Or maybe it has a slightly better screen.
I got a pair of pants. Yeah, a 2. What's so great about the 3?
It has a slightly better screen.
After a while, they get an update that only the first 20 people in line will get an Ice Slab, and thankfully Katie is number 20. But then Jet walks up, since Bitters saved him a spot in line. Back at the campsite, Joe explains that Newtown High shot a camping episode recently, and that's why they were able to sneak into the set, but the dogs say it's nothing like camping. Joe is able to use some practical effects to make it more convincing, but they're still missing that element of danger. That's when Beulah the security guard comes out looking for people, but they hide just in time. The boys and girls each claim a side of the stage to set up their respective camps, and then we go back to Rock Records. Gustavo is worried about them getting hurt, so he and Kelly plan to tour Colossal Studios to find them and cut their camping trip short. Meanwhile, the girls are seemingly more prepared than the boys, bringing multiple layers for when the AC kicks on, and a grill, and some food. But who in their right mind cooks sausages on a soundstage? Like, you're just asking for trouble. To brave the cold, the dogs wrap themselves in their sleeping bags like burritos while Gustavo and Kelly watch from the security cameras. Logan gets some wood and a lighter to start a fire, and you can probably guess what happens. I like how the sprinkler system only goes off directly above them and then stops after like 10 seconds. What a great way to put out a fire. The girls tell them to just come to their side to get some food and warmth, but the dogs are determined to camp Hollywood style without any girl help. Logan and Kendall leave the stage to find some dry clothes and blankets, while Carlos and James look for snacks around the lot, and Gustavo and Kelly run after them. Back at Big Buy, Mrs. Knight tells Katie to just take the L and go home, but Katie is determined to stay and let Karma bite Jet and Bitters. But it doesn't seem like anything is gonna happen, and they're just watching cartoons.
Wait a minute. Sponges don't talk.
Katie wants to throw a stink bomb at them, but Mrs. Knight convinces her to be good, saying good things will happen to her if she does good things. Bitters leaves to refill the parking meter, and right after he leaves, an employee gives the first 20 people in line wristbands, meaning Katie gets the last one. When Bitters comes back, he demands Jet give him his wristbands since he was there first, but Jet makes a compelling argument.
Yes, but I was in front of you. And way better looking. And... Yeah!
Back at Colossal Studios, James and Carlos find the kitchen and grab some food, while Logan finds a warm bear costume and Kendall tells him to just find some sweatshirts. While searching with the costume on, he runs into a camera crew who mistakenly thinks he's the bear stuntman and gets dragged into filming a commercial against his will. The girls are getting concerned, so Joe and Camille go to look for Kendall and Logan and tell the Jennifers to look for Carlos and James, but they instead take the opportunity to put their headshots in the producers' mailboxes. Blonde Jennifer gets caught by Beulah and is thrown in a jail cell, but James and Carlos see her and come up with a rescue plan. Joe and Camille find Kendall, who's looking for Logan, and they realize that he was dragged into acting for a commercial where ninjas attack him. Uh-oh. Also, I realized the director for the commercial is played by the same guy from the Victorious episode Star Spangled Tory. He plays the talk show dude who blows up. We cut back to James and Carlos, and James distracts Beulah while Carlos rescues Jennifer, and she rewards him with a kiss on the lips. James returns to give them an escape ride, and then we see Logan again. The ninjas are ready to attack, but Gustavo, Kelly, Kendall, Joe, and Camille all come to Logan's rescue. And then James, Jennifer, and Carlos pull up to provide some assistance too, and Logan is safe. The dogs are mad at Gustavo for spying on them, but he explains that he was just worried for their safety and tells them he has a space where they can camp outside for real. And he just gives them a little space outside of Rock Records where he can watch them, and they all agree that boys and girls are equally great campers. The end.
We should do this again sometime.
I don't really remember this episode, but I thoroughly enjoyed watching it. Also, it's actually important to the next one, since Carlos and Blonde Jennifer actually are dating now. It's not obvious from just that episode, but we learn a whole lot more about it here in Season 3, Episode 11, Big Time Rescue. It opens with James, Kendall, and Logan reflecting on how Carlos has been acting weird ever since dating Jennifer. He's been rejecting corn dogs, not participating in their usual activities, and has completely lost interest in hockey. Later on at the apartment, Mrs. Knight has to go to the dentist because she can't talk, but Kendall speaks mumble mom, thankfully. Big Time Rush is supposed to be doing a puppy adoption charity thing, but Jennifer persuades Carlos not to come and drags him away. So now Kendall plans to rescue Carlos while Logan and James go rescue the dogs. And I mean literal dogs this time. Meanwhile at Rock Records, Kelly and Gustavo need to come up with an idea for their new music video for the song Time of Our Life, and Gustavo heads to his secret safe to retrieve some props. That's where he runs into Katie, who's been stealing things since he left the door open, and Gustavo closes it out of frustration. But then they get locked in, and Gustavo doesn't remember the password to unlock the door, and the only hint he has is it's something he loves. That doesn't ring a bell though, so they're trapped. Back at the pool, Kendall wonders how Jennifer is always able to get Carlos to do what she wants by doing this hand motion thing, and she asks Joe to help him show what an actual healthy relationship looks like. So they try to passive-aggressively tell them that healthy relationships are not one-sided, but Jennifer takes Carlos away immediately. They try chasing after them, but Jennifer keeps doing this thing with her finger, making Kendall think Carlos is under some sort of spell. We cut to James and Logan, who are able to find homes for all but 8 dogs and look forward to helping the rest. But the volunteer tells them that this was their last opportunity to get them adopted, meaning they have to put the 8 dogs down. So to prevent this from happening, James and Logan adopt all of the remaining dogs and take them to the apartment, and Mrs. Knight is about to freak out, but she still can't talk. They try to find them owners in the lobby, but Mr. Bitters says there are no dogs allowed at the Palmwoods. James calls out his double standard since Lightning the Wonder Dog lives there, and wow, we actually see him for the first time this season. But Bitters explains that Lightning is a Hollywood star, and since these dogs are not, they have to be gone in 2 hours. So James and Logan decide they need to make them stars in the next 2 hours, and that's where Jet comes into play. They convince him to make a movie with them, starring him and the dogs, and it's called K9 Action Squad. Meanwhile, in the safe, Gustavo is freaking out since he has no cell service and still needs to come up with a video idea, and he runs out of attempts to guess the password. There's not much else to the subplot, it's just kind of scene after scene of something else going wrong. While all of this is happening, Kendall tries to talk to Carlos one-on-one, saying he thinks they don't have a healthy relationship and needs to break up with her. Carlos responds saying he doesn't even know how he would break up with her, but Joe knocks on the door and Kendall demonstrates. So he tells Joe they're done and slams the door in her face. Okay, like she didn't know that was gonna happen. Anyway, Jennifer comes in and tells Carlos he has to choose her or Big Time Rush, and he chooses her. Kendall sees them kiss and realizes it's not the point thing that's the spell, it's her kiss. Okay. He knocks on Joe's door, thinking she knew he wasn't serious about the breakup thing, and she forgives him, but forces him to wear a pink sweater as retribution. Meanwhile, Jet, James, and Logan make an epic trailer for K9 Action Squad, show it to Bitters saying they're stars now, but he's still not convinced. So their new plan is to take them all to Rock Records and show them off to Kelly. Back at the Palmwoods, Joe and Kendall track Carlos down and separate him from Jennifer for a second and explain that he's basically under a spell whenever Jennifer does the point thing and kisses him, and before they can warn him again, she walks up. She drags him away, and Kendall and Joe decide they need something to make sure Carlos doesn't fall for her spell again. That's when Mrs. Knight walks up, showing off this ointment that numbs everything on her mouth, and they get an idea. They find Carlos at the pool and disguise the ointment as chapstick, so when Jennifer kisses him again, he feels nothing. This gives him the courage to eat corn dogs again and break up with Jennifer, returning him to normal. Oh, and the Katie and Gustavo subplot ends with them nearly getting crushed by the walls after Gustavo sets off the emergency security protocol, but thankfully he remembers the thing he loves just in time: his dogs. Aww. Meanwhile, Kelly says Gustavo will never allow the dogs to be in the video, but Logan has a backup plan.
New plan! We teach the dogs how to play blackjack, and then let them loose in Las Vegas. Now focus.
Kendall, Logan, and Gustavo arrive, and they somehow convince him to put the dogs in the music video, and this was the weird music video I said Time of Our Life had in the Elevate album review. I think it's really funny out of context, but it's literally just a white background with some basic choreography and the occasional shot with a dog. But it makes sense in universe why it's so basic, and it allows the dogs to get adopted without a single one being put down. Gustavo then demands they clean the studio, but they give him that mouth-numbing stuff and run away. The end. A very sweet episode overall. Nothing exciting, but it was really cute seeing everyone put so much work into making sure these dogs find a home, and Gustavo explicitly saying he loves the guys is also really nice. Alright, we have reached the Season 3 finale, and it's a lame finale. Season 3, Episode 12, Big Time Bloopers. I just heard a collective sigh from everyone. So yeah, it's just a blooper reel episode, but thank goodness it's not one of those stupid Christopher Kane things they did with iCarly and Victorious. The setup in-universe is actually decently clever too. The gang has just filmed and edited the latest Big Time Rush episode and is ready to deliver it to the network, but they drop it in the street and it's trampled on. They need a new episode today, and Carlos suggests a blooper reel with a celebrity guest. Sierra Bravo and Steven Kramer Glickman are the hosts, along with a special unrevealed celebrity guest, and we get a new version of the theme song just for this episode. So the celebrity guest is Chris Paul, famous NBA player, but they only have his cardboard cutout since they had to leave a voicemail. Okay, I find it kind of funny how this show will get people like Lisa Rinna, Russell Brand, and Lita Ford to play characters as just a big joke, but when they actually advertise the fact that there's a celebrity guest, they only get a sports person. Like, every kids show does this when they want a celebrity guest. They just get some random, somewhat well-known athlete and pretend it's like a huge deal when basically no child knows who they are. I expected better, Scott Fellows. So yeah, we get some bloopers, but since the show has so much slapstick comedy, they're actually pretty entertaining. The only one I want to share is this epic save Kendall has. Also this. There's also this segment where they'll replace random characters with the bear, and it's actually very impressive how many shots they redid just for this segment. Oh yeah, and at the end, Chris Paul shows up for real. So that was the Season 3 finale. Kinda lame. Don't get me wrong, this is by far the best bloopers episode from any Nickelodeon show, but it's like polishing a turd. And we don't get that thing that says, and the musical journey continues, like we did for Seasons 1 and 2. Ugh. Regardless, that was Season 3 of Big Time Rush, and here's our character appearance chart. So yeah, Tyler, Guitar Dude, Miss Collins, and yes, even Doc Hollywood had 0 appearances this season. Lightning squeezed in 1 2-second cameo, and Joe has returned, but we have lost many legends along the way. I know I said in part 1 that not many characters disappear without a trace, but I guess my memory is just bad, because we never see Tyler, Freight Train, Miss Collins, or Guitar Dude ever again. But there was one small glimmer of hope, and that is the fact that Doc Hollywood will return in the final season, so get hyped. And now that Season 3 is done, it's time to do the album review of their 3rd studio album, 24/7. This was released while the final season was airing, and again, we'll be taking a look at the deluxe version like the other albums. So without further ado, let's jump into 24/7, released on June 7th, 2013. Our first song is the title track, 24/7, and it's a banger and a half. It's so feel-good and vibey, the lyrics are just about having fun and living life, and that breakdown thing they do in place of the bridge is super catchy. Unfortunately, James is pretty underutilized here, but other than that, I have 0 complaints. There is an official music video on YouTube, and it's kind of just them dancing around and having fun, so nothing special. Two of the co-writers for this one are Kendall and Logan, and we'll have it featured in mid-season 4, but no entire episode dedicated to it. Alright, let's move on to track number 2, Like Nobody's Around. It's another feel-good song with some very impressive vocals. I especially like the pre-chorus that Carlos and Logan sing because they're able to hit some really high notes with a lot of power. There's a short music video that's accompanied with an early season 4 episode and has them dressing up in lots of different costumes and in front of different backgrounds and stuff. I assumed these were references to some other boy bands, and when I looked it up on the wiki page, it confirmed this, but the songs it lists don't seem to have similar music videos from what I could tell. Or maybe I'm just blind, but I didn't find anything in my excruciating 5-minute internet search. Anyway, song 3 is titled Get Up, co-written by Kendall and Logan. It has this kind of strange keyboard electronic sound for its main hook, but it fits surprisingly well with the acoustic guitar and drums in the verse. The chorus also hits really hard, and the call and response lines are a ton of fun to listen to. My only issue is there's no bridge, and it repeats the chorus one too many times for my liking, but I still really enjoy this one overall. No music video, but it will be featured shortly in the show's very last episode, which is kinda neat. Also, this comment is so based, I hope this inspires you guys. Our fourth song is Song for You, which features a rap by Carmen. I really like this one. Its lyrics are nothing too special, but the melodies and instrumentals are so well made, and that's what the main focus is here. And yes, you know I do not like rap if you watched part 1, as pointed out by the many, many comments, but this is probably the best rap in any BTR song. It does a good job building up the music in the background while it's happening, and it sounds like she does basically the whole second half in one breath, which is very impressive. Logan doesn't have a whole lot in this song, but the other three are able to shine very well. No music video, but does have a moment in Season 4. Also, I'm not sure if this was meant to be a pun, but it's the 4th song in the album, and it's called Song for You, and yeah, that's my personal headcanon. Okay, it's time for track number 5, Run Wild. James Maslow helped write most of this one, and you can definitely tell considering he sings the vast majority of the song. And that is not a bad thing at all, because I would argue this is the song that features him the best out of any BTR track. He takes the lead on the verses and chorus, Kendall provides some background vocals, and Logan and Carlos do a few harmonies, but this is 100% a James song overall. The opening and first verse don't hook you in super well in my opinion, but the chorus slaps so hard that once you get past the beginning of the song, you will listen to the rest, no doubt. No music video or prominent feature in the show, but they do a pretty good job performing this one live, so you should definitely check that out. The 6th song is titled Crazy for You. Not the word you, just the letter. Apparently, this song was originally intended to be on Elevate instead of 24/7, but it got pushed back in favor of CoverGirl. Kendall wrote both songs, and it's pretty easy to tell since it has a completely different feel and a way more acoustic vibe, just like CoverGirl. The arrangement on the album gives some parts a kind of reggae feel, but it's a ton of fun. The big thing I've always noticed about this song is the fact that it has basically an identical chord progression to the Beatles song, Something. If you're not a music person, just bear with me here. They're both in the key of C. We go from a C chord to a C major 7, then to a C dominant 7, and then to an F. If you're into music theory, there's a great video exploring other songs with this progression by David Bennett. No relation. Anyway, I digress. Carlos and Kendall have the most prominent vocals in this song, with Logan and James having some spots to shine here and there. We'll get a music video in late Season 4 for this one, but it doesn't get much attention other than that. Definitely the most unique sounding song on the album, and in a good way. You will not see many 2010 boy bands using that kind of chord progression in a pop song. And now let's move on to track 7, Picture This. Carlos is the one singing lead on most of this one, and I'm sorry, but some of the lyrics are kind of cringe. The one line that makes me laugh every time is when it says, arcade playing games, you can win it all. Like, if you can win it all by playing arcade games, you need a new life, bud. But the first verse is really the only part that doesn't have good lyrics. The chorus and beyond are all very solid. We'll hear this one briefly in Season 4, but no music video or anything. Song number 8 is titled Confetti Falling, and all 4 members helped write this one. And it's a great one overall. The melodies are really catchy, and is 4 minutes in length, the longest song on the album. It's not super upbeat, but also very danceable, and all 4 of the guys do some great lead and harmonies. This will be featured in not 1, but 2 Season 4 episodes with music videos to go with each, so we'll talk about those when we get there. Alright, let's move on to track number 9, Amazing. This is another James heavy one, and yeah, he helped write this one too. The verses aren't anything special, but the chorus slaps super hard, and Logan's bridge is really well done. The lyrics are kind of generic, but the melodies more than make up for it. This is also the only song on the album to not be featured in the show in any capacity, nor does it have a music video. But the live performance they did at Madison Square Garden is amazing. pun intended. That's really all I have to say about this one, so let's move on to song number 10, We Are. Co-written by Kendall and Logan, this song is easily a top 5 BTR song for me. It's perfect. James takes the opening line, followed by Kendall hitting a very impressive high note. Also, the fact that he hits it in the first verse with his falsetto, and then in the second verse he does it in full voice is actually crazy. It's kind of in that category of the motivational songs that they do, but this one has much more of a sentimental and reflecting kind of feel to it. The piano riff, the delayed guitar and synthesizers, followed by the great pre-chorus build-up from Carlos, and then the epic drums kicking in for the chorus all contribute to getting the feels here. And the song will unironically get fans of the show emotional, considering its role in its dedicated Season 4 episode. But we'll get to that when we get to that. The music video it has is the same one from the show, so we'll talk about it when that episode comes up, but overall, yeah, one of the best BTR songs, no doubt. It's a perfect song to end the album, but we still have 5 more songs to go since we're listening to the deluxe edition, and this is kind of where I start to tune out of the album. Nothing bad, but it's so hard to follow up from We Are. In any case, track 11 is Love Me Again, and this one has a very interesting backstory. So the song wasn't officially released until June of 2013, but while Big Time Rush was touring in Brazil in April of the same year, Carlos Penavega posted a video on his YouTube channel of them dancing and singing along to this song. As far as I can tell, the general public had no knowledge of this song's existence at this point, and from reading the description of the video, it seems like Carlos meant to make it unlisted or private, at least until the album came out. But the video was public, and it still is to this day. So yeah, Carlos accidentally leaked the song online 2 months before it was supposed to be released. And then, 2 days after posting the video, he tweeted out the simple word, oops. Good job, dude. But the track is just part of the video, so there's quite a bit of background noise and talking over the song. I'm very glad I never knew this growing up because the video has some questionable parts to it, especially coming from Logan. But it doesn't end there either, because if you listen to this original version and the officially released song, the lyrics have been significantly changed. The official song's chorus goes, "Baby, no I never should have let you go, so my heart is coming back for more. I want to hold you like I did before, so baby take my hand, I'ma make you love me again." But this original song's chorus goes, "Baby, when the night is done, I'll let you go, but I promise you'll be back for more. I want to touch you like I did before, so baby take my hand, I'ma make you love me again." So yeah, the original is a lot more perverted and sexual, whereas the actual song is just about losing a partner and wanting them back. This was 100% because they were still owned by Nickelodeon and they wanted it to be more kid-friendly, which I understand, and honestly, I think the official song has better lyrics anyway. It's just so jarring hearing this earlier BTR song have such a sexual undertone, and in the context of the album, it also makes zero sense. But anyway, to the song itself, I really like it. Logan has the most standout vocals in my opinion, and I really like the guitar parts featured here. Solid track overall, but wow, hearing what the song originally was intended to be is an experience and a half. Track number 12 is titled Just Getting Started, which is ironic considering it's one of the last songs on the album, but okay. I have almost nothing to say about this one. No music video, no appearance in the show since it's part of the deluxe version of the album, and the song itself is just okay. Logan and Kendall co-wrote it, but the lyrics and melodies are just super forgettable. It kind of reminds me of the song Oh Yeah from their first album, where it's just a bunch of words that mean nothing, but at least that song had a super fun episode dedicated to it. This one just kinda exists. But our 13th song is a great one, Untouchable. This was also co-written by Kendall and Logan, but all 4 of them shine equally in terms of vocals in my opinion. The verses aren't too exciting, but the chorus hits super hard, and Kendall hits some amazing high notes on the bridge. Some of the cheesy 2010 boy band production things are in there, but I don't think it detracts from the song very much at all. This one doesn't have a music video, but is the only deluxe track to be featured in the show, which will be towards the end of Season 4 very briefly. I'd say most of the deluxe tracks are kind of underwhelming, but this one is easily my favorite. Track 14 is called Lost in Love and was partially written by Carlos. I don't love this one overall, but the lyrics are decent. The melodies don't stand out a ton to me, but we do get a rap by Jake Miller in place of a bridge. And I know you know, no pun intended, that I do not like rap, but trying to ignore that bias, I still think this is the worst rap in any BTR song. No disrespect to Jake Miller, but these lyrics are all just different plays on the phrase Lost in Love, and I can't help but giggle every time I read the opening line. Call the FBI, call the CIA, 'cause I'm lost in love, I'm MIA. And then one of the lines says, give you a star, I ain't talking about Ringo. Like he literally said Ringo, as in Ringo Starr from the Beatles, just to rhyme with the previous line. Don't get me wrong, that's clever, but does it make good lyrics? Not really. And hey, the lyrics for the entire song are very generic, so I'm almost positive Miller was just working with what he had. I'm sure he can write good lyrics when he's actually given a song that can allow some creativity. So yeah, not my favorite song. Not bad, but not great. And now we have reached our final song, number 15, Na Na Na. That's literally the title. And if the title doesn't underwhelm you, just listen to the actual song. Again, not bad, but wow, it gets boring pretty quickly. It's only 3 minutes long, but it feels super long and dragged out, and the amount of times the na 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 hook is played kind of gets under my skin. Now, listening to this track alone is not a very good experience, but it's one of those songs that works so much better live when the audience is part of it. For example, a song like We Will Rock You is not the most exciting thing to listen to on the radio, but if you're in a stadium with thousands or even just hundreds of people clapping and stomping along to it, you get a whole new feeling from it, and I feel like this song is in the same category. It kind of also reminds me of the ending of Hey Jude that repeats for like 5 minutes over and over, and I almost always end up skipping the song once I get to that part. But when I saw Paul McCartney live in concert and the same thing happened, I didn't get bored because we were all singing along and he was engaging with the crowd and stuff. So yeah, this is definitely a song you're gonna have the best experience in person, and after watching a video of them performing it live, my theory has been confirmed. They're moving with the crowd and having them sing the na 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 hook, and everyone is having a great time. So yeah, for its intended purpose, it's great, but not very good just listening to it alone at home like I did. And that was the last track. Let's rank the songs. From worst to best, I'd go Na Na Na, Lost in Love, Picture This, Just Getting Started, Get Up, Amazing, Love Me Again, Like Nobody's Around, Untouchable, Run Wild, Confetti Falling, Crazy for You, Song for You, 24/7, and We Are. Also, this is by far their best album cover. No weird edited poses, just a cool neon sign and them standing against a wall.
And that's my album review of 24/7. I would give it a 10 out of 10 because James has great hair.
So the really cool thing about this album is all of the songs, with the exception of Untouchable and Song for You, were written or co-written by one or more members of Big Time Rush, which I love. The thing that makes BTR so special is that they weren't a show first and a band second. Their musical aspect was just as important and high quality, even at the show's prime. I just love how Nickelodeon not only found 4 guys who could write great music together, but also let them do it freely for their songs when that wasn't even their main goal with the band. Rare Nickelodeon W. And we have hit a milestone with this album, since it was the last bit of music they released before their indefinite hiatus in 2014. Obviously that didn't last forever, but for a long time this was considered the finale to BTR. And honestly, I would have been perfectly content with this being the end of their music careers together. That's not to say I'm unhappy that they returned or that I don't like their new music, but they 100% could have been done here and I wouldn't feel like I'd missed out on what could have been. That being said, I love their new music and I'm so happy they're back, so this is more of an end to this era of BTR, since their music from here on out will go in a much, much different direction, and we'll see that once we get to our final album review. But rambling aside, before we talk about the final season of the show, you know what time it is. Intermission.
So, since Joe is back in the picture, I want to take this intermission to discuss her actress, Katelyn Tarver.
As you know, she left the show mid-season 2 because she was going on tour temporarily, and it's unclear whether her return in season 3 was originally supposed to be permanent or not, but she's back for good now. But something you may not know is that she has her own music career and has been releasing songs pretty consistently since 2018. But this year is particularly special for her career since she just released her very first album titled Quitter. It has 11 different songs, so I think it would be fitting to do an album review. I know I just did an album review of 24/7, but I promise you there's more to this intermission because, yeah, I saw her live. She just happened to be doing a show like 5 minutes from where I live, and it was in the midst of writing stuff for this video, so the timing could not have been more perfect. So what I'm going to do is share my experience at the show, talk about the songs from the album and their live versions, and my experience seeing a member of the BTR cast in the flesh.
Okay, to start off, I just want to talk about the day of the show in general because it almost didn't happen. There was an awful thunderstorm the entire day, and Katelyn kept posting on her Instagram story stuff like, "Hey, it might get canceled, I'll keep you posted," and it made me so nervous. Like, the stars literally aligned for me getting content in this video, so I would have been so upset if it didn't happen because of a drizzle. And here's the thing, the rain already kind of ruined my day. So I live in an apartment and we need to use like key fobs to get in and out of the buildings, and it's all connected in this giant parking garage, and mine stopped working. And that's like not the end of the world because I could just go to the front desk and get a new one, and that's exactly what I did. And then I found out that the office was closing early because of the rain, and so I had like 2 minutes to get there. So I went in a hurry, and I was like, shoot, so I don't have time to put on my shoes. I didn't grab my phone, like I just ran for it. So I can't take the elevator directly down because I have to cut across the parking garage because it's in a different building. So I go there, and then I realize I need to use the key fob to get into that next building anyway, and it's not working obviously, so I'm like, shoot, I don't know what to do now. So my key is broken, and now I'm also trapped out of my apartment because I need a key fob to get anywhere. So I'm just stuck in the parking garage. So my next idea was I'll just go down the parking garage through the guest parking exit and then cut around, go into the main building where the main entrance is, where like the public can enter, like when they're leasing apartments and stuff. But to do this, I had to run outside in the dumping rain. And like I said earlier, I had no shoes because I didn't have time to put them on. So I'm in socks. I take them off thinking it'd be a little less uncomfortable to run in barefoot than with wet socks. So I do that. I run around the whole building. It was like maybe like a 20 feet run. I am drenched, like just completely soaked. Like I could wring out my shirt and it would just drop water. I get to the front door and it's locked. So now I'm stuck outside in the rain, getting absolutely drenched, no way to get into my apartment, and I don't have a phone to call anyone to let me in, and my key fob is broken. But then I remembered the mailroom, which is in a separate building, was being worked on, and it has an entrance to the main building with the elevator. So I was able to go through that because they were working on the lock, so I didn't need to use a key fob to get into that specific spot. So I run in, I'm running through, like, ready to find someone to borrow their phone or whatever, and I forgot I'm in bare feet, and the floor is soaked, and I trip and fall and eat it so hard on the concrete floor. And the last time I felt like that, my hip was broken. So it was a little traumatic. But I was okay. I got up, and then, thank the Lord, there was a stranger in the lobby, and I borrow their phone, I call my sister to let me back into the building, and I make it. I have never had so many unlucky things happen to me back to back like this. Like, this is something straight out of Diary of a Wimpy Kid. I only tell you this because it was the day of Katelyn's show and it might make you laugh, so you're welcome. So, embarrassing story aside, the rain did not end up getting the concert canceled, so silver lining. So I was initially really frustrated that I forgot to bring my tree hat. Like, I didn't even think about it. In hindsight though, I'm glad I didn't, because I didn't realize how like small that venue was and how much I would have stood out, and that would have been like the worst thing to possibly do in that scenario. So we got to the venue right when the doors opened because I'd never been there and I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know how big it was. I didn't know if there was a line. And I was surprised at like how small it was and how few people were there. But it makes sense because she only announced that show like, I don't know, maybe a month before. And it's not like her fans are, Swifties who will go across the ocean to see her, so I get it. And there were also no chairs or assigned seats, so we just kind of stood near the stage and waited for it to start. So since we got there so early, we were like right up front by the stage, and there's a little curtain like kind of to backstage where she would enter and come onto the stage. And like 20 minutes before the show started, everyone was kind of just on their phones, like not doing anything. I just happened to be off of mine for a second, and I look up and Katelyn is like peeking through the curtain, looking out to the crowd. And I waved at her and we made eye contact for like half a second, and then she like shut it. So that was a little weird. She also walked right past us, like through the crowd to go to the bathroom or something, like right before the show started. And I was the only one who noticed her. Like I waved her down and she said hi and stuff. And then like, that was it. Like no one said anything else. Everyone else was just on their phones. Okay, I saw Katelyn walk over there somewhere, and I waved, and she waved back, so I'm basically famous now.
But she eventually came on stage, and that's when I realized it was just her. There was a keyboard and an acoustic guitar for her to switch between, and that was it. She explained that this was her first solo show where she was the only one playing an instrument and singing, which takes guts to do, so bravo, Katelyn. The show consisted of her just playing her album from beginning to end, so let's talk about it. She started off with the title track, Quitter. So I do want to preface that I'm not at all in the target demographic for her music. It definitely appeals more to the female audience and not a 19-year-old dude who watches Big Time Rush for fun, so take my opinions with a grain of salt. That being said, even though these songs aren't really my thing at all, they're written really well, and I never knew how good of a singing voice Katelyn had. This song, and the entire album for that matter, are more somber and emotional, which I guess I should have expected going in, but I'm so used to going to rock and roll shows, so it was a bit jarring. But Quitter is a good song, and it worked well with just guitar and vocals. For the second song, she moved over to the piano and played What Makes a Life Good. I do prefer the album version with all the synthesizer and keyboard sounds, but again, you can't really expect that when it's just one person. The third song is called Starting to Scare Me, and she moved back to the guitar for this one. This is one of 2 songs on the album that has a music video, and it's pretty generic but well made, and this shot of her dropping a glass onto the countertop makes me cringe a little bit because I would be so scared of cutting myself. What is up with the BTR cast and dropping glasses on their limbs? Anyway, this one has some great melodies and lyrics, but it does kind of blend in with the other songs.
Okay, so at this point, I forget the context, but she said something about how April Fool's Day had just passed and how she hates pranks, and I couldn't help myself, so I said something. When she finished, there were like a few seconds of awkward silence for whatever reason, and like, you know, she had just said she hated pranks, and I kind of like, I didn't say it that loudly, but I said it probably louder than I should have. I was like, but that was the best episode. And then she looked over at me and is like, what are you talking about? So I was referring to the episode Big Time Pranks from the show, and I explained that, and she was like, oh, looks like we have a Big Time Rush fan in the room, and the way she said it made me feel so bad, because, like, it seemed like she was so disappointed that there was someone there, like, because of Joe from Big Time Rush and not because of her, which is true, like, that's why I was there, but I stayed for the music, okay? Like, I was thoroughly impressed. So yeah, if Katelyn, you ever see this video for whatever reason, I'm sorry I blurted that out, but you're a great sport, so thank you.
Anyway, the song Ignorance is Bliss is the 4th track, and it's very strange hearing one of my childhood heroes swear, because this song says the female dog word in the chorus. And then she sang her song Parallel Universe and Japanese Cafe back to back. The latter one is important because it's what her merch for the show was based on, and it has lyrics to it written all over the shirt, and yeah, I bought one. Also, those X's on my hand were not for show. Security marked me with them to tell the workers there that I was under 21 and couldn't be served alcohol. After this song, she performed Cinematic and then did a little change of pace. She brought up Will Anderson on stage, who you might know from the band Parachute. So I didn't know this until that night, but the 2 of them have their own little music group together called Reeves and have been writing and releasing stuff in recent years. So Will played guitar and the 2 of them sang their song Never Was, which they released in 2021. They harmonized really well together, and my boy Will had like a broken ankle or something because he was in a boot, so nice job pushing through. So after Will got off stage, Katelyn moved back to the piano and played Revisionist History and Just a Person. Then she played Friend Like You, which had a decently unique feel to it compared to the rest of the album. I like the more upbeat guitar and happy lyrics. But the final song she played is called One Without the Other, and it was 100% my favorite song of the night. This one was on the keyboard, and the eerie piano and melodies at the beginning were really surprising, but in a good way. The chord progression is also really interesting, and I think the song works just as well solo as it does on the album. It is on the shorter side, being only about 2.5 minutes, but it was a great one to end on in my opinion. And that was the entire show. I don't feel like I really could rank these songs because it's not my cup of tea, but I can comfortably say that my top 3 are Quitter, Japanese Cafe, and One Without the Other.
So at that point, I was like, cool, I got to like see her live, listen to her music, I got some stuff to talk about for my next video. But then she said like, oh, I'll be hanging out at the merch table for a while after the show. And I was like, I have to talk to her. Like, I gotta interview her for this video. So I seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation with her. She signed my CD, said hi, you know, we talked for a second, and she even agreed to say hi to you guys. So here you go.
Hi, it's Katelyn Tarver. I play Joe on Big Time Rush, and he just told me to say hi.
And we even got a picture together. Please excuse how long and crazy my hair was. I was long overdue for a haircut, and I am right now. I know. Thank you so much, Katelyn, for not only putting on a great show, but for agreeing to be part of this video. So please check out her album Quitter. It's on all of the major streaming services, and it's definitely worth a listen, especially if you like BTR. Alright, we have another album review and intermission out of the way, so let's jump into Big Time Rush's final season, Season 4. We only have 12 episodes here, but since it's the last one, there will be quite a bit to talk about. So let's jump right to it. Season 4, Episode 1, Big Time Invasion, premiered on May 2nd, 2013, which is exactly 11 years from when I'm writing this, wow. We start out with Carlos and James taking cover in Rock Records as they are having a spitball fight with Kendall and Logan. Also, something I want to point out is the poster in the background, which is promoting Big Time Rush's third studio album and a US summer tour coming soon, is kind of the only overarching storyline for the whole season. Then Logan mentions how he has cooler hair now, yet it looks exactly the same as it did in Season 3. James has cooler hair, and by that I mean he doesn't have the Bieber cut any longer, but Kendall still has yet to let that go. Carlos then rushes out to attack with spitballs, but defies the laws of physics and barges into Gustavo's office. But he and Kelly are stunned by what they're seeing on the TV, where it's stated that British boy bands such as One Direction and The Wanted are essentially invading the US with their new tours, which will surely leave an American boy band like Big Time Rush in the dust. And I just want to point out how poorly this has aged, since Big Time Rush is the only boy band out of those three that are still touring and releasing music in 2024, so take that. The dogs come to the apartment where Mrs. Knight is cringe and gives me legitimate secondhand embarrassment.
Make it count, play it straight, don't look back, don't hesitate. When you go big time.
James points out how they're not even on the cover of Pop Tiger anymore, and they wonder how this all happened so fast. Then Katie walks in and says it's all because of Simon Cowell, since he manages all of the big British boy bands with a company to back him up, while Gustavo does everything all on his own. It's so weird to me how this episode is just casually name-dropping all of these real celebrities and bands for the main conflict of the episode. Like, the closest thing we've had to this before was the Jordan Sparks episode in Season 1, but she's not nearly as popular as One Direction and Simon Cowell were in 2013. So James decides that Big Time Rush needs a new manager and asks Katie to fill that position, but she tells them she's leaving to go find some girls her age around the Palmwoods. Logan sides with James, but Carlos and Kendall don't think a new manager is necessary, so they all head to Rock Records to ask Gustavo what his plan is. And in doing so, they blow off Joe and Camille. Also, can we talk about how often they'll either leave their apartment door open for random people to walk in, or their friends will just come in unannounced? It's so distracting. So at Rock Records, Gustavo shows them the battle plan, but they quickly realize they'll be surrounded by the British boy band soon, and that's when Griffin walks in.
Are you here to help us or make us feel bad?
Yes.
He tells them it's time to surrender and hands them white flags to wave while he looks for something other than a boy band to make him money again. Yeah, do you remember how in the Season 1 finale, Griffin promised never to do something like this to BTR again? Neither does he. James and Logan suggest a new manager, and Gustavo quits out of rage. Meanwhile, at the Palmwoods, Buddha Bob asks Katie if she wants to help him get rid of a wasp nest with him, but she says she needs to find friends that are girls and her age and sends him away. Okay, this is the third episode with this exact Katie conflict. Big Time Bad Boy in Season 1 and Big Time Girl Group in Season 2 both had Katie trying to find a friend her age, and yet the show pretends like this is a new thing for her. Anyway, she waits in the lobby for a little bit, but only sees grown-up dudes in suits coming in, so she asks Bitters what's going on. He tells her that he's turning the Palmwoods into a business residence, meaning Katie will meet no new girls her age anytime soon. She quickly gets annoyed when the businessmen are all around her, basically acting like zombies, and she goes to Buddha Bob for assistance. We cut back to the dogs, who are meeting with Alan Sharp, who apparently managed NSYNC and the Backstreet Boys, but he's kind of a nut. But he does know what he's doing, and offers to be their new manager if they want. Carlos and Kendall are sold on him, but James and Logan are not so sure. And that's when Mitchell Gold pulls up, promising them sports cars, a sold-out summer tour, and $1 million advance on their next album. James and Logan want him, but Kendall and Carlos still want Sharp. They head back to the apartment where Mrs. Knight does the thing again.
Wanna be famous.
You have to suffer with me. They start arguing over who to pick again, and they storm out together, once again ignoring Camille and Joe wanting to hang out with them. Meanwhile, Katie and Buddha Bob plan to throw dodgeballs at one of the businessmen to drive him out. It doesn't work. After many failed attempts, they resort to killing the Palmwoods internet since the businessmen are constantly on their phones, and it actually works and they all leave. But this still doesn't resolve the problem that Katie has no girlfriends, so Buddha Bob and her just decide to be friends. Okay. We cut back to the dogs, where they apparently have each signed with their different managers, so Kendall and Carlos go on a talk show without Logan and James, so they naturally fire spitballs at them. Then James and Logan go to record a song with their manager, and Carlos and Kendall return the favor. They do this back and forth a few more times before both managers get super angry and scold them, to which they fire them and shoot more spitballs. I like how they antagonize the managers when it's 100% the dogs' fault, but that's BTR for you. And then Gustavo and Kelly walk up and are rehired, and the 6 of them come up with a plan to stop the British invasion.
Make it count, play it straight, don't look back, don't hesitate.
That was the last time, I promise. So yeah, they're all hanging out at the apartment, and Mrs. Knight suggests that they just be themselves and make their music like nobody's around. Can you see where this is going? Yeah, their solution was to just make a new song and not care what everyone else thinks, which is admirable, but this would only be a resolution in fictional television. They sing Like Nobody's Around with the music video we talked about in the 24/7 album review, and it makes sense now why they're dressing up in homage to all of these classic boy band videos. Griffin likes the song and tells them they're safe to just keep doing their thing, and Gustavo is able to book some more tour dates for the band. The episode ends with Buddha Bob, the dogs, Joe, and Camille trying to help Katie find a boyfriend. The end. This episode had a super interesting conflict, but they literally resolved it just by writing a new song, which is kinda lame. I get that they don't want the status quo to change this late in the series, but they still could have come up with a more creative resolution. Alright, now it's time to talk about one of the only actual important episodes of the season. Season 4, Episode 2, Big Time Scandal. It opens with Gustavo giving the dogs a speech at Rock Records, telling them to avoid bad press and scandalous photo ops as the bad boy competition gets more intense.
Like that! What? We can't go jogging anymore?
I'm competing against this!
James suggests getting good press by him dating Taylor Swift, but Gustavo immediately shuts the idea down. He explains that getting swifted is the worst possible thing that could happen to the band right now. And if you don't know what being swifted is, it's when you date Taylor Swift, mess up, she writes a song about you, and the whole world hates your guts. But then Kelly barges in, showing off Lucy Stone's new CD. Haven't heard that name in a while. She reveals that Lucy has a new hit single titled You Dumped Me for Her, obviously about Kendall picking Joe over her in mid-season 3. So Kendall has been swifted, or I guess in this case, stoned, but don't say that out loud. They briefly listen to some of the lyrics, and the 5 seconds we hear of this song is better than anything Taylor Swift puts out nowadays. Fight me. Kendall explains that the song is an over-exaggeration and that the things talked about didn't happen that way, but Logan tells him it doesn't matter what really happened. People believe what they're told. So James and Kendall plan to find Lucy to make sure the song isn't about him, and we learn that James is still in love with her. Yeah, this is James's big arc in this season. He really wants to go out with Lucy. They all head out and leave the studio, but they see there's a huge swarm of news people right outside waiting to report something. So James and Kendall take the back door while the rest of them distract the press. Logan and Carlos make a subtle escape while Kelly and Gustavo talk to the cameras, but Carlos sees an old lady on a bench with a bee in her hair and tries to help out. So he slaps the bee away, but the press is able to take some photos where it looks like he was slapping the old lady, and they conclude that Carlos is an even bigger jerkface than Kendall. Kendall and James, meanwhile, go to the Palmwoods so that Kendall can make sure Joe knows the lyrics that speak unfavorably about her aren't true. Joe is mad at Lucy too, so they leave to confront her and leave James behind, since he's too obsessed with wanting to make out with Lucy. Sorry, dude. He heads to the apartment and asks Katie for her help to get some good press to combat the bad press. She suggests recording a song with Cher Lloyd, who's having a session nearby, but James says he accidentally blew up her car not too long ago, so she would never let that happen. But Katie says it doesn't need to actually happen. The public just needs to think it happened. So they sneak into her session, and James stands behind her while Katie takes a picture of them together to post online. It works, but Cher Lloyd comes to their apartment furious with James and chases after him. Meanwhile, Joe and Kendall are at Colossal Studios where Lucy is about to film her music video and is picking out a guy to play the bad boy who dumped her.
By the way, these guys look nothing like me.
Kendall, there's Lucy. Now's your chance.
They talk to her in private, and Lucy tells them the song is about Kendall, but says she won't tell the press this, saving the dogs from getting swifted. But as they leave, Kendall can't help but tell her that the song isn't accurate, since he and Lucy were never officially dating. It was really just a half date.
Yeah, well, there's no rhyme for half a date.
Have to wait. Boom.
Okay. Rhyme this. See you at my press conference where I tell the entire world that the song is about you and that you're a total jerkface.
Bruh. Back at Rock Records, Gustavo calls the press to come back so he can explain that the whole old lady slapping was a big misunderstanding, but Carlos sees another old lady struggling to pick up her purse. Kelly and Gustavo restrain him while Logan goes to help, but she loses balance and they go back and forth a little bit, making it look like he was trying to steal the purse, and yeah, the press caught it on video. Everyone meets back up at the studio, and Gustavo demands that Kendall fix the scandal with Lucy before the press conference tonight, while he and Kelly fix the grainy scandals done by Carlos and Logan. Cher Lloyd then tries to break in to catch James, and they all leave through the secret passage. James goes all the way to the Palmwoods, but is still caught by Cher. But she's not that mad, and just informs him that she's telling the press there's no real duet between them and that they were just messing around for the cameras. But Katie suggests that they crash her music video that's being filmed today, and they once again scheme. Back at Rock Records, their new idea is to dress Gustavo up as an old lady and have Logan and Carlos help walk him across the street while Kelly films it, hopefully giving them some good press. But then he gets hit by a bus. And at the Palmwoods, Kendall and Joe ask around for help, but Buddha Bob, Jet, and Camille are not good at making plans. That is until Buddha Bob suggests that he Kanye's her. What? Apparently Kanye avoided getting swifted by not letting her talk on stage, so that's what they plan to do at the press conference. Okay, I couldn't find anything about this online, so I'm 99% sure they're just using celebrity names and making stuff up. Anyway, the 5 of them get into costume to sneak into the press conference, and we get a music video for Picture This from 24/7. During the song, we also get a montage of Logan and Carlos trying to get a good video of them helping Gustavo, and James trying to sneakily be in Cher Lloyd's music video. And Gustavo falls down a manhole and gets hit by a bus again. Ouch. After many failures, they realize the security cameras outside of Rock Records might actually have captured the correct angles of the fake scandals from earlier, and they're right. So they send the footage to the press and clear their names, but Kendall's scandal has still not been resolved. Meanwhile, at the Palmwoods, Cher catches James one last time, but explains how the video with James actually blew up online and that she's not mad anymore. Yay. So now we're finally at the press conference, and Lucy walks on stage. She starts taking questions, and everyone in disguise tries to stall her.
I have a question. Can you see me when I do this? Because I can't see you.
Buddha Bob accidentally blows their cover though, and Lucy realizes that Kendall is in the audience too. She's about to reveal him, but the rest of the dogs jump out and plead with her, and she realizes she doesn't want to hurt her friends and says the song is not about Kendall, and BTR has safely avoided all of their scandals. But we get one last twist in the final scene, and it is that Lucy is moving back to the Palmwoods. Ooh. You've probably noticed that I always take a liking to the more drama-based episodes, and this is no exception. I'm glad they finally acknowledged the whole big-time decision fiasco from Lucy's point of view, since we haven't seen her since she initially moved out of the Palmwoods after Kendall chose Joe. And it doesn't take itself too seriously. The side stories with James, Logan, and Carlos are actually pretty funny, and they somehow incorporated one of their songs pretty naturally into the episode's third act, despite not being an episode about a song they're recording. So yeah, one of the best Season 4 episodes, no doubt. And this next episode is a direct continuation of the last one. Season 4, Episode 3, Big Time Lies. It opens with Kendall in the apartment, with Logan, Carlos, and James on walkie-talkies around the Palmwoods to find out which apartment is Lucy's so that he can avoid her. Mrs. Knight tells him he and Joe just need to deal with it and that they can't avoid her forever, but Kendall vows to make sure he never has to talk to her again so that she can't come between them. He leaves to meet up with Joe, and it turns out Lucy moved into the apartment right in between them. Welp. They're all hanging out at the pool, and Joe says she's not upset that Lucy lives there now, and then she approaches the gang. Carlos, not so passive-aggressively, asks why she moved back, and Lucy explains that her album is about doing what makes you happy and being strong, and that's why she's back, not to start any drama. And then James immediately tries to make a move on her, which she promptly rejects. Joe and Kendall don't want things to be awkward, so they try to ignore their concerns, but it's pretty clear that they're both uncomfortable, which Logan points out. Meanwhile, James and Carlos head to Rock Records, where they do some soda bowling while they wait for Gustavo. He and Kelly walk by right before he's about to take a shot, and they tell him to stop, but as soon as they walk away, of course he ignores their command. He says if he makes this strike, that means Lucy will go out with him very soon, and he completely misses, and the soda rolls right into Gustavo's office.
Don't worry, it's not a problem as long as the soda doesn't.
Now everything is completely trashed inside, and they freak out. Back at the Palmwoods, Katie, Logan, and Mrs. Knight are in the apartment, and Logan is fake coughing because he's preparing to lie to Camille. She wants to go to a 4-hour shadow acting play, and he doesn't, so he lies about being sick and says he can't go.
Well, bye.
The only place you're going is to Dock Hollywood, right now.
What? No.
At the pool, Kendall and Joe are trying to listen to the radio, but the only thing on is Lucy's song, so he throws it in the pool and leaves to get his MP3 player. On the way, he runs into Buddha Bob, who's welding, and as soon as he gets in the elevator, Lucy is also there. She tries to trap him and make a move on him, but he escapes. Uh-oh. Kendall makes it to the apartment and asks advice from his mom and sister, and Mrs. Knight says he should tell Joe what happened, but Katie says he should just wait it out until it blows over. He goes with Katie's advice and heads back to the pool, but Lucy catches him in the elevator again. bruh. She leans in for a kiss, but thankfully the elevator door opens just in time and she stops, except Joe is on the other side. Lucy walks away and Joe asks if something happened, and we get one of those cartoony angel on one shoulder, devil on the other bits, except the angel is Mrs. Knight and the devil is Katie, and they're wearing the colors to match it. Kendall ultimately decides to lie and say nothing happened, and just then Buddha Bob lights his pants on fire with his welding torch. Back at Rock Records, Carlos and James can't fix their mess, so they decide they need to tell Gustavo the truth. Just kidding, they tie themselves up and pretend they've been robbed. They call the police, and hey, it's the guy from Big Time Superheroes in Season 2. He asks Carlos and James for a description of the robber, and they panic and say it was a cowboy pirate. Carlos feels guilty about lying, but James reassures him, saying they're never gonna actually find a cowboy pirate.
Okay, so which one is it?
They ask him to identify which cowboy pirate should be taken into custody, and they panic once again and choose cowboy pirate number 2. We then cut to Camille, who has taken Logan to see Doc Hollywood. Woo! He's making balloon animals like a legend, but Camille says Logan needs help, so he goes into the exam room. Doc Hollywood immediately knows he's lying, but Logan asks if he can just go along with it and lie too, so that he doesn't have to go to the play.
You want me to lie? But I could lose my medical license. Again!
So he tells Camille it's serious and is going to take a while to run some tests, but that concerns Camille and she says she's not going anywhere until Logan feels better. Oops. We cut back to Kendall, who is soaking wet since he jumped in the pool to put himself out, and Mrs. Knight says to stop lying. But Katie says to still not tell Joe and to just not leave her side, since Lucy won't flirt with him while Joe is around. So he trails super closely behind her, but then she goes to the bathroom and Lucy walks up. She once again tries to make multiple moves on him, but walks away soon after, and Joe thinks she overheard Lucy, and Kendall lies to her again, and his pants catch on fire again. While all of this is happening, Logan convinces Doc Hollywood to tell Camille some fake test results, and he kind of blows it.
Logan is suffering from low hair pressure, painful rashes, and skin failure. So, I'm prescribing him to stay for however long this play thing is.
But Camille is seemingly unaware still, and says he just described an extremely contagious illness that was exposed to Doc Hollywood as well, since he was in an enclosed space with Logan for a half hour, so they both have to be quarantined. Camille says the alternative is they're just lying, but not wanting to admit their guilt, they get in a bubble together. They're stuck there for a while and try to escape when Camille falls asleep, but she teleports and says if they just admit they're lying, she won't break up with Logan or report Doc Hollywood. But then they take each other's temperature and find out they both actually have fevers, so they technically weren't lying. This isn't good enough for Camille, however, and she storms off and says he should have just told her that he didn't want to go. Meanwhile, James and Carlos feel terrible for getting Cowboy Pirate number 2 locked up, and they wonder how they can let him free without admitting they're the ones who broke Gustavo's stuff. So they intentionally break more of Gustavo's stuff and stage a robbery. Kelly and Gustavo call the cops again, and James says they should let Cowboy Pirate number 2 go since it couldn't have been him, but the commissioner starts to suspect it was an inside job. So he arrests Gustavo since his fingerprints were on both crime scenes. That is amazing. This is too much for James and Carlos, so they confess, but the commissioner knew all along and was just messing with them since it's been a slow week for him. Based. Back at the Palmwoods, Kendall is forced to wear his mom's pants since all of his clean ones have been burnt, and he stays in the apartment alone figuring out what to do next. But then Lucy comes down the slide with her guitar, that's creepy, and Joe knocks soon after. Kendall hides her in the slide, and Joe sees Lucy's guitar on the couch and grows suspicious, but he somehow convinces her it's Logan's.
Then why does it say Lucy on it?
That means guitar in Icelandic. It is actually pronounced Lu-ki.
But Joe hits the slide and Lucy falls down and she storms off. Logan and Kendall are doing great with their girlfriends this episode. He tracks her down at Palmwoods Park and confesses that he just was lying to avoid her getting mad, and Joe says that she was lying too, as Lucy coming back did in fact bother her. They both promise to stop lying to each other, and then Lucy walks up and says the same thing. It turns out she didn't actually want Kendall back and was intentionally causing drama to write songs for her new album since she wrote her best one when Kendall chose Joe over her. They forgive her and Joe and Lucy walk away together all buddy-buddy again. Okay? Like, they seem totally cool with it after finding out that Lucy isn't actually into Kendall anymore, but she still intentionally tried to drive a wedge between them for her own personal gain. That's just as messed up. Anyway, the episode ends with Logan and Doc Hollywood going with Camille to the play, which she hates, but the guys love it. The end. This episode is important for two reasons. Number one, it fully resolves the Lucy, Kendall, and Joe love triangle, as they never really talk about this again since Lucy doesn't like Kendall anymore, he and Joe are back together, and now James wants to date her instead. But forget about that. The second reason this episode is important is because this was Doc Hollywood's final appearance. Salute him now. Now, if you remember in part 1, I totally raged about how he doesn't have his own wiki page, even though characters way less prominent than him do, so I was gonna make one myself in honor of his exit from the show. But what I didn't realize is he actually does have a wiki page, in Spanish. Yeah, so the Spanish BTR wiki has a page for Doc Hollywood, and I know Spanish, but I'm determined to make an English one and do what Americans do best, steal ideas that other cultures have already done. So I started this wiki page, and fellow rushers, do your part and complete it. Do it for Doc Hollywood. Gone, but not forgotten. Okay, let's jump into Season 4, Episode 4, Big Time Bonus. It opens with the dogs playing cricket and completely ruining everyone's day at Palmwoods Park. And yeah, I don't think this is how you play cricket. Anyway, the people are furious, but Kendall offers them a snack courtesy of BTR, but they don't have enough money. So the people get even more mad and chase them down. They run to Rock Records and ask Gustavo for more money. Since their concerts have all sold out, their record sales have been extremely high, and they even filmed a foreign commercial recently, and we get a very cursed flashback. Kelly explains that all of their money is in an account that Griffin owns and that they can't access until they're 21. I feel like that's an arbitrary age for a bank account. Like, they're legal adults at 18, but they clearly are already 18, so they came up with a different age to still make them look too young. Anyway, Griffin walks in and says they're too young and irresponsible.
That is not true.
Your hand is stuck in a vase.
But Logan says that Carlos is just stupid and the rest of them are super responsible.
You all have vases on your hands.
Griffin makes a deal, however, and offers them each a $5,000 bonus, saying if they don't waste it all by 5 o'clock tomorrow, he'll consider giving them access to their bank accounts early. And James immediately buys a snake for $1,000, which Mrs. Knight is terrified of. He explains that it's a love investment, as one of Lucy's songs has a lyric that suggests she loves snakes, so he takes it to impress her. Logan leaves to deposit it into the bank so it'll stay safe, while Carlos holds interviews for a personal assistant. Logan walks by the snack stand from the opening and gives him a tip, and sees how happy it makes him, so he also tips a guy playing saxophone outside of the bank. And then he tips the security guy at the entrance of the bank. Okay. He brings it to the teller and asks to keep $100 in singles and deposits the rest. Meanwhile, James knocks on Lucy's door with his snake named Gordon, but Lucy says she hates snakes. She explains that the word snake in her song was just a metaphor for bad boys, and she hates the actual animal, and slams the door in James's face. And then Gordon starts choking him. He sulks at the apartment, and Mrs. Knight says he needs to buy a cage, food, and heat lamp, which sets him back another $1,000. And to make matters worse, Gordon is gone when they return to the apartment, which freaks Mrs. Knight out, and James spots him climbing into a vent, barely escaping. At the pool, Katie has heard the news about the bonus and goes to talk to Kendall, but he's super paranoid that this whole thing is some sort of trap. Katie says Griffin probably wants the dogs to prove they're responsible by bringing him back more money, so she recommends he invests in commodities, and he chooses oranges. She tells him to buy $5,000 worth of Sunsqueeze orange brand stock, but he's an idiot and accidentally buys $5,000 worth of oranges. Bruh. Meanwhile, at Rock Records, Gustavo tells Kelly to call Carlos in to record some vocals for his new bonus track, but he has hired an assistant who says he's too busy today doing rhythmic gymnastics. We then cut to Logan meeting up at the pool with Camille, who just tips everyone there to get what he wants. He quickly gets carried away and goes back to the bank to withdraw the rest of his money in singles. Don't take that out of context. They all meet up at the apartment, and everyone is doing a terrible job at being responsible with their money. Kendall has a boatload of oranges that he can't get a refund on, Carlos is wasting his money on an assistant waking him up and telling him to shower, Logan is out of control tipping everyone, and James,
Please tell me you didn't buy a magic carpet.
Do I look like an idiot?
So the animal control guy was gonna charge $2,500 to find Gordon the snake in the vents, but James is smart and wasn't gonna pay that.
This snake charming outfit and flute was only $500. Now who's irresponsible with money?
So he leaves the apartment to go snake hunting, and Lucy sees him in his amazing getup. We then cut back to Kendall and Katie at the orange truck, like exactly where they were 2 scenes ago. What? So they got the truckload of oranges. The next day, the driver is still there hanging out at the apartment. He leaves, they go back outside, and the truck is still there. That makes sense. Anyway, Katie has the idea to make orange juice to get some profit out of it, and we get a montage of them making the juice, James looking for Gordon, Logan continuing to tip everyone, and Carlos being annoying with his assistant at Rock Records while 24/7 plays. Kendall and Katie only make one glass of orange juice after squeezing oranges for 2 hours, James has no luck getting Gordon back, and Gustavo has lost it with Carlos. And also, Logan runs out of money and everyone leaves him, and Camille walks away giving him just $1. Oops. And also, James calls the guy to get Gordon out of the vents, but has no luck, and James still has to pay him the full $2,500, leaving him with no money either. But Carlos's assistant says he knows of a way to make a ton of money with oranges, but before he can explain it, Carlos runs out of money to pay him, and he quits. So all they have left is $1, and they use it on gummy snacks, only for Logan to rip it open too aggressively and spill them all over the floor. But then Gordon comes back to James, and he sells it to the vent dude for $100, which they give to Carlos's assistant for 1 more hour of work so that he can tell them the secret to getting a ton of money with oranges. He explains that one of his old bosses was obsessed with bathing in orange juice, and that they can easily sell it to them for the entire $20,000 that they lost. They successfully do so, and Griffin is impressed and offers them full access to their bank accounts. And they actually responsibly reject that offer, seeing how close they were to losing so much money in one day, and they head out. Griffin heads out too, saying he just scored on a truckload of oranges and is leaving to bathe in them. Wow. And that's the end of the episode. Kinda mid, not gonna lie. It had some great jokes, but seriously so pointless, other than James trying to impress Lucy and the dogs sort of becoming more responsible, which you know won't last long. Not bad, not great. Let's move on. Season 4, Episode 5 is titled Big Time Cameo, and opens with the dogs hanging out at Rock Records awaiting some big news from Gustavo. They complain about how they have constantly been doing TV cameo after TV cameo and are sick of them, hoping that's not what Gustavo's big news is. But unfortunately, it is another cameo, and some kids barge in and immediately tase them. And hey, we get another variation of the OOOs before the intro plays. It's been a while. Also, have you noticed how jarring it is how they've only used this set until now? Like, this is the 3rd episode it's been in, but it hasn't appeared until Season 4. Later on, they're hanging out at the apartment, and Gustavo calls Kendall trying to book another cameo for a show called Coco.0, and Carlos actually is excited about this one. This is because he has a crush on the main character's actress, but that's not good enough for Kendall to consider another cameo. But everyone else takes Carlos's side, saying that not only do TV sets have great snacks, but Carlos is in love and they should help him out. So Kendall reluctantly agrees and they all head to the studio. They meet the actress Carlos has a crush on, who's named Dara, and wow, he actually ditched the helmet for a girl. But before he can get a word in, Dara's stepmother jumps in and swoops her away to learn her lines. Dara's co-star explains that her stepmom is basically evil and runs her whole career, so the dogs should not get in her way. Kendall jokingly says that Carlos is Prince Charming and needs to kiss his Cinderella to break the evil stepmother's spell, but Carlos takes this literally and drags him away to go find Dara. James and Logan leave to go check out the snack table, and Katie is also here for some reason, without Mrs. Knight. Anyway, she takes Gustavo and Kelly to the writer's room since the script for the episode gives a negative representation of the guys, saying James is self-centered, Carlos is an idiot, Logan is a total nerd, and Kendall is always giving pep talks.
Yeah, who would watch that?
Katie also complains that there's no romance, and the main writer explains that there was a romance aspect, but Dara's stepmother didn't allow it, so they had to rework the script. They all leave for lunch, and Gustavo, Kelly, and Katie stay in the writer's room to change the script themselves. Back on the soundstage, Kendall tells Carlos to ask Dara out, but her stepmother levitates to them before he's able to do so. What the heck? She intimidates the guys and says that she doesn't want Dara dating any celebrity except for Taylor Lautner or Justin Bieber, and since she's also her manager and gets what she wants, she will fire them from the show if she sees them talking to Dara again. Meanwhile, Logan and James have found the snacks, but they're just plants and twigs, so they sneak into another set to steal their snacks instead. They start to help themselves, but then the stars of the show catch them.
You know it's not nice to take things that don't belong to you.
So, Broby, Plex, and Fufa kick them out. Why is Yo Gabba Gabba canonically in the same universe as SpongeBob SquarePants and Big Time Rush? Well, anyway, we cut back to the soundstage where Carlos is hiding under a table with gelatin on top to talk to Dara, and this joke is actually kind of clever. It wiggles whenever he talks, so it looks like this girl is just having a conversation with Jello. Yeah, I know, I'm 5 years old. The Wicked Witch realizes what's going on though, and instructs everyone but Carlos and Kendall to leave the set while she makes a post to social media on Dara's behalf. She writes a post about how awful BTR is being to Dara, wanting to ruin their careers, but Dara interjects and promises to never speak to Carlos again if she doesn't make that post. The Beast accepts the offer, but Carlos wants an idea for the next plan.
What's your next move? I'll tell you what the next move is. I'm gonna kick your...
That red light means that Yo Gabba Gabba is shooting, so James and Logan sneak back in to get some food while they're distracted, but they take too long and the Gabbas are back. They call security on them, and Broby gives this really creepy frown, and they get kicked out yet again. So their next idea is to try and convince security that Big Time Rush is doing a Yo Gabba Gabba cameo, and it works. But the Gabbas are smarter than expected and are patiently awaiting their arrival. James and Logan plead with them, saying they should share their snacks since the ones from their set suck, and they agree to do so if they sing a song with them. So they agree, and holy crap, this is so cursed. And now we finally get to see what Katie, Kelly, and Gustavo are up to. Gustavo has attempted a new version of the script that doesn't make BTR look stupid, but it kinda sucks, so he steals Katie's laptop to see what her romance arc is like, and she has nothing. Meanwhile, Kendall and Carlos are hiding behind some clothes so that Carlos can throw a paper airplane with a love note in it to Dara so that he doesn't have to directly speak with her, but he throws it straight to her stepmom. She gets pissed and tells one of the actors to tell the writers to make sure Big Time Rush doesn't appear in the next scene, but thankfully our new writers are still in the writers' room. Carlos and Kendall rush in along with James and Logan, and they all come up with a new idea for the script. So we cut to them shooting the scene, and BTR shows up, infuriating the evil lady. She rushes to the set to stop the scene, but not before Carlos can kiss Dara. She does make it eventually, and gives one of the classic self-revealing villain speeches while Katie records everything on Dara's phone. So the dogs threaten to expose her unless she apologizes to Dara and promises to treat her not like a prisoner, and it works. So they successfully shoot the scene, and they perform confetti falling along with a pretty good, albeit generic music video, but in the context of them performing it for a school dance on a TV set, it's not bad at all. They watch the completed episode at the apartment and say how it was fun, but that if they had their own show, they wouldn't have cartoony sound effects, cheap costumes, or weird celebrity cameos.
Hey guys! Great to see you!
Hey, Lucas!
Only on Nickelodeon would Fred be considered a celebrity. So yeah, if you couldn't tell by this B-roll, it's just a very meta gag to end the episode, and it's funny, but then it just ends. The reason that's a problem is what happened to Dara and Carlos. Like, did he only kiss her so that he could break the evil stepmother's spell? Because he wanted to go out with her before knowing that was even a thing. And we never see Dara again, which is a shame. The very little time the two had together was actually kind of sweet, and they had some good chemistry. I did enjoy this episode. I'm just a little disappointed in how it amounts to nothing when it easily could have been one of the show's final arcs. But let's move on to Season 4, Episode 6, Big Time Tour Bus. It opens with the dogs on their way to their next show in San Diego, with Kendall and Carlos in one bus and James and Logan in the other. Gustavo has instructed Carlos to get some tour bus footage to post on social media, but Kendall doesn't want any part of it, as he's awaiting a video call from Joe. James calls him first, though, complaining about his busmate, Logan. So apparently Tour Bus Logan is awful to be around, but James drew the short straw and is forced to be with him until they arrive at their destination. Imagine drawing straws with all of your friends except one to determine who travels with him. Ouch. So Joe calls Kendall, but Carlos is playing a game where he punches Kendall every time someone honks their horn on the road, causing him to drop his laptop and lose connection. And now she can't talk for another hour since she has an audition, but Carlos tries to cheer him up by showing a video he posted of Kendall and Joe being a cute couple. However, Carlos casually mentions there are some nasty comments and tries to take the computer, but they start fighting over it. Meanwhile, in Bus 2, James is trying to nap, but Logan is vacuuming up some crumbs and his lips get caught. And now I can see why Tour Bus Logan is a nightmare. Mrs. Knight and Katie are in their own separate car, but are stuck in traffic, in the blazing heat, with a broken top. Gustavo and Kelly, meanwhile, are already at the venue where they're greeted by their opener, who I think you might recognize. I'll give you some hints. She got her start on Nickelodeon, showcased her amazing singing ability in a certain show, and then quickly left her acting career behind as she became one of the most famous pop singers of all time, the former Victorious cast member, Victoria Justice. Yeah, if you didn't know, this episode came out in 2013, the year where Nickelodeon was desperately trying to convince everyone that Victoria Justice was the next big thing, even though she was already being extremely overshadowed by Ariana Grande. And I just want to put this out there, Victoria Justice is an amazing singer, and Nickelodeon did her so dirty. I'm serious, go listen to her solo stuff. When she actually is singing in a genre that works well with her voice and not this manufactured teen pop, it's very good. Anyway, Victoria is their opening artist for this tour, and she expresses her concern about how the dogs are always late and she keeps needing to stretch her set. But Gustavo assures her they will be on time today, and that she's on in 20 minutes. But as you probably can expect, both buses are stuck in the same huge traffic jam as Katie and Mrs. Knight, and we cut back to Tour Bus 1 with Carlos and Kendall. Kendall is reading all of the mean comments about him and Joe, which are very uncalled for, like this predicted what Instagram comments would be in 2024. He's interrupted by James video chatting him to complain about Logan once again, but he just hangs up on him. Carlos then explains that people don't hate him and Joe as a couple, they just hate him. He then tells Kendall that he shouldn't go on kendork.com since that would upset him way more, and says there's another website called kendoy.com and a thread titled His Eyebrows on ihatebtr.com. And before you ask, no, kendork.com and kendoy.com do not exist. But as for ihatebtr.com, yeah, for whatever reason, the domain was up for sale when I typed it in. So naturally, I reached out to them to potentially buy the site because I'm an idiot.
Representative you are trying to reach is not available to take your call. To leave a voicemail for this representative, press 1. If you would like to speak to another representative, press 2.
This is Zach Bennett. I was just inquiring about the ihatebtr.com website about what potentially purchasing that domain would look like. So I'm free all day tomorrow, so just give me a call thank you, bye.
So the next day, I got an email with a price quote, and it was way too much. I don't know if I'm allowed to say how much it was, but it was way too much. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have hundreds of dollars to spend on random websites that I'll never use, but if anyone else really doesn't know what to do with their money, then you can buy ihatebtr.com, but not me. Anyway, Kendall goes to ihatebtr.com by typing it into the Google search bar. That's something my dad does. He asks why he never knew about this, and Carlos explains that he knew it would just make him upset, so he didn't tell him, and he proves him right.
I am not upset!
Back at Bus 2, James is trying to game, but Logan says he wants half an hour of quiet time before their show, and he's furious since he used a vacuum on him during his quiet time. James is frustrated that he drew the short straw 6 days in a row, and it turns out Logan did know about this, but was under the impression that it was the winner who got to ride with him since he's such a great busmate. But James tells him it's the loser who has to ride with him since they hate being in the bus with him, and Logan is upset.
I think I like to be alone now.
And just then, they get stuck in traffic, so James tries to go to Bus 1 to get away from him, but Logan follows after. He quickly realizes he's not wanted and returns to Bus 2, and the other three agree someone has to smooth things out with him, and they draw straws. And I bet you can guess what happens. Meanwhile, Mrs. Knight and Katie are still boiling in traffic and are approached by an orange guy? Like, as in a guy who sells oranges on the highway. Is that a thing? I used to live in Southern California, but I do not remember that being a thing. At the venue, Victoria has finished her set, but the dogs have not yet arrived, so Gustavo instructs her to just keep doing encores until she runs out of songs. Back to the dogs, James goes back to his bus with Logan to talk to him, but discovers there's now a huge mess. Logan is trying to make a point about how he keeps the bus clean, makes snacks, prepares them for singing, and organizes all their clothes, and takes his sandwiches to the other bus to show James what he misses without him. But Kendall is busy hating on the haters on ihatebtr.com.
Dear sir or madam, I respectfully disagree with you that Joe and Kendall are an eyebrow couple.
Carlos and Logan tell him that hating on haters makes him a hater too, and wow, this is a complete role reversal. Like, Season 1, and to a lesser extent, Season 2 Kendall was always the voice of reason, and to quote the last episode, the pep talker. But now he's the sensitive whiner, and Carlos is the one reeling him back in. What happened? Anyway, back to Victoria. She's out of songs, and the dogs still have yet to arrive, but Gustavo remembers that she has a Christmas album, even though it's June. She reluctantly agrees, buying them some more time. Back at the buses, James walks in and apologizes to Logan, restoring their tour bus friendship. They also calm Kendall down by showing him that the haters are in the minority and that he should look for comments that say positive things about him, since the fans are crazy for them. This then gives Carlos the idea to shoot a tour bus music video for the fans, saying how they're crazy for them too, and I think you can guess which song they're about to sing. Run Wild. That was a joke if you couldn't tell. They sing crazy for you. And fun fact, this is the last music video we get in the show. They'll perform more songs, but this is the last time they're filming one in-universe. And once they finish the video, the traffic is finally gone and they head to the show. But Victoria is completely out of songs and they haven't arrived yet, but hey, at least Mrs. Knight and Katie are here with a bunch of oranges. And the dogs arrive seconds later and get on stage just in time. The end. Also, fun fact, Carlos Penavega directed this episode, and there was a running gag where Kendall kept saying he was a bad director while he was trying to get footage for Gustavo. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but it's very subtle if it was. Good episode overall, although it was really jarring not being in the Palmwoods or Rock Records. I think this is the only episode in the whole show not to feature either of them at all. But now, let's talk about one of the only true highlights of this final season in my opinion. Season 4, Episode 7, Big Time Pranks 2. That's right, this is a sequel episode to the fan favorite Big Time Pranks back in Season 2. Let's dive in. It opens with the dogs and Katie excitedly looking at the annual Prank Day countdown, which we didn't see in the original episode, but okay. It has reached 0 and has officially been a year since the last day of pranks, and is time to unite the two halves of the crown to see who will be this year's Sir Lord High, King, or Queen of the pranks. But Mrs. Knight snatches the crown and declares that this year's day of pranks is cancelled. Bruh. They say she can't ruin their fun, nor can she stop the 5 of them by herself, but that's when Griffin, Abdul, Bitters, Gustavo, Kelly, and Budabob come in. They also hate the day of pranks, since it keeps Gustavo and Kelly from being able to work with them in the studio, and it makes a huge mess.
Who do you think has to clean up your mess-omania?
I do.
Yes, but I have to call you to make you do it.
Yeah, but I totally don't mind.
Stop it!
Griffin says that last year their day of pranks cost him tens of thousands of dollars, but was that really their fault? The entire subplot in that last episode was Gustavo and Kelly pranking each other and Griffin having to deal with them. He didn't interact with the dogs at all. Regardless, they try to cancel the day of pranks, but the kids tease them, saying they're just too old to have fun nowadays. Gustavo says he still knows what it's like to have fun, but just chooses not to, and Mrs. Knight says she can still do a mid-air, sky-high split kick. Katie says they should prove themselves by participating in the day of pranks, and they agree, so instead of boys versus girls, this year it's kids versus adults. Mrs. Knight vows to abolish the day of pranks forever once she wins, and the kids call for backup from Joe, Camille, Lucy, and Jet. They all meet up at the park, and Kendall says to separate into different teams, but Logan has his own plan.
I will take out all 7 adults with 1 tin can of free mints. But when they open the tin, they will find no mints. Instead, they will find 100 pounds of pressurized sneeze powder.
Yeah, if you don't remember, the running joke for these episodes is Logan pranks himself out every year. So they all split up while the adults make their plan in the Palmwoods lobby. But they're interrupted by a phone call which Bitters answers, which is a prank call done by Kendall and Joe. And according to Lord Prankerton's rulebook, that does indeed count as a prank, and Bitters is eliminated. This makes the rest of the adults realize they don't know the rules at all, and they run away. Budabob then tries setting up a leaky duct prank in the vents, but is glued to the top by Katie, while Carlos puts a sign on his butt that says "hit me," and he gets spanked every time someone walks by, eliminating him too. Camille then rushes to Logan in the apartment, saying Kelly is after her with fart spray, but Logan quickly helps her out by giving her a mask to scare Kelly with, also eliminating her. He mockingly gives the rulebook to Kelly, saying the adults really should read it, and she storms off. Camille thanks Logan for his quick thinking and says he's like a dangerous prank supplier.
Really? Like a prankster gangster? One that wears a cool jacket and an eye patch?
No, I wasn't saying that.
So Logan has declared himself the prankster gangster and has made it his duty to supply the kids with pranks if needed. James, meanwhile, runs into Lucy in the supply closet, once again declaring his love for her, but she says he's just not her type. She then uses some big words to push him away, and he and the rest of the kids, minus Lucy, go to Logan for help. He gives them a scone picnic prank idea, and we cut to the pool where they've set it up. The 4 remaining adults come across it, but they're suspicious, so Griffin instructs Abdul to be their guinea pig. So rude. But when he reaches for a scone, he gets launched into the pool, eliminating him. Mrs. Knight, Gustavo, and Griffin all escape, and Kelly meets with them with the rulebook, and Griffin reads it as well and gets an idea. The kids meet with Gustavo and Mrs. Knight in the lobby, assuming they've surrendered, and they're about to finish them off with pies to the face, the Lord Prankerton method of surrender. But they realize Griffin is missing, and he walks up with reinforcements. He's gotten Black Ops with marshmallow shooters, and Gustavo shows them that Black Ops are Lord Prankerton approved.
Article 12, paragraph D. The Black Ops are awesome addendum. Anyone can bring in special and/or Black Ops to aid them in pranks because Black Ops are hereby declared awesome.
So James and Carlos added that rule as a joke back in the day since they thought nobody could actually get Black Ops, but it turns out Griffin can. Whoops. Katie interjects though and says that marshmallows are slop and not a prank, but that's when we get a callback to the original episode, stating that the Carlos Amendment allows mess, pain, or slop to be considered a prank to speed up the competition once dinner is called or the clock strikes 6 p.m. So Mrs. Knight calls for dinner and the Black Ops are ready to fire. But Jet comes in and says that he's starring in a movie as a Black Op and that they do not strike unless provoked, and you can probably guess what happens. They all make a run for it, and Kendall and Joe run down the hall, but Joe trips on the ladder that Buddha Bob dropped earlier. She tells Kendall to go on without her, and Mrs. Knight and one of the Black Ops catch her. They throw a marshmallow at her, and Joe is eliminated. Carlos, his double, Katie, and Camille are hiding in the lobby and make a run for it to the supply closet, but Camille gets marshmallow shot. Carlos declares to avenge her by winning the day of pranks himself, but she and Katie laugh at this, saying he's way too nice for that. But he and Katie escape through the ducts, and we cut to Gustavo and a Black Op catching Lucy by the pool. She manages to escape and rushes to the elevator, but James is also there dressed as a pair. He should join Andre and Robbie for their Pear Pad 3 commercial, the one with the slightly better screen. He explains that a blanket can be used as a one-time prank shield, and he protects Lucy from the Black Ops and their marshmallows, which seems to impress her. They all rush to the apartment for some more help from Logan, and he provides them with portable confetti launchers. The song Confetti Falling starts to play, and we get a montage of all of the kids utterly destroying the Black Ops with their confetti cannons. And it's weird, because just 2 episodes ago they were performing the same exact song, but it definitely fits better here because they're using literal confetti. Anyway, the montage ends with them eliminating all of the Black Ops and Griffin, meaning they only need to eliminate Gustavo and Mrs. Knight, who are demanding pranks from Logan. The only supplies he has, though, are plastic darts and tubing, but Mrs. Knight says they can still win this by playing on their weaknesses. She has a standoff with Carlos in Palmwoods Park and reveals Carlos's weakness of being too nice and eliminates him with the dart and steals his confetti cannon. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Gustavo ambushes Lucy and shoots a dart at her, but James jumps in and takes the hit for her. And that gives Lucy just enough time to shoot Gustavo with the confetti, meaning both he and James are out. Lucy is really touched by James's sacrifice, and they're about to kiss, but then Mrs. Knight shoots both of them, also eliminating Lucy and ruining James's chances with her. What a jerk. So our only 3 remaining players are the Knight family, Kendall, Katie, and their mom. They meet in the lobby, very similar to the final standoff in the original episode, and the siblings tell their mom to just surrender now since she's surrounded. She agrees and says that they should both take her out together, and they both fire at the same time, but that's when Mrs. Knight does the mid-air sky-high split kick, making Kendall and Katie shoot each other, eliminating them and making her the winner. They have the awards ceremony at the apartment and crown Mrs. Knight the Sir Lord High Queen of the Pranks, meaning the fate of the future day of pranks is in her hands. And she has a last-minute change of heart and decides to allow the day of pranks to continue on and resets the timer for next year. The end. I definitely like the original Pranks episode more, but this was a worthy successor in my opinion. My big problem with it is just how quickly and easily basically everyone is eliminated except for the final 5. It's really anticlimactic. And we're also missing the Jennifers, Guitar Dude, Tyler, and most importantly, the Doc Hollywood subplot. Still a great episode, but since it's one of the final in the series, it would have been kinda cool to actually see the Day of Pranks get abolished since we know we're not gonna see it again. Oh well. But now it's time to talk about Season 4, Episode 8, Big Time Rides. It starts off with the dogs coming back from grocery shopping with a new set angle that we've never seen before, wow. They see a motorcycle that's for sale and fantasize about all pitching in to buy it and having their dream ride. And Carlos's fantasy seems to be a reference to his father's profession as a cop, which I guess implies that he wants to follow in his footsteps? But Mrs. Knight interrupts their daydreaming and says she will kill them if they even go near a motorcycle because of how dangerous it is. This makes everyone run off except for James, who lingers just long enough for Lucy to walk by. She asks if it's his bike, and he lies and says yes to impress her. He then immediately calls the owner to buy it just before Budabob and Plungy can. Rip. At the apartment, Joe comes in and asks Kendall to help her learn how to drive a stick shift for her role in the upcoming Danica Patrick movie. If you don't know who Danica Patrick is, she's from Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed, one of the racing games of all time. Anyway, Kendall says no, since every time they try to teach each other something, it always goes bad and they end up fighting, and on top of that, the only person he knows who has a stick shift car is Gustavo, who will definitely not let him borrow it. After some convincing, they sneak into Gustavo's office and steal the keys to his car without him noticing, and seconds later, Kelly walks in. Rock Records has received a giant package from Minnesota that neither of them know about, and Gustavo opens it and discovers an old red wagon. It's for Carlos and Logan though, since Logan's mom was about to throw it out back home and they want to restore it and keep it since it brings back so many memories. But Gustavo forbids them from keeping it at Rock Records, but of course they don't listen and take it into the studio. Back at the Palmwoods, Katie sees that James has bought the motorcycle and tells him it's a terrible idea and that Mom will go ballistic, but James says it'll result in him getting bike kisses from Lucy, so it's a risk he's willing to take. Lucy then walks up and James offers to take her for a ride on it when she comes back in a few hours, even though he has no idea how to ride a motorcycle. Katie says that it's never a good idea to start off a relationship with a lie, but James says it's not a lie, it's a pre-truth.
I told Lucy the bike was mine when it wasn't. Then I bought it. Pre-truth.
And what about that going for a ride lie? Because you've never ridden a motorcycle.
Pre-truth.
So they have 2 hours to learn, and it doesn't go well. Back at Rock Records, Joe and Kendall are on the roof of the parking garage to practice driving stick shift. It doesn't work.
Brake!
I'm using the car!
Another brake! Oh, I don't...
While this is happening, Logan and Carlos are working on the wagon in the studio, turning it into a workshop. They've used Gustavo's money for the supplies, so since it's technically owned by him now, he takes the wagon away. And back on the roof, Joe and Kendall are still arguing, and wow, this is dubbed so badly. Joe's mouth isn't even moving, but she's speaking. They start making all of these car puns about how the relationship might not actually be working out, and that's when the car starts moving backwards towards a pole. Kendall yells at her to pull the e-brake and exclaims, "We have to break up," which makes him realize they just broke up. What? Then we cut to Katie and James, who's still struggling to learn how to ride the bike, but it's too late and Lucy shows up. But with some quick thinking, Katie buys them some more time by bringing James a package, claiming they're new parts for his bike, and James tells Lucy he'll need a rain check on that ride. Katie then says he really needs to just sell the bike and tell Lucy that Mrs. Knight would kill him for owning it, and James agrees.
Fine, I'll sell the bike. Pre-truth.
Meanwhile, Kendall and Joe are at the apartment and have decided to just be friends, and that maybe means it'll be easier to teach each other things without fighting. No. They realize they're also terrible at just being friends and get back together and leave to go get milkshakes in the car, and Joe actually does a good job driving it. In the studio, Carlos and Logan are trying to record, but their enthusiasm is gone since they're bummed out about the wagon, but Gustavo has a change of heart and agrees to help them fix it as long as they promise to record afterwards.
Why, it's Wagon Lightning! Oh, 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 oh.
With the help of Kelly, they fully restore the wagon and spice it up a bit. Back at the Palmwoods, James can't learn to ride the bike and decides to just sell it, and Budabob expresses interest and leaves to go get money for it. But then Lucy walks up and says she'd like to go on a full-blown date with James on the motorcycle, and he changes his mind about selling it yet again, much to the disappointment of Budabob and Plungy. At 7 o'clock, Lucy shows up to the Knight apartment to meet James, and he's in the parking lot trying to prepare himself for his date. And he crashes into the apartment somehow, even though I'm like 99% sure it's on the second or third floor of the building. Anyway, Lucy calls off the date and Mrs. Knight kills James. Meanwhile, Logan and Carlos have taken the wagon to the top of the parking garage where Kendall and Joe were using Gustavo's car, and they find a nice slope to ride down and ask for a push. They're able to make a nice turn, but then are run over by Joe and Kendall in Gustavo's car, completely destroying the wagon. Gustavo chases Kendall, but hey, at least they didn't get a scratch on the car. They all meet up at the apartment that night and ice their wounds from their respective crashes, and James reveals Mrs. Knight made him sell the motorcycle to Budabob and Plungy with some great green screen effects. The end. Definitely some good jokes, but the whole thing where Kendall and Joe broke up was so weird. I can't tell if it was meant to be satirical or if it was actually supposed to be drama. The James and Lucy moments were also pretty good, but dang, every time he gets somewhere, it gets reversed like 10 seconds later. Poor guy. But now let's move on to Season 4, Episode 9, Big Time Tests. It opens with everyone at the apartment where Logan is studying for his MCAT before college. Wow. They give Logan some snacks and positive energy, but then James walks in sad as Lucy has just left for a European tour. RIP. Logan leaves for his test and brings Carlos along since he's his good luck charm. My personal headcanon is this is a reference to Big Time Sparks, where the two of them were the good luck patrol. Mrs. Knight then leaves with Katie, and Bitters has Kendall sign his shirt so he can sell it online. Okay. We then cut to the actual test, and Logan is forcing Carlos to take it as well, since whenever he's near him, good things tend to happen. He reluctantly agrees, and they start, and then we cut back to the apartment where James is still sad. He's venting to Kendall about how he can't get together with Lucy since she's so far away, and he flips to the "Is he a bad boyfriend?" test in the latest issue of Pop Tiger. He wants to know if he's doing something wrong and looks to the test for answers, and Kendall agrees to answer the questions for him so that the test results will be accurate, because you know James. He scores terribly, but Kendall assures him that he's a great guy and that this test has nothing to do with how good of a boyfriend he is.
Really? Because according to this, we shouldn't even be going out.
We're not going out.
No. Have it your way, because I'm out of here.
What was that all about?
I think James and I just broke up.
Meanwhile, Katie is at Rock Records since Griffin has summoned her to test some new products from RCM CBT GlobalNet Sanoid along with Gustavo and Kelly. Their first product is a massage chair, which immediately shocks Gustavo. Katie then taste tests their new power juice, which is vitamins and fish. Yum. They forcefully test some auto bright light switches on Kelly and blind her, and then Gustavo tests the 4D TV. They try to quit being Griffin's guinea pigs, but he locks them in with the new security system against their will until all of the tests are complete. Wow. We cut back to the classroom where Logan and Carlos get their results, and unfortunately Logan has failed, and Carlos got a perfect score. So at the apartment, Carlos has let this completely get to his head, declaring himself the new smart one of the group, and he leaves to go find some patients, just like every doctor does. Mrs. Knight tells Logan he should look into other possible careers, and he chooses to start becoming a stuntman and gets to practicing right away. He quickly decides he doesn't want to die, so Bitters offers him a position for the new Palmwoods manager training program, but he declines. At the pool, James has broken up with Kendall, but he says they're not boyfriends, they're best friends. So James challenges this by giving him Pop Tiger's best friend test, and Kendall gets the first few questions right. But soon after, he starts getting all of them wrong, and James becomes enraged and storms off, declaring them no longer best friends. Back at Rock Records, the three of them can't escape, but luckily Griffin only has one more test for them, this weird light thing. Griffin explains how it reduces your body weight by up to 20% and says one of them needs to test it now. But with some quick thinking, Katie, Gustavo, and Kelly turn it around and fire it on Griffin, making him literally shrink. But he's not mad at them, surprisingly, and says they're free to go. What the heck? Meanwhile, at the apartment, Logan attempts cooking, which doesn't go well, but Bitters meets him in the lobby. He says the two of them aren't so different, which you could interpret as a subtle reference to Season 2 where it's revealed he was originally going to be a vet, and Logan finally gives in and takes that manager training position. And he's a natural.
Hey, can I get a new key card?
Carlos, however, sees how miserable he is from afar and starts to feel bad. And while this is happening, Kendall gives James one of his famous pep talks and convinces him that they can be best friends without knowing everything about each other, and tells him to go to the pool and meet some girls to get over Lucy leaving. And it actually works. So the two of them, Katie and Mrs. Knight, are at the lobby later and observe Logan looking like Eeyore, and Carlos reveals the truth. So throughout the episode, Carlos has been prescribing corn dogs to everyone, and every time Logan sees this, he says, "Corn dogs are not the answer to everything." But it turns out they are, as Carlos aced the test by just writing corn dogs on the paper, getting a perfect score completely by accident. This makes Logan feel a little better, but he's still upset at how badly he failed the test, and that's when Bitters comes in, choking on a corn dog. Logan gives him the Heimlich and saves him from dying, and Bitters takes him out of the training program so that he can study for his next MCAT. And then Buddha Bob falls from the sky since he also wants to be a stuntman. The end. Like a lot of these Season 4 episodes, it has some good jokes, but the plot is kinda trash. Nobody points out how much of a coincidence it is that spelling out corn dogs on the answer sheet would give you a perfect score, and after that opening, Carlos does basically nothing except run around and give people corn dogs the entire episode. Also, the subplot at Rock Records was super rushed and not really funny, and it's also weird to me how the show lately has had Katie spend more time with Gustavo and Kelly rather than the actual band they work with. And with that, we only have 3 episodes to go in the entire show, so let's walk through Season 4, Episode 10, Big Time Cartoon. We start at Rock Records, where Gustavo tells the dogs that he's been approached by 2 different companies to help expand BTR's brand, and their 2 options are they get their own cartoon or video game. They excitedly choose video game, but Gustavo warns them that they'll have to do multiple agonizing motion capture sessions, cancel their concert in Hawaii, and they have to wear these abominations for the motion capture. So they change their minds and go with cartoon, and if you've seen part 1, you know they dodged a bullet there. So they're introduced to Butch Hartman, holy crap. He was the creator of Fairly Odd Parents, which is another show Scott Fellows helped make, so this is a pretty cool crossover. Anyway, he gives them a plot idea that involves BTR fighting crime with some magical shoes they find in a cave, and even has a theme song for it, but nobody seems to like it. But I unironically think this would make a good cartoon, so I don't know what these fools are on about. Kelly tells Butch they need some time to think about it, and as soon as he leaves, they decide to just go with the video game. No! Meanwhile, at the Palmwoods, Katie is watching Fairly Odd Parents with Buddha Bob changing a light bulb in the background, and he expresses how he wishes he was a fairy like Cosmo. And then he falls and hits his head.
Are you okay?
Of course I'm okay! I'm Cosmo!
So Darren Norris, Buddha Bob's actor, is also the voice actor for Cosmo in the Fairly Odd Parents, and that's really the only reason this entire subplot exists. He's convinced he's Cosmo, fixes the clogged sink, and runs off to grant more wishes. So Mrs. Knight and Katie leave after him to help while we see a potential UFO sighting on the news in the background. We cut back to Rock Records, where the dogs are wearing these amazing outfits, and it's also extra cold in there since the equipment overheats easily. Then the power goes out, and Gustavo tells them to take 5, so they rush outside to get out of the cold for a few minutes.
Girl alert! Post number 9!
And unfortunately, the door's locked and they don't have their phones, so they try to go through the main entrance. But they encounter the paparazzi and quickly run and hide in the dumpster out of fear of photos of them dressed like that being posted online. And for some reason, a video of them without their faces shown has gone viral already, as people suspect they're aliens. What? Back at the Palmwoods, Katie and Mrs. Knight have no luck finding Buddha Bob until he poofs out of nowhere. He seemingly keeps granting wishes, like getting the annoying tuba-playing neighbor to move out, getting them free pizza, and Mrs. Knight doesn't want to help him because of this. Katie attempts to call Doc Hollywood, but she's stopped by her mother, demanding they get more wishes out of him first. Okay, using someone's injury for your own personal gain, I can forgive that. But preventing Doc Hollywood from being in this episode? Mrs. Knight is my new least favorite character. Buddha Bob puts on some wings and then disappears, thinking he can fly, and almost jumps off the roof. Wow. Meanwhile, in the dumpster, the dogs check to see if the coast is clear, only to find out there's not a soul in sight. They check out a TV and see that the public and authorities think that they're aliens, and they don't want to reveal themselves and get in trouble for causing a citywide panic, but they also don't want to get probed. Federal authorities and police arrive on scene soon after, so they make a run for it and jump into another dumpster. While this is happening, Mrs. Knight gives in and lets Katie call Doc Hollywood, and wait, he's actually in this episode? I literally have no memory of him being in this episode, and that's probably because he's only here for a very short cameo, but still, that whole big deal I made about him in Big Time Lies was, well, a big time lie. That's too fitting for me to go back and change the script, and I'm lazy, so just please don't comment the whole, actually, Doc Hollywood shows up in Big Time Cartoon, okay? Like, I know. Shush. Anyway, he smacks Buddha Bob with a frying pan, and his voice is back to normal, and all of their wishes get undone, so you'd think he's back to normal. But he doesn't know who he is, so uh-oh. Back to the dogs, they try to leave the dumpster, only to be immediately cornered by the authorities who are ready to probe them, but Carlos incapacitates them with his golden shoes, and they make another escape. They then see yet another dumpster with clothes in it, so they all quickly change and successfully evade the police. They decide they're just going to go with the cartoon instead of the video game and pitch their ideas to Butch, and we get an entire 8-minute cartoon segment for the rest of the episode. The basic plot is their tour plane gets shocked by lightning and they get captured by aliens, James gets turned into a donkey, but they escape and defeat the aliens. And holy balls, this animation is putrid. The guys are so cursed and show literally zero expression. Words cannot describe how ugly this is. Another interesting thing is Song For You plays during the escape sequence, and in this version, James sings the chorus, even though in the album it's Kendall. At the end of the cartoon, they make it to their show by turning into pterodactyls. The end. Now, this is such a jarring ending, and it's even worse when you realize the subplot was never resolved. Buddha Bob just canonically has amnesia and is never cured. What the heck? They could have so easily ended that subplot with him being like, oh great, I'm back. So what was the point of him not knowing who he was if we were never going to learn what happened? I genuinely wonder if they wrote like the first half of this episode and ran out of time or something and were like, screw it, who knows Microsoft Paint? Also, with all of the Fairly OddParents references, it was such a missed opportunity to have Miss Collins in this episode, since her actor is Timmy Turner's voice actress also. This episode sucks, it's so bad, don't watch it, it's terrible. Alright, we have arrived at the penultimate episode of the series, Season 4, Episode 11, Big Time Breakout. It opens with a party being held at Rock Records to celebrate Big Time Rush's third album, titled Get Up. They all cheers each other and toast to the future, and that's when Griffin walks up. He says it's time for BTR's breakout phase, meaning one member breaks out of the band and stays in the spotlight while the others fade away. So yeah, he's essentially breaking up the band, and even Gustavo is okay with it, saying it's just what happens to the boy band after their third album. Yeah, do you remember how in the Season 1 finale, Griffin promised never to do something like this to BTR again? Neither does he. Again. Kelly, Mrs. Knight, and Katie also interject, saying it happens to literally every band.
When Harry Styles breaks out of One Direction.
Whoa. Carlos, Kendall, and Logan all say they will never break out, but look to see James is gone and is already trying to record his own solo album. Also, I'm not sure if this is a coincidence or not, but the song he's singing is Run Wild, and literally the first line of that song is Break Out. Weird. They drag him out, and the next day at the apartment, he's still secretly trying to do his own solo career. Logan has decided he wants to be a game show host with Camille as his model, and Carlos wants to be a Broadway star. Katie then walks up as she's prepping for the Tween Choice Awards votes, saying she will vote Big Time Rush on as many devices as she can so they can get multiple award nominations. How nice. Kendall leaves to talk to Gustavo and tasks James with talking some sense into Carlos and Logan. Why would you trust James to do anything? Gustavo says there's not really anything he can do and that Big Time Rush can't last forever, so he tries to get Kendall to record his own solo album, and he expectedly does not comply. Meanwhile, Logan is hosting his game show at the pool with Buddha Bob, who I guess returned to normal off-screen, and says he won't talk to Kendall unless he plays his game and wins. So he agrees to play with Buddha Bob, who is the worst partner ever. He loses the game and gets showered by ping pong balls. At least it wasn't a car battery.
Car battery!
Carlos then dances by and Kendall chases after him, who's only communicating to him through singing. He then is approached by a lady who gives him an audition to a Broadway musical and excitedly dances away. Kendall vents to Katie and says at least James is still on his side, but when he returns to the crib, he is completely taken over it for his solo album photo shoot. And it turns out Griffin is the one behind all of this, saying James is solo career ready and that he will be the one to break out, leaving the rest of them in the dust. So Kendall is left with no choice but to comply with Gustavo's request and record his own solo material at Rock Records. He says it sounds wrong without the other guys, so Gustavo gives him 2 hours to get everyone back and convince them not to break out while he and Kelly deal with Griffin. Kendall leaves and then Katie walks in and takes some more devices for the Tween Choice Awards voting. At the pool, Kendall plays Logan's Pictionary game, and even though he loses, Logan stops and admits that he didn't really want to break out and only did it because he was worried everyone else would too. So they run to Carlos's audition and sing Plead with him, and he admits the same thing as Logan, and they all head to Rock Records. But they have no luck with James and try to come up with a plan to get him back, but he just walks up and says he didn't want to break out either. So they go to challenge Griffin to a game show, saying if they win, they don't have to break out, but if they lose, then they'll follow whatever he says. They try to trick him, but he says he'll only play if it's actually fair and not rigged in Big Time Rush's favor, so they do some real game show parodies, including Wipeout, Survivor, Jeopardy, and Wheel of Fortune.
Your category is true or false. True. You have to wait for me to ask the question. False. No, you have to hit the buzzer. No, I haven't asked the question. Ooh, that's true!
Griffin wins every game, but Katie has finished her work, and BTR has successfully been nominated for a record-breaking 5 Tween Choice Awards, which is enough to convince Griffin to keep them together. He wants them to perform at the Tween Choice Awards and win an award, and the episode ends with Katie trying to make a ton of votes for them. Roll credits.
Definitely one of the better Season 4 episodes, especially after the monstrosity that was Big Time Cartoon. Also, it was kind of cool seeing the return to the earlier episodes trope where Kendall has to fix things after the other 3 guys are all doing something stupid. But I like how this one shows that Kendall didn't really need to fix them and that they were secretly on his side the whole time and were just scared. It's some nice subtle character development. The weird thing though is Logan decides to go with being a game show host instead of a doctor, which I guess you could interpret that as a dream he wasn't really considering since he didn't actually want to break out, but who knows. So here we are, the series finale of Big Time Rush. Gotcha! Before we do that, there are not 1, not 2, but 3 episodes of different shows that I want to talk about, as Big Time Rush guest starred in 3 different Nickelodeon shows back in the day. And those 3 shows are How to Rock, Marvin Marvin, and Penguins of Madagascar. I'm serious. How to Rock makes complete sense since it was another music-themed Nickelodeon show, but the other 2, they are very interesting episodes to say the least. So let's start with the Penguins, since it's easily the least exciting one out of the 3. It's Season 3, Episode 29, Tunnel of Love. It opens with the Penguins in this tunnel that apparently is theirs, and Skipper suspects some moles have been using it without their permission. Okay, I'm only a minute and a half into this, and look at how horrendous this animation is.
Beak nearly fractured.
That was unedited. Anyway, they do something, and the Earth splits in 2, and King Julian tries to sacrifice Mort to appease the Earth gods or something. The Penguins get some help from the beavers at the zoo, and here are our guys. Logan pops out, followed by James, Kendall, then Carlos. Yeah, they're beavers. But why is James the blonde one and Kendall the brown-haired one? Anyway, they ask them to help build support beams for the tunnel so the whole zoo doesn't collapse, and they all go down this hole covered by a trash can. Then these 2 Badger chicks run up named Becky and Stacy, voiced by Victoria Justice and Jeanette McCurdy. They want to meet the beavers because they're in love with them, but Skipper forbids them from distracting them from their mission to fix the tunnel. Rico disposes of them, and Skipper assigns Private to guard the entrance to the tunnels to make sure they don't come back, but he's way too timid and faints as soon as they walk up to him. The beavers are hard at work building some support beams, and the Badgers show their affection for them, and James is flattered and simps, just like the BTR James. The Penguins separate them, and Skipper tells them to get back to work.
In a rush, big time!
Oh, come on!
He said the thing! Rico kicks the Badgers out again, but now the dogs, or beavers, can't focus because they want to see them so badly. Kowalski suggests a controlled amount of Badger exposure so that they can get their fill for now and can work hard afterwards.
Like a dance party? Yes, that's pretty much what I was thinking.
So they get a little dance party, and it was a complete missed opportunity to play a Big Time Rush song, but okay. Skipper gives them some timber to make them work again, and Carlos is eating some chips and dip, and look how bad this eating animation is, oh my gosh. But Kendall ignores Skipper's commands, and he wants to dance with Stacy, but he and James start fighting over her. They all hit the walls of the tunnel, causing some more cracks, which Julian appeases by throwing some more fruit to it. They all try and rage quit, but Skipper convinces them to stay, albeit without doing any work. He then has to play Love Doctor and get Becky to go out with Kendall, Logan and Carlos to go out with Becky, Stacy to go out with Carlos, and Kendall to go out with Stacy. He consults Kowalski, who gives him a diagram that shows who likes who, and he calls up Marlene to resolve the tension. But now the beavers are over Stacy and Becky and all want Marlene. Bruh. Becky and Stacy get pissed and start fighting her, and the beavers start fighting each other, causing more cracks in the tunnel. All of the beavers apologize to each other, worried they'll die while being mad with other people, and Becky and Stacy dig them a hole through the tunnel to get back to the wood they were working on earlier. They successfully fix the tunnel and decide to just be friends. The end. Yeah, this show is bad. Like, really bad. The animation is balls, it's so fast-paced you have literally no idea what's going on, and the story makes no sense. The voice acting is pretty solid, but other than that, don't watch it. Sorry, Kian Carlisle. The other weird thing is this is such a bizarre crossover. This episode aired like 2 years after Big Time Rush ended, and they literally just shared the same names. Other than that, no real references to the characters or the show. Alright, now let's talk about the crossover BTR had with How to Rock. If you don't remember this show, it only aired for 1 season, but was pretty underrated in my opinion. I mean, I haven't watched it in like 12 years, but I remember enjoying it. And the episode we'll be talking about is Season 1, Episode 6, How to Rock in Election. Let's dive in. So these are the main characters you need to know. Casey, Xander, Stevie, Nelson, Kevin, Molly, and Grace. Casey is the main character and lead singer of the band Gravity 5, who she does with Xander, Stevie, Nelson, and Kevin. Molly and Grace are the mean girls from a different group, and that's all that's important. If you recognize Casey, that's because she's played by Symphonique Miller, who guest starred back in Season 2 of Big Time Rush in Big Time Girl Group, playing the leader of Cat's crew and singing the rap verse in I Know You Know. Also, holy crap, how is this the same person only like a year apart? The general plot of the episode is that Casey and Molly are competing against each other for class president, and Casey convincing Kevin to run himself and give all of his votes to her since he has a bunch of gamer friends that he can persuade. Stevie suggests holding a campaign rally, and Casey comes up with the idea to get Big Time Rush to perform at it.
I totally know them. My cousin Danny's friend Phil is friends with Big Time Rush's manager Steve's girlfriend Melanie's cousin Robin.
Wow, you're practically family.
Everyone thinks she's crazy, thinking she can get BTR, so she and Stevie leave to find them since they're in town for a meet and greet, while Kevin, Xander, and Nelson all stay back to start the campaign. So at the meet and greet, we meet our dudes, thankfully in human form. Kendall autographs a baby's face, and Stevie and Casey approach them. They have no idea who she is, yet she still asks them to perform and promptly gets kicked out by security. So with this big time setback, she makes a campaign ad, but Molly's video is trending. And to make matters worse, Kevin refuses to back out of the race now since he actually wants the class president role himself, and he and Xander lay down some sick beats. So at the school assembly, they meet the 3 candidates and are interviewed about things they would improve. But like, how tiny is this high school? That's like half of the size of the students in my science class alone senior year. Anyway, Molly taunts Casey by saying she doesn't have any ideas to make prom more interesting, so Casey panics and says she can get Big Time Rush to perform, to everyone's surprise. We then cut to the dogs, who are really mean to Carlos. What the heck?
I was awesome.
No, you were terrible. Okay, just kidding, you were awesome.
He's kidding, you really were terrible. Okay, hold up, which one was it?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Casey then sneaks in as a pizza delivery girl and pleads with them to save her from the embarrassment she'll face if BTR doesn't come to perform at her school, but they still don't agree. The next day at school, Casey realizes she wasn't being very nice to her friend, so she tells everyone to vote for Kevin instead of her, and he becomes class president. There's a school party to congratulate him, and Molly is upset about losing, but still mocks Casey for not fulfilling her promise to get Big Time Rush. And that's when the pizza boys walk in. They tell Casey they realize where she was coming from about not wanting to be embarrassed in front of the whole school, and they agree to sing a song to congratulate Kevin. They sing Music Sounds Better from Elevate, which is actually pretty cool since they never performed that song in their own show. The episode ends with all of them hanging out somewhere, like the main cast's hangout spot, which I forgot the name of, and Gravity 5 aspires to be as successful as BTR. The end. It was an alright episode. I didn't refresh my memory of the show with any other How to Rock episodes, so I can't really tell you where it lands in quality compared to the rest of the series. Big Time Rush was hardly in it, and it just doesn't feel the same without the goofy camera angles and sound effects, but still a cool cameo. But now, we have reached the ultimate Big Time Rush crossover episode. Ugh.
Don't miss the biggest event in the galaxy.
We will not fail you.
Wait, don't do it! When Marvin teams up with Big Time Rush in Big Time Marvin, Saturday night at 8.
This is an hour-long special of Marvin, and not only that, it's series finale. Kill me now. So, Marvin is a show about a guy named Marvin, shocking, I know, who's an alien living with a family on Earth. And that might immediately raise some red flags because this is a very sci-fi based sitcom and BTR is not. Like, how can there be any connection between these two shows? Well, we're about to find out, so let's do this. The episode opens with Marvin explaining that he's potentially in danger from the Klurg, an evil alien race that's trying to kidnap or kill him or something, since he's a Clutonian and the Klurg are their arch nemesis. So, for security measures, he's made a hologram of himself named Marvy that can deploy toxic gas and also just be their personal butler. He has an Earth sister named Terry and a brother named Henry, and Terry is watching an interview with Big Time Rush on TV. They're promoting their upcoming show in Oregon. Hey, that's where I'm from. But they're acting very strange with their words and body language. Then halfway there starts to play, and Marvin does this involuntary alien dance thing, which looks really stupid, but Terry and her friend Brianna think it's cool. Brianna has a ticket to their show, but it's sold out, so Marvin and Terry go to Henry for help. And apparently BTR tickets in 2012 were more rare than Katy Perry and One Direction because Henry's got nothing for them.
Give me the one with the old bearded lady who freed the slaves.
And then 2 minutes later, Henry walks up and is like, oh, hey, they have this local donut eating contest and the winner gets VIP BTR tickets. And since Marvin has 5 stomachs, he easily wins. We are 10 minutes in and there has literally only been filler. But unfortunately, Marvy has detected Klurg behavior and their parents forbid them from going. And then in the next scene, they just go to Henry to help them come up with a plan to sneak out. They shut off Marvy and use Marvin's snot to distract the parents while the three of them sneak out, because Henry wants to go too and says he can sneak into any concert. Then why did they have to get tickets? But literally the second they leave, Marvy comes back online and tells the parents that they left for the concert and they try to leave to get them. But Marvy is malfunctioning and turns on the home lockdown system, meaning nobody can leave the house. At the concert, Marvin has some useless banter with a souvenir salesman and Henry sneaks in past security. But he accidentally finds himself in BTR's dressing room and hides when they walk in seconds after. It's revealed that this is not actually BTR, it's the Clerg in disguise who are searching for the Clutonian, and they will do that by placing a certain frequency during one of their songs, which sets off Marvin's involuntary dance thing. Henry overhears their plan and tries to get a hold of Marvin and Terry, but to no avail. The concert starts, and how does nobody find the way they're talking suspicious?
We are Big Time Rush. Concert begin!
They sing the theme song and then sing halfway there, which triggers Marvin's weird dance thing, which Terry also copies. Henry sees this and tackles him before the clerk notice him, but doesn't realize that Terry is doing the same thing, so they see her and think that she's the Clutonian. Okay, what took Henry so long to find Marvin and Terry? Security catches Henry and takes him and Marvin away for some reason, and BTR calls up Terry on stage. Okay, we are just now getting to the main conflict of the episode, and we're 30 minutes in. Back at the house, the family is able to shut off Marvy, and we also learn that the Clerg are poisoned by helium, which is the toxic gas Marvin mentioned at the beginning of the episode. Terry gets taken backstage, and they reveal their plan, and she unsuccessfully tries to convince them she's not a Clutonian. The Clerg imposters reveal that they chained up and imprisoned the real Big Time Rush, and James and Carlos leave real quick to get some BTR souvenirs before they leave. Marvin and Henry escape prison by launching a snot rocket onto the guard, and Marvin reveals that he's the real Clutonian they're after so that he can save Terry, and wow, this is nightmare fuel. BTR doesn't let any of them go, however, but Marvin realizes that the souvenir cart that James and Carlos brought has helium, so they try to think of a way to get to the tank without them noticing. And that's when the family arrives. How did they get to their dressing room? Anyway, that distracts them long enough for Marvin to inhale some helium and deploy it on the imposters' faces, disabling them. At first I was wondering what the point was in Marvin inhaling the helium just to blow it back out onto them, but then they made this joke.
Wow, can you imagine talking like that all the time? How weird.
Marvin uses the teleporter to bring back the real Kendall, James, Carlos, and Logan, and they seem totally chill with the fact that they were just captured by aliens. They repay them by putting on a show by the real Big Time Rush, and they sing Show Me from Elevate. Which, similar to the How to Rock episode, this is a song that was never played in the show, so it's actually kind of neat seeing how they seem to have cared at least a little bit about the music they were showing in these crossover episodes. And that's the whole episode. It sucked. Why was this a 45-minute special? There was an unholy amount of filler. It could have so easily just been a standard 22-minute episode with the exact same plot and content, but they just wanted to capitalize on the crossover hype. Also, not to mention the real Big Time Rush isn't even in the episode until the last 4 minutes of the entire thing, where they just sing one song and that's it. For how original and passion-driven the Big Time Rush show is, it's insane to me how we got 3 crossover episodes and all 3 failed to capture even a fragment of what makes the show so special. Like, the Penguins of Madagascar one, I'll totally give a pass to. It's not really meant to be a true crossover. It's just some weird cameo they decided to do years after the show ended. But How to Rock and Marvin, really? Marvin was doomed from the start, don't get me wrong. A terrible show that combines sci-fi with the at least somewhat realistic fiction sitcom is a fundamental flaw, but they didn't even have the balls to give even one good moment from the BTR cast. And How to Rock suffers from them just not really acting like how they do in the show, and that's where the second biggest flaw of these crossovers becomes apparent. These crossovers treat Big Time Rush as a famous band and nothing more. It's not clear to the viewer whether this is Kendall Knight, James Diamond, Carlos Garcia, and Logan Mitchell, or if it's their real-life counterparts. There are absolutely 0 references to the Big Time Rush show in any of these, which to me says they're treating these guys like any other celebrity cameo. And for something like Marvin, that's fine, but imagine how cool it would be to see the How to Rock cast hear about the Palmwoods and meet Gustavo and record a song with BTR at Rock Records. But instead they go for the predictable lazy route and just arbitrarily throw them into the episode for shock value. It's stupid. So what have we learned today? These crossover episodes are a big time disappointment. Don't watch them. Okay guys, here we are. The series finale of Big Time Rush, which I also want to point out is the 69th episode if you count all the double-length episodes as one. Perfection. It has all come to this. Season 4, Episode 12, Big Time Dreams.
Big Time Rush in Big Time Dreams.
How many dreams do you have? A lot more than you, Dreamless.
Guest starring Austin Mahone.
Austin, who's your buddy? You guys are?
Alexa Vega.
Are you a spy in real life?
Carmen.
Thank you so much.
Mindless Behavior.
We didn't even get to say anything.
And Nick Cannon.
Let's get up with Big Time Rush. It's time to get up, get up.
Big Time Dreams.
Where are we going? I don't know. I didn't dream this far.
The brand new Big Time Rush movie premieres next Thursday night at 8. Only on Nick.
If you've forgotten what happened in the previous episode, BTR has been nominated for 5 different Tween Choice Awards and are performing at said show as well, and this is where the vast majority of the episode will take place. If you couldn't tell, the Tween Choice Awards are a direct parody of the Teen Choice Awards, but in its content, it's a parody of the Kids' Choice Awards done by Nickelodeon. We get a promo for the awards show that reveals a couple of interesting things. Number 1, Sharky's Mac and Cheese is having a contest during the show where they will give free mac and cheese for life away to one lucky winner, and the commercial will be done by the dogs. And number 2, it's hosted by Nick Cannon. What? So it's the day before the show at the stage, and Gustavo tells them tomorrow is the big day where all of their dreams will come true. The dogs interpret this literally though, and Carlos wonders if he'll finally get a girlfriend, Logan wants to see the legendary Tween Choice Goop room, Goop is their version of slime, and James wants to finally kiss Lucy. Except that can't happen, because if you remember, she left for a European tour just a few episodes ago. But of course, Gustavo wasn't talking about their actual hopes and dreams. He was referring to his own dream of winning his first Purple Rocket, since he has never had a band of his win something at the Tween Choice Awards. But then he and Kelly notice that Kendall hasn't said what his dream is yet, and we get another one of those meta jokes.
Every time we do an hour-long TV special, something goes horribly wrong. What?
Kelly assures him nothing will go wrong, but then we see a suspicious man watching them from cameras in a secret room, plotting something. We hear the theme song for the very last time, and Griffin expresses his excitement to fulfill his dream of recording the mac and cheese commercial and becoming the #1 CEO in the country, and then Nick Cannon walks up. He tells the dogs about some of the exciting guests showing up, including Alexa Vega, who played Carmen in Spy Kids, and Lucy, much to the excitement of James. They rehearse Get Up, since that's the song they'll be doing for the Sharky commercial, and we see them dress up like SpongeBob for the video portion. Then the evil man from the intro walks up, Martin Sharkus, the CEO of the Mac and Cheese Shark Company, which is named Giganticor, but he's a more powerful CEO than Griffin apparently, so that's concerning. And he's played by Doug from the Liberty Mutual commercials. Still a better crossover than Marvin Marvin. Everyone is totally oblivious to the fact that this guy is evil, and he explains how the giveaway works. The dogs hold up these QR codes, and when the commercial airs live, viewers will put on these 3D cheese glasses, and a cheese code will pop up to one lucky winner. Yeah, I don't understand either. Later on at the Palmwoods, Kendall says Sharkus gave him a bad vibe, but is immediately interrupted by James being angry about how Lucy didn't tell him she was coming back. He leaves for the apartment to find some nice clothes to impress her with, and Joe and Camille walk up dressed all fancy. They get to present one of the awards during the show, since Camille starred in Rock Camp 9 and Joe starred in the Danica Patrick movie from Big Time Rides, and it's one of the awards BTR was nominated for, so they hope to be able to give it to them. Carlos then says he hopes his dream of getting a girlfriend will come true, and Logan says, what about the Jennifers? Yeah, remember them? But let's be honest, he should have ended up with Dara. Don't at me. Carlos says he only went on one date with each, which isn't true. He full-on dated blonde Jennifer in Big Time Rescue, but okay.
And then they just disappeared.
Like they were gone with the wind.
They're back. Sorta.
You're back! Sorta.
I wrote that last line before watching this part. Carlos and I have the same brain. So they explain that they just finished a movie in Australia and are going to the Tween Choice Awards to promote it, except Jennifer 1 has one more scene to shoot and won't be attending. In real life, Denise Tance was most likely busy filming All My Children, since she was a regular on that show around the same time this was being filmed, so they put a cardboard cutout in her place. So the Jennifers are nice now and say they're interested in dating Carlos and give him until the end of the Tween Choice Awards to pick one of them to go out with. Wow. The dogs head to the apartment, and Kendall has gotten Katie backstage passes so she can accomplish her dream of meeting Austin Mahone, and James walks up with a fancy leather jacket, ready to impress Lucy. The next day, we're at the Tween Choice Awards, and Ryan Newman is here, wow, and introduces Lucy. James decides now is a good time to confront Lucy on not saying goodbye to him, and she walks away angry. Sharkus is watching from his evil lair, and he explains his plan to Sharky. When that commercial that BTR filmed airs, he will use it to mind control all 21 million viewers into craving mac and cheese. Okay. The show starts, and we strangely see Katie and Mrs. Knight still at the apartment. It turns out Katie hid the backstage passes in the dishwasher, and they got all shrunken up, meaning she can't get into Sharky's VIP room to meet Austin Mahone. RIP. We then see Austin and Alexa Vega hanging out in the VIP room, and Kelly and Gustavo tell the dogs that their first award they're up for potentially winning is the Awesomest Music Group. Logan wants to take some time to look for the Goop room, but Kendall objects, saying he doesn't want to get into any trouble tonight. James calls him a downer with no dreams, since he's the only one to have not said one of his yet, but Kendall says he wants to focus on helping everyone else accomplish their dreams, starting with Carlos. The plan is to throw Carlos at the Jennifers, and whoever catches him is his girl, but they miss and throw him towards Alexa Vega instead. She immediately recognizes him, and he asks if she's a real spy, and she says no, but then disappears. The Jennifers then walk up and ask Carlos if he's chosen one of them yet, but before he can respond, Gustavo and Kelly run up and tell them to get out into the audience because Joe and Camille are about to announce the first award that BTR was nominated for. The girls walk on stage and get ready to announce the Awesomest Music Group, and they get gooped because of slime. But One Direction won the award, not BTR. RIP. Mrs. Knight and Katie eat some of the Sharky mac and cheese at home, and Mrs. Knight tries to cheer Katie up by making their own VIP room and invites Bitters, Jet, Buddha Bob, and Plungy. It's actually kind of sweet seeing all of these adults try to cheer her up, especially Bitters, considering he's her arch nemesis. Meanwhile, the dogs want to try to make some of their dreams a reality, but Kendall is still paranoid, especially since Sharky is giving them the death stare.
Okay, and stop worrying about our specials. Yeah, I mean, do you see a beach drag race anywhere? Or Griffin trying to break up the band? Or a bunch of henchmen in jumpsuits?
So I get the Big Time Beach Party and Big Time Concert references, but I'm not entirely sure what that last one was. It could have just been a setup for that visual gag, but it also could be a reference to Big Time Movie. I don't know. Maybe I'm just stupid. So the henchmen walk into the VI cheese room, and the dogs ask Sharkus what's behind the curtain. He explains that he just aired their mac and cheese commercial for Griffin and Gustavo, who are now obsessively devouring bowls of the stuff, despite saying earlier in the episode that they both hate mac and cheese. But before they can ask any questions, they hear it's time for their next award nomination and run to their seats. Mindless Behavior are announcing this one, and after getting gooped, they announce all of the nominees for Awesomest Music Video, which includes Lucy's song You Dumped Me for Her and Confetti Falling by BTR, and they don't win yet again. Logan wants their help finding the Goop room, and Carlos says they should ask Alexa Vega for help since she's a spy, but of course that was just for a movie and they dismiss him. They go to the basement because Logan is convinced that's where the mythical Goop room is located, but they accidentally walk into Sharkus's lair. Oops. They get cornered by his cheesemen and Sharky and see an ominous timer counting down. More cheesemen come in, but move too quickly and run into Sharky and fall to the ground, giving the dogs time to make their escape. We get a chase montage while Run Wild plays, and they eventually find themselves in the Goop room. Logan is ecstatic and gets a syringe full of goop, being the first one to achieve his dream. But then the cheesemen find and corner them, only for them to get beaten up by an invisible Alexa Vega. Yeah, apparently she is a real spy. She's looking for Sharkus and assures them she'll take care of his plan, and the dogs rush out since it's award time again. Meanwhile, at the Palmwoods, everyone is still trying to make Katie feel better, but she says this is not a real VIP room, since it doesn't have Austin Mahone or Sharky.
Yo, Katie! Sharky's in the house! Woo! Is this a VIP party or what?
Katie isn't impressed though, and says nothing she does will make this a Tween Choice VIP party room. But then Jet replies confused and looks at the TV where they're announcing the Awesomest Hair Award, and he's one of the nominees. Yeah, he didn't realize that the show was tonight, and he, Amy Heidemann, and James are the nominees. Amy wins, making Jet extremely sad. RIP, he honestly should have won. The next award is Awesomest On-Screen Kiss, presented by Lucy and Austin Mahone, and in order to help James achieve his dream of getting Lucy tonight, they ask Austin to let James take his place. He agrees, and they walk on stage together.
We're here tonight to present the award for Awesomest On-Screen Kiss.
It's that moment on the big screen that captures our hearts until the girl in the movie leaves for Europe without saying goodbye.
And here we go.
So in the middle of him confronting her, Lucy says the only reason she came back was for him, and they actually kiss in front of the entire crowd. That was easy. It is kind of jarring how random this is. Like, don't get me wrong, I've always liked the idea of James and Lucy together, but she showed literally zero interest in him until the last few episodes of the last season of the show. They did have some little moments, like in Big Time Pranks 2 and Big Time Rides, but she quickly got over it and never mentioned it again, so it's weird seeing how she's just all of a sudden really into him. In any case, the only dream left among the dogs is Carlos's girlfriend dream, and the Jennifers confront him about it. They want an answer now, but then Alexa poofs in. She admits that she's had a crush on him ever since their first album, and they share a kiss, cementing her as Carlos's chosen girlfriend over the Jennifers. But soon after, she says she hasn't been able to stop Sharkus yet and asks for their help, only to get caught immediately. So Sharkus finally explains his plan to them, and that is to use the BTR commercial for his gain.
Which when viewed wearing my Cheese D glasses, will make their heads explode!
I'm just kidding. That's crazy talk.
It turns out he tested his plan on Griffin and Gustavo, explaining their sudden obsession with mac and cheese. He throws them in a jail cell and activates a cheese wall to move toward and crush them. Alexa doesn't have any spy gear to help them escape, but Kendall notices a red button on the outside of the cage. Logan realizes he can use the goop he collected earlier to hit it, and it works. They successfully escape, but it's time for the next award, so they run back to their seats, and Alexa says to meet her in the goop room right after. The award is for Awesomest Look, and Justin Bieber wins, not BTR, leaving only one more purple rocket for them to potentially win. Back at the Palmwoods, Katie says the night is a bust, despite Mrs. Knight doing everything she can to make it better, and she walks into the bathroom all sad. She feels bad that Katie is the only one not getting her dream tonight, but they have a nice heart-to-heart, and Katie expresses how much she appreciates how much her mom does to make her happy, and they continue the party. Back at the Tween Choice Awards, the dogs make it to the goop room with Alexa, who is hooking up hoses to the goop as part of her plan to stop Sharkus, and they realize they can use the swarm of cheesemen to their advantage. The commercial starts to air, and just as Sharkus is about to pull the lever to set off the mind control thing, the dogs teleport into his lair with the help of Alexa's spy gear.
So, Goop, to see you. But now it's time to say Goop Night. Pass. Goop, here it is.
They douse him in goop, which also destroys his cheese machine stuff, successfully stopping the commercial from giving anyone the craving for his mac and cheese. And just as they finish the job, it's time to announce the final purple rocket of the night, the award for Awesomest Song. And the winner is We Are by Big Time Rush. But unfortunately, they aren't in their seats when it's announced, and they try to run to the stage, only for Sharky to stop them from leaving. But he graciously lets them pass and flips off Sharkus.
Did you just give me the fin?
They sprint to the stage and receive the purple rocket from Nick Cannon, meaning every single dream of theirs has come to pass. Except for Kendall, who is called Dreamless by Logan, saying he never told them what his dream is. But Kendall explains his dream is what they're doing right now, being on stage and singing together with his best friends. And we get the last song performed by BTR on the show, We Are. This is why I said it's so special in my 24/7 album review. While they sing, we get a compilation of clips throughout the show, and it's surprisingly emotional for a kids show. This is the perfect song to play for the last performance by them. It's not cheesy or super boy band-esque, but also is a good one to showcase all of their vocals. They throw an after party at the Palmwoods where Kelly was able to use Alexa's memory wipe device to reverse Sharkus's brainwashing on Griffin and Gustavo. Gustavo achieved his dream of winning a purple rocket, and Griffin achieved his dream of becoming the #1 CEO in America since Sharkus was thrown in jail. And even Katie got her dream of meeting Austin Mahone with the help of the dogs who brought him to the after party. All 4 of the guys have girlfriends, everyone's dream has been achieved, and Gustavo plays the theme song to wrap up the episode. Everyone sings and dances along, the song ends, and Big Time Rush is over. Now, what are my thoughts on the finale? It was fine. It definitely didn't feel like a finale with all of the characters coming full circle and stuff, but I definitely understand why they did that. Since they were also a real band and were going to be touring and releasing music indefinitely, I don't think they really wanted to end their story here and make everyone stop caring about them just because of the show ending. It's very similar to the Drake and Josh finale in its vibe. It doesn't have to be the finale, but it makes the most sense if you treat it as one. I wasn't a huge fan of the Sharkus mind control plot and Alexa being a real spy thing, though. It doesn't fit with the vibe of the show at all. Big Time Movie I give a pass to since it was a one-off thing, and you could argue it's not even canon, but here these sci-fi elements were very unnecessary. I think they still could have had an hour-long special and an interesting conflict without the villain aspect. Trying to accomplish their dreams was compelling enough of a plot for me. I do really love this episode, and I will admit it's largely because of nostalgia bias, but I found it a satisfying enough way to end the show. But ladies and gentlemen, we are not at the end yet, which I'm sure you know by now given the length of this video. We still have to talk about where these guys are at today, their new music, some little things I've not mentioned, and yes, even my personal experience attending one of their concerts. But let's start with our 4th season character appearance graph. Doc Hollywood squeezed in 2 appearances, Bitters kind of took a step back, Rip Lightning, Tyler, and Miss Collins, and the Jennifers made one last appearance in the series finale. And to finish off the character appearance tracking, here is a graph of every single one of their appearances in the entire show, as well as Big Time Movie. Alright, you might be wondering where we go from here, and there's still a lot to talk about, but I want to start with the final album review, Another Life. This one is going to be much different since it was their comeback album released only last year, which is 10 years after the show ended, so I just want to preface if you're listening along that this has such a different feel than anything we've listened to thus far. Very few songs are upbeat and poppy, and the majority of the album gives almost a lo-fi kind of feel with a much more chill atmosphere. I also briefly mentioned this in part 1, but they released a deluxe edition of Another Life in November with some bonus tracks, so we're going to be listening to that. So without further ado, let's start with track number 1, Can't Get Enough. This one was actually released as a single a few months before the album came out, and you can definitely tell it gives off a very different vibe from the rest of the songs here. But it's such a bop, oh my gosh. The main hook is super groovy, all 4 of them sound great even after all this time, I'd argue even better than their Nickelodeon days, and the bass lines are by far my favorite part of this song. We also have a music video for this one, and holy crap, look at how old they are now. Why is Carlos blonde? James sings the bridge and hits some very impressive high notes, but for whatever reason, Logan stands out the most to me here. I remember listening to this when it came out last year and was blown away. Sure, they released a few other songs before this one, but this is the one that made me think, oh yeah, they're back. All 4 guys wrote this one, and Kendall and Logan wrote our next song, Waves. This one was also originally a single and then included on the album, and it's another banger. The intro is a little weird, but Logan takes the first verse, Kendall the pre-chorus, all of them on the chorus, Carlos the second verse, and James the bridge. We get a fun music video here too, definitely an epilepsy warning, but you know, in a good way. I also love the part after the bridge where they all start singing in rounds, it sounds really cool. This one is also very upbeat, and although I do love it, it doesn't really feel like a BTR song. While Can't Get Enough felt like a more mature take on their stuff, this feels almost entirely disconnected, which isn't a bad thing, but if you're a total sucker for the older BTR stuff, this is gonna be much harder to get into. Okay, let's move on to track 3, I Just Want to Party All the Time. This one is interesting because it's a cover. Kind of. So Eddie Murphy had a song in the 80s called Party All the Time, yes, that Eddie Murphy, and this song samples the main hook from the chorus. The verses are completely different, but the more modern take on the chorus is really well done in my opinion. It's very danceable, including a saxophone solo, but other than that, I don't have a lot to say. But it's time to talk about our 4th song, Weekends. The music video is a mixture of them singing on stage and dancing in a club, so not too exciting, but at least it tells a story, unlike the other ones we've talked about. Carlos has the best vocals in my opinion, but I also love Kendall's high part during the bridge. The beginning and end of the music video are slightly different from the actual song, with the video having vocal effects and stuff in the intro and outro, but I definitely prefer the real song's version. The lyrics are also really good too, I especially love Logan's pre-chorus. But let's move on to song 5, Work For It. This is one of the more underwhelming tracks, but the harmonies are incredible. I'm not a huge fan of the chorus, and some of the production elements are a little strange, but not a bad song at all. No music video, nor could I find a video of them performing it live, but I think it's still worth a listen. Alright, let's move on to what I think is the most unique song on the album, track number 6, Forget You Now. The intro immediately throws you off because it has this choir-sounding thing with some cool production effects, and then Carlos and Logan come in with verse 1. I love the bass line during the verse, and the background vocals done by James are really well done. The chorus is also super catchy, and while I think the effects during the bridge are a little cheesy, the moment that ethereal pad comes back in, it picks up so much. The live version of this song is also great, and this is a high song, and they do it in the original key. So impressive. Easily one of the best songs on the record. Let's move on. Our 7th song is titled Brand New and has a much chiller atmosphere compared to the last song. It opens with James singing the chorus softly, and the subtle orchestration you hear when the drums drop out throughout the song is a really cool touch. I think Kendall has the best vocals here. He sings most of the chorus, and his harmonies with Carlos on the first verse slap. My only problem with this song is the structure. I think they repeat the chorus too many times, but I at least appreciate how they make each one sound a little different so it doesn't get too boring. No music video or anything like that, but I don't hear many people talk about this one, and I think it's underrated. Our 8th song is called Ask You Tonight, and I would say it's the song that feels the most out of place on the album. Which isn't a bad thing, by the way. It's just a little jarring going from Forget You Now to Brand New to this. It starts off entirely acoustic, and you get a lot less production effects, which fits the song pretty well. Lyrically, it's more akin to the older BTR love songs, and honestly, if the production was a bit different, you could probably convince me it was from Elevate with songs like Covergirl and No Idea. James hits that main falsetto hook in the chorus, but Carlos has my favorite performance here. I think his more pure tone matches so well with the laid-back acoustic vibe of the song, and his verse in the beginning is easily the best part of the entire track. There is a music video that just came out a couple months ago as I'm writing this, and it's nothing special, just them playing live and vibing with fans and stuff. Okay, let's move on to song number 9, Superstitious. I'm not a big fan of the intro, but from the first chorus on, I really like all of the production techniques they use here. I love Logan's singing in this one, but Kendall also does some great harmonies. There's not too much to say about this song, but it's one of the better ones on the record in my opinion. I like how they go really high with the chorus and keep it more mellow in the verses, and Kendall hits some impressive high notes during the bridge, and that's basically all the thoughts I have. The 10th and final track on the original release of the album is the title track, Another Life. This is the least upbeat one in the whole bunch, but wow, it unironically can give you the feels. Not so much with the lyrics, but I absolutely adore the orchestration and harmonies. However, it's a really slow song, and it can get a little boring towards the end, but it's also on the shorter side, only 2.5 minutes, so it's definitely never unbearable. I don't know if you remember, but in the BTR album review, I complained about how the order of the songs is a huge mess, but they really knew what they were doing this time around. Now, that flow is a little undercut by the bonus tracks, but they kind of have to put those at the end, so I'll give it a pass. So, we have finished the main album, and songs 11 through 15 are our bonus tracks. Yeah, that's an extra 50% of the album added. Let's dive in. Starting with song 11, oh my gosh. After 14 years, Shot in the Dark has officially been released, and this version freaking slaps. The slight harmony change in the pre-chorus is amazing. They split up the vocals more as opposed to just Kendall singing basically the whole song, and the new instrumentation is incredible. The weird thing is, I keep seeing online that people are preferring the original version from the show, and I'm not sure if it's a nostalgia bias thing or if they genuinely think it sounds better, but I easily like this official one way more. It fits with the vibe of the album without butchering the song itself, and we get an actual ending. They do a low chorus after the bridge, one big chorus, and then an outro section that's completely unique. 10 out of 10 song. Thank you BTR for listening to the fans. Now just give us Blow Your Speakers, please. The 12th track is called Learn to Love, and while I don't love it nearly as much as Shot in the Dark, it's a really solid one. It gives off a fairly unique vibe compared to the rest of the album, and I think the lyrics are also pretty unique. I think the chorus drags a little bit, and some parts are repetitive, but it's very catchy and danceable regardless. But wow, it's really weird hearing these guys swear, repeatedly. Alright, our 13th song is titled Dream World. I really like how the production matches the theme of this one. The song sounds like you're in an actual dream world, if that makes any sense. The chorus also slaps so hard, and as always, the bass lines are on point. James has by far the best vocals in this one. The harmonies that build on the pre-chorus are also some of the coolest sounding things in a BTR song. The only complaint I have is there's no bridge, and they instead just repeat the chorus, so it kind of maintains the same energy throughout, which is kind of lame. But lyrically, I love this song. I really like how intentional they were about the arrangement matching the lyrics. The penultimate song is track 14, Your Way. This is really the only song on the album that has a complete dark undertone to it harmonically, a very similar vibe to Forget You Now. Logan's vocals stand out a lot here, but the run James does at the end of the chorus is also iconic. At the end, they just kind of repeat the main hook over and over again, which I don't love, but as a bonus track, this one's great. And our final song of BTR's latest album, a song you've never heard before. Just kidding, it's just an acoustic version of Weekends. I like it, but the original is better. That's all there is to say. Okay, it's ranking time. From worst to best, I would say Another Life, Your Way, Work For It, I Just Want to Party All the Time, Brand New, Learn to Love, Weekends Acoustic, Dream World, Ask You Tonight, Superstitious, Forget You Now, Weekends, Waves, Can't Get Enough, and Shot in the Dark. Am I completely biased for Shot in the Dark since I've been waiting for it for 14 years? Yes, but what are you gonna do? I think this album was the hardest to do the rankings for because it's just so consistently solid. It feels wrong saying Another Life is the worst song on the album because even that is a great one, just the others are even better. The most impressive thing about this album is the fact that every single song was either written or co-written by at least one of the 4 guys in the band. It's crazy how these Nickelodeon actors took this band and made music this special all on their own. However, this album cover is a little boo-boo. 24/7's was so good, and this one is just them with their photoshopped heads facing different directions. Lame.
So yeah, that's my album review of Another Life. I would give it a 10 out of 10 because my childhood heroes have returned. However, we are not done with the BTR discography. Before we jump into that, it is time for intermission number 3, which I guess it's not really an intermission since there's no more show to cover, but for the sake of structure, I'll call it intermission.
And this intermission I've very cleverly titled Things. So there have been lots of things that I've wanted to cover, but I didn't feel like they were long enough for a full segment or they broke off the flow of the video too much, so I condensed all of these things into this single intermission, mini intermissions if you will. Thing number 1 I want to talk about is the sets. The main sets are the Palmwoods lobby, pool, apartment, and Rock Records. Starting with the Palmwoods lobby, when you go in through the main entrance, you'll find that it is actually kind of small and narrow. To the left is Bitters' desk, some seating right across from it, as well as the entrance to the pool, and a supply closet where Buddha Bob is usually hanging out. Keep walking and you'll reach the elevators and a bathroom, and occasionally there will just be a desktop computer depending on the episode. There's also some orange carpet, and when you get closer to the elevators, it switches to hardwood flooring. Which is a terrible idea, because that's where you re-enter the building from the pool. If you slip, you're dead. Speaking of the pool, this is probably my favorite set in the show. They constantly say in interviews that this set was really cool because of the actual pool they had in an indoor set, and they do a good job with the lighting to make it look like they're actually outside in LA. It's also decently big with some cabanas, a few chairs, and plants all over. The apartment is by far the most confusing set of the bunch, and here's why. We never see a single bedroom, just this main area with the living room and kitchen and the bathroom. Also, I never really thought about this until now, but why do you have to walk through the kitchen to get to the bathroom? That's really weird. The kitchen is also really narrow, and you have like barely any room to turn around. And this isn't a problem if you like live alone or something, but we're supposed to believe there are 6 people in this one apartment. Maybe all 4 guys share a room and Katie and Mrs. Knight each have their own, but that's still a minimum of 3 bedrooms with this comparably tiny living area. Hey, but at least the slide and arcade games are cool. And now the final recurring set I want to talk about, Rock Records. The outside of the building is usually only in establishing shots, with the biggest exception being Big Time Strike, where they spend a good chunk of the episode directly outside the building. We don't know what the lobby is like though, we only see this hallway leading into the main studio. I thought for the longest time that this was a multi-company building type thing, but no, it seems like only Rock Records occupies this space, given that the only sign for the building says it belongs to Gustavo, and the carpet at the front doors is Rock Records themed as well. But in Big Time Christmas, there's a whole scene where they steal Christmas decorations from other companies in the building, so I don't know. Maybe Rock Records is like the only one that allows outsiders, and because of that, it's the only part of the building advertised. Or Big Time Rush has a continuity error. I'll let you decide. Anyway, we get to the part of the set where we spend most of our time, and there's this first hallway with all the posters of the different bands Gustavo has worked with. There's some cool stuff in the hangout spot depending on the episode, with a foosball table, some couches, a lamp. And when you walk into Gustavo's office, you'll see his desk and trophies, which doubles as a button to the secret entrance/exit. Then there's the main studio. You'll see Gustavo's platinum records, some instruments, and the glass panel that separates the recording stuff from the musicians. To the right of it is the vocal booth where the dogs record their angelic voices, and it also apparently has an eject button, according to Big Time Girlfriends. There's a dancing room where Mr. X is seen teaching the dogs early on in the series, and Gustavo has a private bathroom. That's about it. Oh wait, one more thing. The walls are paper thin. Like, watch any episode where someone runs through the wall or breaks it or something. You could sneeze and the whole building would collapse onto you. And that's all the sets I wanted to talk about. I really like them overall. They're a bit confusing, but for the most part, I can imagine what it would be like to actually walk around these locations if they existed in real life. Okay, thing number 2 I'm gonna do is call James Diamond. In Big Time Strike, he has this sign with his phone number on it, so I took some area codes from Minnesota to see if he would answer. Please do not do this yourself.
Okay, so I have a friend who lives in Minnesota, and he, like, sent me, because Big Time Rush posted on their story one time and said, like, you know, they were, like, out of school or something in Minnesota, and then my friend sent that to me, and he was like, I almost went to this school. So if my reasoning might be flawed, but if they almost went to that school, then that's probably where the characters are from. Therefore, my friend from Minnesota might have the same area code as James Diamond. So let's give it a shot.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless. Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again. Announcement for Welcome to Verizon Wireless.
Okay, well that didn't work. Let's try a different area code.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless.
Alright, folks, this is the Hail Mary. This is the last area code I have.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless.
Okay, well that was anticlimactic. Wait, okay, hold on. I'm gonna try my area code. I'm not from Minnesota, but you know.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless.
Okay, I get it. It's a lost cause. I get it.
Thing number 3 is I want to talk about all of the crazy cameos the show had. I'm just gonna name off as many as I can so that you can get a feel for how weird this show is. Nicole Scherzinger, Snoop Dogg, Lita Ford, Cher Lloyd, Jordan Sparks, Miranda Cosgrove, Victoria Justice, Fabio, Chris Masters, Lisa Rinna, Austin Mahone, Nick Cannon, Liz Gillies, Alfonso Ribeiro, Russell Brand, Tom Kenny, Gavin DeGraw, Lucas Cruikshank, Alexa Vega, Chris Paul, Rob Paulson, Butch Hartman, Jojo Wright, Eric Estrada, Scott Baio, Carmen, Symphony Miller, Terrence J, and the freaking cast of Yo Gabba Gabba. That is over 30 guest stars, and those are just the people I was familiar with. If you have any more notable ones, please let me know in the comments, because holy crap, what show does this? Thing number 4 is I would like to respond to this comment.
Alright, I'm gonna do a deep dive into the complexities and lore of mice, as you requested. I'm gonna speed it up because it's stupid, so you can just slow it down if you want, but this is for you, Mr. King Banana. The end.
Don't ask questions. Let's move on. Thing number 5 is I want to do a little exploration of the various videos that BTR has put out or been featured in on the internet over the years. The first one I want to talk about is Music Sounds Better With You. So if you don't remember in part 1, I talked about how IMDb says Big Time Rush has an episode 0 in season 2 titled Music Sounds Better With You, and I quickly dismissed it as an error. But somebody informed me in the comments that this actually does exist and was a special on Nickelodeon back in the day, along with some links to the full thing. Now, don't get your hopes up. This is not a lost episode of the show or anything, it's just a behind-the-scenes thing of the guys in real life going on a tour. If you're into their music though, I'd say it's worth a watch. We get some cool behind-the-scenes clips of them recording some songs from Elevate, you see them doing soundcheck before one of their shows, and wow, they have a cool tour bus. Also, I think it's kind of funny how they have to blur all of these food labels. It's pretty wholesome to see how these guys kind of put on a persona for the cameras, but as soon as they start interacting with each other, they're so much more genuine. The special ends with them recording the music video to Music Sounds Better, hence the name of the special. Again, if you like their tours and music in real life, it's worth a watch, but it by no means adds anything to the show. And now on to our next video. I'm so sorry, Logan, but I can't resist. I don't know how, but I came across this video recently, and it's a Chuck E. Cheese training video with Logan Henderson. Oh, sorry, Aaron.
Hey, here's Aaron, who just delivered an Oscar-worthy performance out there as Chuck E. Cheese. Nice job, Aaron.
Thanks. It's a lot of fun to play Chucky.
Can you imagine Logan putting this like on his resume when he was auditioning for Big Time Rush? He's all like, I've already sung and danced on stage to adoring fans. I think this comment sums it up pretty well. That's all I'm gonna say about this video. I just found it so odd and I wanted to share it with you. There are literally dozens of these videos all over YouTube, but some other notable videos are their behind the scenes of the 24/7 rehearsal, the vlog they did during Big Time Love Song, and Savannah Jade, who played one of the Jennifers, talking about the dogs before the final season aired. Thing number 6 is there are so many little things I either noticed after the fact, got wrong, or forgot about in part 1, so we'll be taking a look at that next. First off, Gustavo's office and desk are slightly different in the pilot than they are in the rest of the show. He doesn't have his trophy shelf with the secret entrance, and it's arranged pretty differently, feeling much wider. Second, in Big Time Bad Boy, Camille reveals that Wayne is a phony since he starred as the nerd in Magic Middle School, and in the very next episode, Carlos goes for the bad boy type to impress Joe, who's reading the script for Magic Middle School. Joe sees Carlos's outfit and asks if he's going for the bad boy role in that show. So the implication is either that Wayne just got really unlucky and they wanted a bad boy right after he left the show, or that he left the show after being rejected for the bad boy role. Also, another little Easter egg in this scene, it says Magic Middle School was written by Scott Fellows. Third, in Big Time Dance, Kendall and Katie want to get their mom a date, and they use Fabio selling his pocket grill door-to-door in person to kidnap him. Then, in Big Time Christmas, when Fabio is guest starring on Miranda's show, you can see the same girl next to him in his dressing room. Fourth, in Big Time Demos, when Kendall and Carlos are trying to impress Mercedes so that she'll pick Big Time Rush's demo, they both wear clothes that say, "Pick Big Time Rush." Fifth, and this is something I got so many comments on, is the joke in Big Time Party. Kendall says he's gonna invite Joe because he has a thing for her, and in the very next shot, he gives her a literal thing.
I'm gonna go down to the pool right now and invite Joe, because I kinda got a thing for her.
Wow, thanks for the thing.
Yeah, this flew right over my head when writing the script, and I realized it as soon as I was done editing. Forgive me. Sixth, in Big Time Crush during the speed dating segment, I'm like 95% sure that this guy is played by Darzan Solomon, aka Burf from Victorious. Seventh, Tucker Albrizzi, who plays Tyler, is freaking everywhere. I'm an avid Office watcher, and in Season 6, Episode 6, Andy is disguised as a mechanic in order to avoid the mafia guy, and a lady approaches him at the restaurant. Her car battery died, and she asks if Andy can jumpstart it for her, and look at her child! And he roasts the crap out of Andy.
Seems bad at this.
You want to do this, Junior? I didn't think so.
Eighth, you probably remember earlier when I mentioned No Idea is actually a cover of the same song by All Time Low. But did you know that Windows Down samples the main hook from Song 2 by Blur? You probably did because of how many comments I got about it. I've always recognized that hook, but for the longest time I just thought they kind of copied the woohoo part, but no, the drum and guitar part are almost exactly the same, so it was a full-on sample. And last but not least, the end credits of every episode plays verse 2 of the theme song, but Kendall sings it in the show and Carlos sings it in the actual song released officially. And that's all I got. I'm sure there's a few things I missed, so let me know if you think there were any other noteworthy things in the comments. Thing number 7 is I want to talk about some of my favorite running gags. A lot of these kind of disappear after Season 2, but they're still pretty funny. One that I like is the Jennifers walking in slow motion to City is Ours. It's always so random and nobody really questions it, and for whatever reason, Carlos loves this. Simp. Tyler hiding from his mom is also a pretty iconic one. I like how he'll just jump into conversation by coming out of hiding, and you never know where he's gonna come from. James in his bandanas is one of the most consistently funny ones, too. I like how in Big Time Superheroes, he fully embraces that side of him for an entire episode, and it's actually what helps them save the day. Gustavo losing his temper, usually through screaming, is a very underrated one. I especially like when it's Kendall's backtalk that makes him angry, but it's also funny when he starts off a sentence really quiet and yells the last few words for literally no reason. One that unfortunately kind of abruptly disappeared was Katie outwitting Mr. Bitters. The last time there was truly a subplot dedicated to this was Season 3 in Big Time Merchandise, and that one sucked. Don't get me wrong, all of the Katie and Bitters subplots are pretty pointless, but this one just had zero life to it. The third song is another great one, and I especially love the completely random use of it in Big Time Strike. I really wish they referenced it in the finale in some way, since it was almost used as a plot point in the pilot and Season 1 finale, but may it rest in peace. James doing the hand wave thing is easily one of the best. It's so in character, and the face he makes when doing it never fails to make me laugh. Again, he doesn't do it nearly as much in the later seasons, but it's too good not to include here. One that was very consistent for the show was Camille expressing her love for Logan by physically assaulting him. She slaps him a lot in the earlier episodes, and by the time we get to season 3, she's full on tackling him. That, my friends, is character development. One of the few noteworthy ones in the show's later run is James constantly saying, "She will be mine," about Lucy. James Maslow is so great at delivering these goofy lines, and this one is no exception. The most iconic one in the whole show is tree hats, so much so that I even made one myself. It's so funny because it's as if these are invisibility cloaks. Just wearing them while standing near any sort of plant makes sure you will not be seen by anyone. But my favorite running gag is the theme song playing whenever there's a conflict, more specifically when they change the OOOs to something that relates to the scene or episode. Some of my favorite examples are in Big Time Pranks, where horns play the opening notes after the crown is presented, Big Time Christmas, where they sing Ho 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 with jingle bells in the background, Big Time Strike, where they show the OOs on the picket signs, Big Time Girl Group, where Cat's Crew sings it, Big Time Merchandise, where their dolls sing it, and Backstage Rush, where they do a live recording of it since the episode is themed around them performing on stage. Thing number 8 is I want to do a character tier list. I found a pretty good one online, so let's jump in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the BTR character tier list. So we have, I don't even know how many this is, but we have quite a few characters, some of them more prominent than others. Let's dive in. All right, for whatever reason, Bandana Man, like this is a different one from James, D tier. He's funny, but like didn't appear enough for me to care at all. Yeah. Buddha Bob, let's put him in B tier, B for Bob. He's pretty funny. I like him. He's just kind of underutilized. I wish he was more used in like main plots. He's really only used in the Katie subplots. But you know, entertaining. Camille, we're gonna put in A tier. Camille is good. She's definitely one of the best side characters. And she's also funny. Like she's better than Joe, in my opinion, because she exists like outside of her significant other. Joe was literally just Kendall's girlfriend, but Camille, like, when her and Logan are not together, she's still her own interesting character. So yeah, Camille is A tier. Carlos, I'll also put him in A. He's like the goofy one. He's definitely like the one that like most children will like. He was definitely up there like when I was a little kid watching that show. But I think, like, now, I don't know, he's one of the lesser interesting ones. He's like, definitely the nicest one out of the 4 main guys, but I'm not, like, nothing crazy, but again, like, he's A tier, like, that's good. We're not gonna put very many in S tier. Fabio, I'll put him in C tier. He's only in, like, 3 episodes, probably. He's funny, like, I liked his little cameo in Bel Air Rush. But yeah, other than that, like he doesn't do a whole lot. He's not meant to do a whole lot, so C tier for Fabio. Freight Train is gonna be in the same boat, and that's just because he like just disappears mid season 2. If he was like in the show throughout the whole run, I'd probably put him like in B or maybe even A tier, but like, just the fact that he was not used very much, I can't put him much higher. Fujisaki, I'll put him in D tier. Nothing like... Again, he's only in, like, 2 episodes in the first season, I'm pretty sure. I don't think he appears after season 1. He's funny, but again, doesn't do a whole lot, nor is he meant to do a whole lot, so I'm not really sure why he's even on here. Abdul, I'll put in C tier. He's in a lot of episodes, but it only talks in 2 of them, I think. Once in season 2, once in season 4, and then like he just kind of stands there. But like when he does talk, it's actually pretty funny because you like don't expect it. But yeah, that's kind of all I have to say. Griffin, A tier. He's such a troll. I love it, and he's a man child, which I also love. He's just, towards the end, he kind of, like, declines a little bit in, like, terms of the quality of his character. But you know, he's good. Guitar Dude, I'll put him in C tier. Again, he's just one of those characters that disappears after season 2. He doesn't do a whole lot, but when he does show up, like, it's pretty funny. I like how he renames himself to Ukulele Dude in the beach party episode. And he's like, I like when he's, you know, in the background accompanying stuff, like when he's accompanying Kendall when he's asking Joe out to prom. But again, we don't even know his name, so yeah, he's Gustavo S tier, like not even a question. He's amazing. He's the heart and soul of the show. Like, if we're being honest, he's uneven. Like, he's just too funny. Like, he just yells for no reason, but it's funny. He's like, he kind of is like one of those characters that is the source of a lot of the conflict, but never in a bad way. Like, always in a very funny, entertaining way. So S tier for Gustavo. Hawk, I'll put in B tier. He only has, 3 appearances? And, like, for B tier and only having 3 appearances, that's good. Like, if he was, like, the recurring villain of the show and, like, appeared at, you know, once or twice every season, I would probably put him in A or S tier. And he's a good rival to Gustavo also. Like, I kind of wish they explored that more. And I also think in Big Time Superheroes, he was just ridiculous. It was really funny. So James, S tier. He does the wave thing. Like, that's all it takes to put you in S tier, basically. And I also like how he's not, like, physically goofy like Carlos is, but he's definitely, in my opinion, the funniest out of the main 4 guys. Jennifer 1, I'll put her in B tier. She, like, I think she'd be higher if she was in the series finale, because it's kind of cool seeing the other Jennifers, like, be nice, at least a little bit, in Big Time Dreams. For her, she never really, like, gets to a point where she's nice. If you watched my, like, character analysis segment, I think she was, like, probably the most kind of pushover, I guess, in the sense that she doesn't really have that mean persona when she's alone, which I think is interesting, but again, you know, they don't really explore that very much. So yeah, I'd say solid B tier. Is this Jennifer 3? I think this is Jennifer 3. I can't remember the numbers, but this is Jennifer 3. I'm gonna put her also in B tier. I would say like B plus. Like, I'd say higher than Jennifer 1, but definitely not quite A tier. She's definitely the nicest one. Like, when she goes on a date with Carlos in season 3, like, she's just like a normal, nice person. When Carlos goes on dates with the other 2, they, like, are either mean or, like, not very polite or nice or, like, you know, but she's just, like, the most normal one, but she definitely gets the least amount of screen time. And that episode where she goes on the date with Carlos is really the only, like, time she's alone and doing her own thing. So you know, again, not quite A tier, but definitely higher than the other Jennifer. Jennifer 2, I think, honestly, yeah, I'd have to go with B as well, because she's like the Regina George of them. She's like the mean one. And, like, I'd say she's probably the least likable, but, like, in terms of personality, not in terms of, like, as a character. Like, she's probably the most interesting one, but that's kind of because she's the meanest. And then I kind of like Big Time Rescue, like, when she was kind of a, like, she was basically putting Carlos in a trance. But other than that, you know, again, like, none of the Jennifers do a whole lot on their own. She probably did the most, and I like that, but definitely not enough to put her in A tier. Jenny Tinkler, D tier. Really annoying. Only in I guess 2 episodes. She was in the pilot for, like, a few seconds. But the episode that, like, was dedicated to her Big Time fans, I don't like the episode really to begin with, and she like just is there, like doesn't do a whole lot. Jet, I'll put Jet in A tier. I like Jet. His first appearance, you don't really get a feel for his character because he's like, he seems at least decently smart, and then by his next appearance he's just like a total idiot, but I like that more. And also like Green Time Rush, he carried that episode so hard. So yeah, Jet is A tier. He's really funny. I just wish he was in more episodes. Joe, I don't know if I should do B or C. I would say like low B. Cause like I definitely would say she's like not worse than the Jennifers. But I'd say all the people in A tier are definitely better. So yeah, I'd say B tier, like mid to low B tier. She like is she becomes kind of more of her own thing towards the end. Like at the beginning, she's literally just female Kendall, and then when they break up and stuff, she leaves the show. But you kind of get the sense that okay, she's her own character now. But like even then, you don't get a whole like big distinction between her and Kendall. So yeah, I'd say like mid to low B tier. Katie, I would go. Oh, well, that's not the right one. I'd go A tier for Katie. Low A, like A minus. Because the subplots she does are very pointless overall, but I like how she's kind of the normal one. She's the one who sets the guys straight a lot. And it's funny because she's like so much younger than them. So I think that's like a way more interesting dynamic than when Kendall does it. So yeah, I would say A, low A. Kelly, I'll put high B tier. Kelly, she's one of those characters where like she's not meant to do a whole lot. She's just meant to be like, again, like one of those more normal people, and she does that very well. But in this kind of show, that's really all there is. So yeah, I do like Kelly for who she is, but among people like Griffin and Gustavo, like she doesn't even compare. Kendall, I have a soft spot for Kendall because I actually kind of like how he's the only like normal and level-headed one. That does make him less interesting, but I also those characters tend to appeal to me more. So I'm going to go ahead and put him in S tier. I know people would probably disagree with that, but I like how he's the only like normal one. I think that's a good role for him. Lightning, D, like doesn't do anything. He just barks and wears shades. Like Logan, S tier, definitely. He is definitely I think he's the most interesting one out of the four main guys because he's like he's responsible like Kendall. He's smart, but he's also gets wrapped up into things like James and Carlos often do. But he definitely has that kind of second in command vibe. When Kendall, is, like in Big Time Single, for example, like when Kendall is all depressed, like Logan is the one that has to fix everything. I wish there were more episodes like that, but even without him, Logan is awesome. S tier. Lucy, I will put in A tier. I like her. She's definitely like one of the more normal characters, but I like how she will, I mean, at the beginning, she really is only like an extra love interest for Kendall, and then once she leaves, it's like, okay, that's all her purpose was. But then when she comes back, like, she's actually a good character. I like that, and I like her and James's arc. I know a lot of people don't, but I personally do. So yeah, I'll put Lucy in like low A tier. Marcos, C tier. Like he's like barely in the show. I don't really know why he's on the tier list at all. But like he's He's not bad. I like how he did the music video for City's Hours and the photo shoot episode. He had some good moments. Mercedes, D tier. Again, she's only in 2 episodes, and she's a jerk in the first one, and the second one, she's more justifiably a jerk. And then she just disappears. Like, I don't know why she's even on this list. Bitters, I'll put him in A tier. I like how he's like really mean on the outside, but then once he gets to like, you know, the Christmas special and, you know, some other episodes, he's like, you see the soft spot in him, and it's pretty wholesome, but then like it immediately goes back to him, you know, being the punching bag of the show. But overall, like he has a lot of great moments. Mrs. Knight, I'll put her in like mid B tier. She's like kind of like Kelly. She's the more like level-headed, nice one. But you know, she doesn't do her own thing very much. She's like really only there to support the main characters, which isn't a bad thing, but you know, as her own, she wouldn't really stand out much. Oh my gosh, what is this lady's name? The old lady. You know, underrated though, like C tier, like high C tier. Like, she's only in 2 episodes, but they're like her scenes are actually pretty funny. So yeah, I'll give her some points for that. The police commissioner, again, another underrated one. Like, honestly, I'd put him in like mid B tier. He's really funny in the few episodes he's in. And then like once you like, especially Big Time Superheroes, once you get to that one, he like is such a troll. He's like Griffin, but like actually has authority. Because in Big Time Lies, when he's just like, oh yeah, we knew like no one actually robbed rock records, we were just messing with you, like that's pretty based. Tyler, probably low C. Like I wouldn't even put him in high. Like, you know, again, doesn't do much, but you know, he's entertaining enough. And Doc Hollywood, triple S tier. Everyone knows that. Like that's not even a question. He's the greatest fictional character of all time. Yeah.
The 9th and final thing I want to do is some rankings, specifically related to the show. So the 3 I'm going to do are rank each season, the top 5 worst episodes, and the top 10 best episodes. Starting off with the seasons, I'd definitely say season 4 is my least favorite. Don't get me wrong, it's by no means bad, but wow, there is so much filler and you can really tell the show is losing its steam. The fact that basically the entire supporting cast is gone by this point really makes you realize that Big Time Rush as a show is on its last leg. But there are some great episodes here. Big Time Pranks 2, Big Time Scandal, and Big Time Dreams are all episodes I can see being in a top 10 list. For my 3rd favorite season, I was really torn between seasons 1 and 3, but I do think 1 is slightly worse. Again, it has some of my favorite episodes in the entire show, but it took a while for it to get its footing. By the end of the season, it's fantastic, but for the first half, I'd say only 3 or 4 episodes are worth revisiting. The pilot is solid, but nothing I really want to watch again, unless, of course, I'm making a 5-hour-long video of the show, and again, there's just so much filler. But I will say this, Season 1 is the only season to have a fully realized arc. Like, if the show got cancelled after just 1 season, it would still feel complete. The amount of callbacks the Season 1 finale has to the pilot, and the fact that they explore every character's motivation really makes it a satisfying season to watch by itself, but in terms of episode quality, not the best. The number 2 spot goes to Season 3, but to be honest, this and Season 1 could be interchanged very easily. My big problem with this season is the fact that 1, it's really short, and 2, there's no finale that means anything. Season 1 wrapped up the original arc, Season 2 had a lame ending, but an ending regardless, and Season 4 ended the whole show. Season 3 is just bloopers. But those are my only major complaints here. Season 3 has the best arc of the show in my opinion, and that's the whole Lucy, Kendall, and Joe love triangle. When I first watched this season, I'd basically completely forgotten about Joe and really wanted Lucy and Kendall to end up together, and then Joe comes back and you're just like, what? Big Time merchandise and Big Time bloopers are pretty meh, but other than that, every episode is at least entertaining with some great character moments all around. But by far, my favorite season of the show is Season 2. It's easily the longest season with 27 episodes, which means it has a better chance of having more good episodes, but percentage-wise, I still think it's the best in terms of quality. I like how the Joe leaving arc was smack in the middle too, because it gave Kendall a lot of time to grow without her before the season was over. Like I mentioned earlier, the finale is pretty mid, but it's still a good episode, just doesn't really feel like a finale. This season has multiple great hour-long specials, introduces amazing new characters like Jet and Lucy, while also keeping ones like the Jennifers, Guitar Dude, and Miss Collins, and I do have that nostalgia bias, since this era of the show was the one I rewatched the most back in the day. So yeah, that's my season's ranking. Now let's talk about the episodes that just suck. I'm only keeping it at 5 since I don't really feel like there are that many episodes that deserve heavy criticism, so just keep that in mind. My 5th least favorite episode is Big Time Bloopers from Season 3. I originally was going to put this and Big Time Interview on the list since they're both not really even episodes of the show, but they're also pretty harmless. I do, however, think Big Time Bloopers is worse, and even though it's not meant to be anything substantial, it's still pretty hard to get through. At least Big Time Interview took place in-universe and had some interesting references to older episodes. In Big Time Bloopers, it's like 1 minute of bloopers, 4 minutes of banter between Sierra Bravo and Steven Glickman, rinse and repeat. You literally miss nothing from skipping this episode. And not only that, it's the finale of Season 3, which is so disappointing. Coming in at number 4, I have Big Time Merchandise, also from Season 3. I can't really explain why, but this one feels so lifeless to me. None of the jokes land, and the plot is already really stupid. And not fun stupid, I mean just bad. I think it also suffers from Griffin not being an antagonist and just kind of being there. He really shines best when he's trolling the crap out of everyone, and he wasn't this time around. If you want to hear me vent about it more, go back and watch my breakdown of the episode, but yeah, not enjoyable in the slightest. My 3rd least favorite episode is Big Time Contest from Season 2. I know I kind of defended this one in part 1, but that doesn't excuse its putrid storytelling. They play a gag, cut to the next subplot, play a gag over and over and over. And they never amount to anything. None of the characters introduced for this episode are likable in the slightest, and even if they were, they're only used as plot points. They are also super lazy with the sets here. The fact that they throw a party at Rock Records makes absolutely zero sense. These 3 episodes were not good, but they weren't awful either. But these last 2, oh boy. Big Time Blogger from Season 1 is an embarrassment. The Katie and Bitter subplot is so dumb. It has like one funny moment where they play air hockey, but that's it. The main plot, I think, is even worse. They just chase this dude around for like 20 minutes and then he still leaves them a good review. So what was the point? The only, and I mean only redeeming quality this episode has is the fact that Belgians hate BTR, which is actually really funny. But it's only funny because it never gets resolved, which is why I hate the episode. Don't watch it. Don't. But the worst episode of Big Time Rush by far is Season 4's Big Time Cartoon. I broke this down not too long ago in this video, so I won't go into too much detail, but oh my gosh, skip it. But in a nutshell, the alien aspect is dumb, the B-plot is never resolved, and the last like 7 minutes is a cartoon that makes me want to gouge my eyes out. So yeah, those are my personal 5 least favorite episodes of Big Time Rush, but let's go more positive and talk about the best. I'm not going to give a whole lot of detail with these ones, but I'm going to give my top 10 favorite episodes of the show. At number 10, I have Big Time Concert. It wraps up Season 1 really well, explores all of the characters and their ambitions, and has high stakes and a good villain. Number 9 is Big Time Girlfriends. The drama is compelling but not cheesy. It's nice to see Katie and Bitters put aside their differences and agree on something, and they sing Boyfriend, and James dates a plant. At number 8, I have Big Time Dreams. A great finale to the show, bringing multiple characters full circle, and also just giving a decently emotional final song. The whole villain mac and cheese thing is underwhelming, but at least it's really self-aware and doesn't take itself too seriously. At number 7, I put Big Time Decision. Again, the drama is done well without it being cringe, and the subplot with James, Carlos, and Bitters makes me laugh every time. It also changes/restores the show's status quo, and I like that it wasn't afraid to have high stakes. At number 6 is Big Time Beach Party. It's so random, but in all the best ways. I love the 1960s movie tropes they parody. Patchy the Pirate is an unexpected but hilarious cameo. Each character has their own chance to shine, and they do a Beach Boys cover. What's not to love? My number 5 spot goes to Big Time Single. I think it's better than Big Time Breakup in almost every way. I think it's the funniest episode of the whole series. All of the subplots work together in an actual functional way, and Logan taking the lead in this one instead of Kendall is such a nice change of pace. It just makes me wish Logan did more leadership stuff, but this suffices. Number 4 is Big Time Bad Boy. This is the only episode in the show's really early run that I adore. I love how it does a take on the bad boy trope, Buddha Bob makes his legendary appearance, and Wayne Wayne is so epic. Kendall wearing makeup is scarring, but hey, these are the risks you have to take for these quality episodes. At number 3 is Big Time Songwriters. Another musical trope that is done super well here. All 4 dogs are in the same A-plot, the Katie side story is directly connected to the main one, and I love the episodes where they kind of split into teams. It's also such a clever way to promote their song, and the fact that they did Oh Yeah, which is one of the more mess songs on their debut album, adds so much more meaning to it. If this episode didn't exist, I probably wouldn't listen to Oh Yeah at all, but it brings back so many fun memories, and that's a genius way to hype up for an otherwise mid song. My second favorite episode of the show is Big Time Rocker. Lucy is one of the best characters introduced after season 1, and I love how she sticks around until the very end and doesn't just become a background character like the Jennifers. Also, paralyzed. Need I say more? My number 1 favorite episode might surprise you, but before that, I want to talk about some honorable mentions. Big Time Scandal, Big Time Fever, Big Time Surprise, Big Time Pranks 2, Big Time Breakup, and Big Time Sparks were all heavily considered for this list. I didn't realize how hard it would be to only narrow it down to 10, let alone pick one episode that I think is the best in the entire series, but here we are. My favorite episode of Big Time Rush is Big Time Pranks. The comedy is peak, all of the characters interact so well together, Griffin has his own amazing little side plot, and frickin' Doc Hollywood. There's nothing related to music in this episode, but I think that just goes to show that this show is not about a band promoting their songs. It's about a very talented cast of people creating an extremely entertaining program with great characters and unique comedy and storytelling. Okay, and that's all of the things I wanted to talk about for this intermission. I'm sure there's more stuff that I missed, so you can let me know about other stuff in the comments. Now, you might be wondering what comes next since we've covered the entirety of the show and all of their albums, and I'm glad you asked. I'm going to take this next segment to talk about where BTR is at today, starting with music. We dove a little bit into this earlier when I did the Another Life album review, but what you might not know is that this was not their official comeback. It actually happened back in 2021. In December of that year, they made their true comeback by releasing their first song in almost 10 years. Call it Like I See It. It was a single written by all 4 guys, and it's not bad. As their We Are Back song, it's pretty underwhelming, but when you don't give it that insane amount of pressure, it's a good listen. And weirdly enough, it seems like this song kinda just flew under the radar, which is understandable since the world was going to crap at that time, but still. I heard absolutely nobody talk about this song, and I only knew they made a comeback once I saw them announce a new tour. But as for the song itself, the main hook is really catchy, and I think Logan has my favorite vocal lines. Good song, although it's very jarring hearing how much of a different vibe this has in comparison to anything they released before this. Then, just a few months later, in February of 2022, we got our next single, Not Giving You Up, and I love this one, and it even gets a music video. It also has a pretty creative plot for a music video. BTR has a totally legit relationship advice hotline, and they teach this girl how to move on from an old relationship. Obviously, there are no ulterior motives. I absolutely love seeing this little skit at the beginning. I can't explain how happy it made me seeing these guys act together again, even if it's only for 10 seconds. Once again, Logan has some of the best lines here, but James's bridge is also fantastic. The coolest part about the video, though, is that they released an extended cut of the skit at the beginning. 5 minutes of pure bliss.
You haven't called me back. And then you end up eating 2 tubs of ice cream, watching The Bachelor because it was our favorite show. Why? You won't call me back! God, I miss you! Call me back!
And oh my gosh, there's an actual phone number. It doesn't work. But hey, still a banger of a song. Then in June of 2022, we got Fall. This one also has a music video, which is kind of generic, but there's this great shot of Logan trying to grab a bird, and it kind of looks like it tried to kill itself. The song is a little repetitive, but I also think the main hook is very danceable and upbeat. Carlos also has my favorite vocals. Honey is our next single, released in August of 2022. This one isn't my favorite, but I like how bass-driven it is. Carlos, once again, is my favorite vocalist here, and we get a music video with them performing on stage with some cool edits, but that's about it. Then, in that same month, we got Dale Paya featuring Mafia. I really don't like this one. It's not my genre to begin with, and the chorus is so repetitive, it's irritating. When the guys are actually singing, it's good, but it's few and far between. The music video is just them chilling by the water, and that's all I've got to say. Probably my least favorite BTR song. But all problems will be solved on November 24th, 2022. Yes! Paralyzed is officially here. This version also freaking slaps. The new instrumentation is great, it's a bit faster tempo, and everyone sings equally great parts. If you saw part 1, you know that I find this to be the greatest BTR song, and this only made it that much better. I surprisingly have seen a lot of people say they prefer the original version, which I do not understand at all. It might be nostalgia bias, which, you know, fair enough, but to me, it's not even close. The original has too much cheesy production in it, and they sing it like Green Day. Also, you can barely hear it, but they actually keep that background line, "You got me paralyzed," in both versions if you listen very carefully in the last chorus. The music video is them performing it live in the middle of the crowd, which is pretty cool, and I also love how freaking passionate Logan is while singing. It seems like all 4 of these guys love this song to death as well, and it shows. Now, I wanted to do something special when discussing this song, and I had no clue what to do, but then I got the opportunity of a lifetime. I was able to personally talk to James Maslow and ask his specific thoughts on the song. For those of you who don't know, he does this fan club thing with occasional virtual meet and greets, and I was lucky enough to get a spot in one of them and ask him to share something about it, and I was given an interesting story.
Paralyzed is my favorite Big Time Rush song. How did you feel about the history of that song and how it got released?
So, there really isn't any history of that song. The song was a big hit back in the day, and it was about being paralyzed by liking a girl so much you didn't know what to do. Very relatable in that sense.
So he started off by telling me pretty standard stuff, like how successful it ended up being and how much the fans loved it, and then he said something that kind of caught me off guard.
People trying to take it out of context and making it something that it wasn't, I think that's just absurd.
I had never heard of this side to the song, but after doing some digging, it's definitely there. I don't want to spend too much time on this because I don't want to bring up old controversies, but seriously, people are ridiculous. Apparently tons of people on Twitter specifically just saw the title, didn't know about the song at all, and just assumed it was saying something offensive, and they tried canceling BTR over it. Wow. But James had a great attitude about it, and I had no idea this was even a thing when the song was being released, but you can never tell with social media.
I couldn't care less about a made-up narrative that has nothing to do with why the song was written, why we like the song, more importantly, why you guys like the song. So I ignore that noise and we focus on what it is. Just a good song that brings back great memories from one of my favorite episodes in the TV show, and now is one of the most fun fucking songs to play live. That's the end of that story.
Thank you, James, for sharing your take on the song, and everybody listen to Paralyzed right now. It's a banger and a half. Moving on to other singles, Can't Get Enough and Waves were initially released by themselves, but they were included in Another Life, so let's talk about Suave, released in August of 2023. This is what Dale Payas should have been, a great Latin America-style song with Carlos singing in Spanish. What's not to love? The chorus freaking slaps, and it's so crazy the same boy band that has songs like this also have songs that sound like this. No music video, but this is one of the lesser known singles by BTR, probably because it's so radically different from their other stuff. The final single I want to discuss is their newest song as of me writing this, and that is Only One, released June of 2024. At the time of writing this script, it was released literally 3 days ago, and it's a good one. It's a pretty short song, only being about 2.5 minutes, and the auto-tune is a little much, but other than that, it's great. I love the contrast and energy between the verses and chorus, and Kendall's lines definitely hit the hardest here. No music video as of now, but they've been releasing music videos quite a while after the song initially comes out, so we might get one eventually. So yeah, we have now discussed every single officially released BTR song as of June 2024. Wow. So we've talked about the music side of BTR today, but what about the show? Well, it ended in 2014, but do I think we'll get a reboot? I don't know, but here are some of the things I do know. The fans want it. Literally ask any BTR fan, not even necessarily ones that are solely fans of the show. We all want to see them on the big screen again. Just imagine how amazing it'd be to see the same goofy humor with these 30-something-year-old men with more adult-themed jokes. No show is like that. But it's not just about what the fans want. Do Kendall, James, Carlos, and Logan want it? Not really. They've said many times in interviews that they don't think the over-the-top physical comedy would work anymore, and that they're primarily focusing on music now, so I'd say a full-on reboot is unlikely. But I do think it's entirely possible and somewhat likely we'll get a reunion movie at some point, and I would honestly prefer that. The iCarly reboot was extremely popular and got canceled after just 2 seasons, ending on a massive cliffhanger. And if one of the most popular children's sitcoms of all time couldn't last, I don't think BTR will either. But hopefully if we do get a reboot, they'll go the Zoe 101 route and make a movie special. That way we get a complete story without the chance of a stupid incomplete show like iCarly. I don't really know what it would be about, though. They could go the predictable route with Kendall and Joe, or Logan and Camille's wedding, or maybe them going on another world tour since that was the plot of Big Time Movie. I do not know how likely any of this will be, but I definitely would prefer a movie special over a whole new show.
Okay. We're back to this again. So, I wrote that segment, months ago, and I'm editing it now, just now, but what is today? The 12th of August? On the 9th, I got a DM from Mr. Nostalgia, who is a fellow YouTuber, you might know him, and he said, like, hey, just thought you should know, Big Time Rush just announced a new movie. And I was like, no freaking way. And he sent me a link to a tweet he made with a video, and it kind of got cut off, but according to Mr. Nostalgia, they said, I can't confirm or deny that we're working on a Big Time Rush movie. So, that's all we know, though. Like, I don't know if that means, like, a documentary of them touring, or, like, a full-on, like, sequel to the Nickelodeon series in the form of a movie. I really don't know what that means, but it's a Big Time Rush movie in some form. So, like, that would be insane. I cannot believe I've been writing this segment talking about that, and then potentially that's what they just confirmed. I don't know. Again, I don't know if it's like the Zoe 102 thing where they are like doing just a movie in the show's universe that takes place, like 10 plus years after, or if it's going to be something completely different. But at the very least, we're getting a new movie featuring Big Time Rush at some point. So that's pretty freaking cool. I hope it's good, because I heard Zoe 102 was not good. I never watched it, but I heard it wasn't good. So if they do go that route, man, I hope it's good. I'm so excited.
And that's pretty much all I have to say about the current status of BTR, but there are literally dozens of videos that they've posted on their YouTube channel in the last couple of years, so if you want to know more, I'd recommend just checking those out. I do want to share this video, though.
Hey, did you text Carlos the rehearsal address?
Yeah, dude, text him right here. Carlos, and, oh, whoops, some dude named Al Contacts?
What? No, dude, that says all contacts. What the fuck?
And now, our final segment before we get to the big concert. I want to do a comprehensive deep dive into the music. I know I've already done the album reviews and all of their singles, so I'm gonna now take a look at all of their still yet to release songs and do some rankings. Starting off with the easy ranking, let's rank all 4 of their albums. In last place, I'm gonna go with Elevate. It's a great album, I just think the others are more consistent with their quality. In third, I'll give it to Another Life. I'd say it's objectively the best sounding album they've released, but the songs themselves I think I like just a little bit less. I know this will be controversial, but I'm gonna give second place to BTR. I have so much nostalgia for this one, and it's got so many bangers, I just think 24/7 is the best. 24/7 feels like a good balance between the kind of cheesy, corny stuff from BTR and the mature vibe from Another Life. It's a perfect medium. And beyond that, I still have a lot of nostalgia for this one too. We Are, Song for You, and Confetti Falling all bring back so many memories, just to name a few. But now we get to the fun part, unreleased songs. There are a ton, so I'm gonna just do kind of a rapid fire thing here and only briefly talk about the highlights. The first one is called Welcome to Hollywood, and you can listen to a fairly low-quality version on YouTube, but not sung by the actual band. It's sung by Simon Curtis, who apparently was intended to be in the show very early on in its development. Not a bad song, but a little too cheesy for my liking. Have a Good Time is another one you can find a demo of, recorded by Eric Bellinger. I actually really like this one. I think it could work as a new single of theirs if they did some tweaking. Don't take that out of context. Our next one is titled So What, and this is one of the few tracks here where we can hear it being sung by the actual band. However, only Logan and James are here from what I can tell. It's pretty clear that this is still just a demo version. But again, a pretty fun song. It could have been good on Elevate, but other than that, I don't really see this working as an official song now. Intermission is the next one, and this one is also primarily sung by Logan in the versions you can find on YouTube. It's a really slow and honestly kind of boring song, but its lyrics are pretty unique. Even though there was no chance of it being in the show, I think it would have been a cool Easter egg for it to be in that one scene in Big Time Single where Gustavo writes a breakup song. Cruise Control is one of the more well-known ones, but I think it's pretty meh. I think the best one though is Blow Your Speakers, which is the only song that was in the show but has yet to be released officially. It was the main song in Big Time Superheroes too, so I wonder how long it'll be until we get this song for real. If it happened to Paralyzed and Shot in the Dark, it can happen here. Please, Big Time Rush. And that's all I've got to say about the unreleased Big Time Rush songs. I know there's a ton more, but these are the highlights I wanted to discuss. The next music thing I want to do is a game. David Bennett does this thing with Beatles songs where he tries to guess them just by the drum part, just by them playing in reverse, that kind of thing. So what I've done is gotten my friend to select 10 different Big Time Rush tracks, and they are only going to play for 1 second, and I have to guess which song it is. Let's go.
All right, welcome to Guess the BTR Song with me, Zach. So I had my friend. He got me 10 BTR songs. He got me really short clips of them, and then I'm gonna have to guess them. And then I can reveal the answers. Like, we're on Discord, so I just put it in spoiler text so I can look at the answers later on. So yeah, let's get started with song number 1. Go. Money for people with Okay, I think I know what that is. Let's listen to it one more time. Money for people with Yeah, that is definitely their cover of Revolution. Let's see if we're right. Yes, Revolution. All right. All right, song number 2. We'll come together. Okay, I think I know what it is. I'm gonna play it again. We'll come together. Okay, I know what it is. I'm gonna play it one more time in case you guys are listening in and don't know yet. We'll come together. That is definitely This Is Our Someday. Let's see. Boom, This Is Our Someday. All right, 2 for 2. All right, track number 3. Ooh, actually, I don't know. That's the first one where I don't really know. Let me listen to it again. So I hear like that echoey reverb thing, which makes me think it's from like Another Life, but I also hear like drums, and that's usually not the drum sound they go for. All right, I'm listening to it one more time. Okay, I think I know actually. I'm gonna go with Love Me Again, because it sounds like that breakdown they do at the beginning of the verses. So Love Me Again is my guess. Yes! Oh my gosh. I didn't think I was gonna get that one. All right, 3 for 3. All right, song number 4. Okay, I definitely know that one. Definitely know that one. I'll play it again for you guys. Okay, one more time for you. That is definitely You're Not Alone. He's like in the middle of saying it. I could definitely hear that there. All right, number 4. Yes, You're Not Alone. All right. Okay, song number 5. Oh gosh. I don't know. Let me listen to it again. Oh my gosh, that's so short. Okay, I'll give it one more. I'm gonna, oh gosh. I really don't know. I'm gonna guess Cover Girl, because I think that's Kendall singing, and it sounds a little lighter, so my guess is Cover Girl. No, it's only one. Okay. Dang it. All right. Well, newest BTR song. I'm not as familiar with it, so I'm going to listen to that again. I can't hear what part that is. Okay. I think I can hear it now. All right. Well, we missed one. Let's move on. All right. Song number 6. Oh, I know what it is because I know I don't like it. I'll play it again for you. I know what it is. One more time. It's definitely Dale Paya. Yeah, I knew it. I just knew I didn't enjoy it, so it had to be Dale Paya. All right, song number 7. Okay, I know this one too. That's like the most memorable part of the song, so that's pretty easy. Play it one more time for you guys. All right, that is Not Giving You Up, 100%. Boom, there we go. All right. And song number 8. gosh. I don't know. Let me listen to it again. Okay, it's definitely a later one. Okay, I'm listening. I think I have a guess. I'm not super confident though, so I'll give it one more listen and then I'll take the guess. Okay, my guess is Honey, but I'm not super confident with that. Ooh, I got it right. All right, Honey, perfect. Okay, song number 9. Number 9. Sorry. There we go. Okay, I know this one too. I actually listened to the song just like a couple hours ago today while I was driving. So I'll play it again for you guys. Okay, I know what it is. That is 100% Run Wild. Lock it in. Boom. All right, 10. Well, that was 9. Now it's time for 10. Song number 10, the final one. Yeah, I know this one too. This is an easy one. All right, I'll listen to it again though. Okay, one more for you guys. Okay, that is 100% Any Kind of Guy. Let's see if we got it right. Any Kind of Guy. There we go. All right, so I got 9 out of 10. I'll take it. So not quite a perfect score, but you know that's an A. Pretty good. I want to know how many you guys got because I listen to Big Time Rush all the time, like when I'm driving. So I wonder like how quickly you guys can recognize. So if you played along, let me know your score in the comments. I'm curious to see.
Lastly, for the music segment, I'm gonna rank every single Big Time Rush song. Yeah. Keep in mind, I'm only gonna be ranking the officially released songs, so every song that I can listen to on Apple Music or Spotify is fair game, including covers. Also, my opinion on these songs has changed a little bit since my initial video, so if the rankings don't quite add up with the album reviews, that's why. There are 73 songs. Let's dive in. Last place goes to Dalai Paya. Too repetitive, not catchy, and boring. 72 is Na Na Na. Once again, really boring and repetitive with lame lyrics to back it up. 71 is Superstar. It's danceable, but that's all it's got. Gustavo's version is superior. 70th place is Can't Buy Me Love. Not bad, but my least favorite Beatles cover that they did. Haha 69 goes to Lost in Love. Good chorus, but the rap makes me cringe beyond belief. 68th is Picture This. Cheesy lyrics, but great chorus. 67th, I have Honey. It's got some great bass lines, just not totally my thing. 66th is Help. Good, not great. 65th is Just Getting Started. Nice and upbeat, however somewhat underwhelming. 64th, I have Elevate. I know it's super iconic, but that's all it has going for it. 63rd is Another Life. Great song with some beautiful orchestration, just drags on a tad. 62nd is Fall. I love the contrast between the rhythmic verses and melodic chorus, but a little repetitive. 61st goes to Work For It. Logan and Carlos kill it on this one with a solid chorus build-up. 60th place is Oh Yeah. Fairly lame lyrics, but James has some epic vocals that more than make up for it. 59th, I have Amazing. James is the highlight here once again, with a very memorable chorus. 58th is Big Night. Not anything too special, but a ton of fun. 57th goes to Show Me. I have received your comments from last time around, and yes, this song has grown on me quite a bit. 56th is A Hard Day's Night. Pretty faithful to the original, and I like how they keep most of the iconic guitar parts in here. I'm giving 55th place to Love Me, Love Me. Logan delivers killer vocals here, but the break it does towards the end is a little much. 54th, I have Suave. Super fun song, but it's more niche than any of the other stuff they've put out. 53rd place is Learn to Love. Kendall's vocals slap, and I really like the lyrics. 52nd goes to Get Up. Such a banger, and I love the unique instrumentation. 51st is Your Way. Logan's vocals carry this one, and I love the background harmonies and the run that James does. 50th place goes to We Can Work It Out. They nail the harmonies, and the scene that accompanies it in the movie is one of the best. 49th, I have Untouchable. The piano is great, and the melodies are super catchy and unique. 48th goes to All I Want for Christmas. Such an iconic Christmas song to begin with, and their cover is really good. In 47th, I have Revolution. They nail the guitar parts, and the fact that they keep Nicky Hopkins' keyboard solo is so cool. 46th place goes to Beautiful Christmas, the only original BTR Christmas song, but I think it still holds up really well. 45th is Call It Like I See It. Not the most exciting song, but so many good memories with this one. 44th is Halfway There, one of the most iconic tracks from Season 1, and just a great song by itself. 43rd is Big Time Rush. I know I might get destroyed for doing this, and it is their iconic theme, but as a standalone song, it's not their best. 42nd place is Time of Our Life. It has a unique guitar part, which is pretty cool, and it's one of those very good vibe type songs. I'll give 41st to I Just Wanna Party All the Time. The chorus is a good cover of the original, and I like how they added in their own sections. 40th is Only One, the newest BTR song as of recording this, and I really enjoy it. 39th place goes to Invisible, a little darker feel harmonically, but not too cheesy. 38th, I'll give to Nothing Even Matters. Super fun song, and the episodes it has in the show are some of the most memorable. 37th is Brand New. I like the lyrics a lot, and the harmonies are some of the best in any BTR song. 36th will be Love Me Again. It has a very mature vibe compared to the other 24/7 tracks with a very nice melody to back it up. 35th place is Stuck. Arguably Carlos's best song is this one, and its lyrics are some of the better ones from their debut album. 34th will go to Music Sounds Better, one of the best music videos and a great way to kick off their second album. 33rd is All Over Again, one of the catchiest choruses out there, and it was a good song choice to finish off season 2 of the show. 32nd is I Wanna Hold Your Hand, their best Beatles cover by far, and even as a huge Beatles fan, I think you could argue it's just as good as the original. 31st goes to Not Giving You Up, one of their best singles ever, and all four guys deliver killer vocal lines throughout. 30th place is going to be Run Wild. I think this is my favorite James song. The chorus slaps, and I would kill to hear them perform it live. 29th is Famous. Super iconic, basically the first song of theirs we hear in the show, and one of the most recognizable boy band songs out there. 28th is Weekends. I love the ethereal vibe this one has going on, and even the acoustic version shows off the great melodies these guys came up with this time around. 27th goes to Like Nobody's Around. I love Carlos's high notes in the pre-chorus, and the song has a great message. 26th place goes to Superstitious. The falsetto chorus is super catchy, and Kendall's vocals are pure bliss. 25th is going to be If I Ruled the World. It comes from one of my favorite episodes of the show, and even though the rap is meh, I love how danceable it is. 24th place will be This Is Our Someday, another song with a good message, and its use in the show adds a lot to this one. 23rd is Dream World. I can't believe this one was only a bonus track, because it has some of my favorite harmonies in a BTR song with a really unique chorus. 22nd is Crazy For You. The chord progression is something you never hear in pop music anymore, and I love the reggae vibe it has at certain spots. 21st is Ask You Tonight, a much needed acoustic song that somewhat resembles the band's earlier stuff, but with a mature twist. Sure, the lyrics are a little sappy, but it fits perfectly. 20th goes to No Idea. I know this is mostly a cover, but there's no question that this is the definitive version. Every member is able to deliver great vocals, and it once again has some mature lyrics that are really nice. 19th place goes to Forget You Now. The best word to describe this song is cool. Killer bass lines, and Kendall's singing is unmatched. 18th is You're Not Alone. A little cheesy, but once again, Kendall's delivery on his lines makes this song an instant banger. 17th is I Know You Know. I do prefer the acoustic version, but the original still holds up really well. 16th goes to Waves. The round section they do during the bridge is awesome, and Logan's intro slaps. 15th place will be Confetti Falling. It's used a bit much in the show, but I love how the lyrics are decently unique, but are still what you'd expect from a Big Time Rush song. 14th is Any Kind of Guy. This one is so biased because I know the lyrics are super cheesy and boy bandy, but I have too much nostalgia to not enjoy it. 13th I'll give to Song For You, one of the best raps from a BTR song, and the chorus is so much fun to sing along to. 12th place will be 24/7, such a feel-good track with one of their catchiest melodies on the bridge. 11th is City Is Ours. This one is so fun, and I think it has their best music video. Bonus points for also having a whole episode for it at the end of Season 1. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the top 10. Let's go. 10th place will go to Can't Get Enough, their true comeback song in my eyes, and the bass part slaps like no other. In 9th, I have Windows Down. This is their defining summer song, and even though it heavily samples Song 2 by Blur, the verses more than enough make up for that. 8th place goes to Count On You. The soft piano and the harmonizing with James and Jordan Sparks' voices cannot be overstated, not to mention it's one of their only soft and genuine songs from back in the day. 7th place will go to Boyfriend. I know I have repeatedly said this one is overrated, and I still think it is, but it is one of their defining songs, and you can't deny how catchy it is to this day. In 6th, I have Shot in the Dark. It was worth the 10+ year wait because this version is incredible, also giving Carlos and Logan some lines of their own that round it all out. 5th place has to be Till I Forget About You. Such amazing lyrics even for today, and its music video is really well made as well. Should have been how they ended the BTR album though. 4th place will go to Worldwide, one of their biggest songs ever, played in the most iconic scene of the entire show's run, not to mention how well delivered all of the vocals are. In third place, I have CoverGirl. Kendall Schmidt's best work is right here in my opinion. Its lyrics are so unique, even though it's a very overdone theme, and the acoustic vibe it has is perfect for what the song is. Second place will be We Are, the finale to the show, and even without that, the piano, drums, and amazing vocals delivered by the guys makes for such an underrated masterpiece. And if you know me, you know what number 1 is. Yard Squirrel Christmas with Paralyzed at a close second. No, but for real, Paralyzed will always hold such a special place in my heart as a BTR fan. Its melody is so much fun to sing along to, I love how unique the lyrics are, and it just gets you hyped in a way no other song of theirs does. You can never change my mind on this. Paralyzed is the greatest song to come from any boy band ever. So, that's my entire ranking of every official BTR song. Did I cook? Let me know. But here we are, the ultimate culmination of everything BTR and 14 years of my childhood, the concert. I'm gonna walk you through the story of how the stars aligned for me to go to this concert, even though at the time I lived in Oregon and they were playing nowhere near me. And also, I don't have a ton of personal footage, so I'll be using different sources from YouTube, and you can find all of the original videos in the description. Our story begins in mid-2022 when some friends of mine who I met through Discord were organizing a little get-together in Texas for summer of 2023, among whom was the famous Shy Sprout, by the way, no biggie. We finalized the dates later that year, and the trip was going to be from June 17th through the 24th. Then, on February 8th, 2023, my friend Jet informed us of the magical day known as June 22nd, the first concert of their brand new Can't Get Enough tour, playing the week we would all be in Texas, just 1 hour from where we were staying. Myself, my friend Elijah, and my friend Rose were the ones who expressed the most interest, and we vowed to do everything in our power to go to this concert. So we bought ourselves some tickets. Thankfully, Jet came in clutch and offered to drive us there the day of the concert, so now we had 4 months to go before the big day. I also just want to point out, we had a conversation about a BTR concert 3 years before this all took place. Like, this was our big-time dream. Fast forward to June of 2023, and I arrive in Texas, and holy crap, it was so hot there. Like 95 plus degrees and 80% humidity. I know that's probably normal to a lot of you guys in the South, but I wanted to die. Anyway, June 22nd rolls around, and Elijah, Rose, and I all get into Jet's car as he drives us to Fort Worth to Dickies Arena. Yeah, that's the actual name of the venue. Also, side note, you'll see occasionally in these clips and screenshots the name Ellie, and that's just a nickname we have for Elijah as an inside joke, so don't get confused. There were 11 of us total on this trip, but the rest of them were big-time losers and chose to go to Buc-ee's instead of the greatest concert of their lives, so that was kind of an L for them. But it was about a 2-hour drive with traffic and stops, and our pre-concert meal was the 5-star restaurant Chipotle. I didn't really take any videos of the drive there or back, but thankfully Rose is a vlogger and recorded a lot of the concert, so you can thank her for this footage. So we got there a little late, but thankfully there were 2 opening acts, so we went straight for the merch line since we didn't really care about the openers. For those of you who don't know, it was Jax and Max, 2 different artists.
So Jet dropped us off. We went to security to get into the arena, and we were standing in line there, and there was this guy behind me, and he had these 2 giant colored signs, and one said, "I heart Gustavo," and the other one said, "I heart Kendall's mom. I salute you." So we kind of looked over at him and complimented his signs or whatever, but then security wouldn't let him in because he said the signs had to be smaller than like a sheet of printer paper or something, which was weird because when we got there were tons of people with huge signs. So I don't know what the deal was, but the look on his face when he had to throw them away, it was like he was denied custody of his child or something. And lucky for him, there was a trash can right by the entrance, so he didn't have to lose his place in line. And the way he put them in the trash can was so funny, because he just, like, as carefully as possible, just slid them in, because he didn't want to destroy his hard work. So we walked inside, got our merch. I was gonna wear it. It's this shirt. I'll put it on screen, but I forgot I left it at my parents' house in Florida, so I don't have it. Just pretend I'm wearing it, though. Our seats were decent. We were kind of far back, and it's kind of hard to see on camera, but we bought cheap tickets. So for the price we paid, it was a pretty good view. If I had the idea to make this retrospective before going to the concert, I definitely would have just manned up and bought more expensive tickets, but that's what I got.
So our first opener was Jax, who I was not familiar with, but I looked around and saw lots of people singing along to her songs, so I guess I was in the minority. Speaking of being in the minority, Elijah and I were probably the only guys from 18 to 21 who were there by choice. Like, so many people were younger girls or fathers with their daughters or girlfriends or whatever, so we kind of felt out of place. So Jax played for about half an hour, and at that point I was like, cool, BTR is up next, because I thought Jax and Max were like a duo and part of the same act, but we sit there for like 20 minutes and another guy comes up on stage. I had no idea, no pun intended, but when they said Max, they were talking about Max Schneider, as in the star of the Nickelodeon original movie Rags, as well as Xander in How to Rock, which we talked about not too long ago. I was completely oblivious to the fact that this guy had a successful music career on his own, and he performed some songs. I didn't really like them, but hey, it was cool seeing another Nickelodeon guy there. At this point, the three of us were kind of tired seeing opening acts without the band we were there to see, because the concert started at 7, it was 8, and Max had just started playing. And then he played for like another 45 minutes, and we were annoyed, but that BTR hype was still building inside of us, so we patiently waited, and then there was just like a 25-minute break before they came on stage. I'm pretty sure they were having some technical difficulties or something, because it couldn't have taken that long to just get them on stage, and since it was the first date of their tour, they probably didn't have all the kinks worked out, and on top of that, I kind of noticed some things that probably weren't planned that I'll talk about later. But soon enough, Kendall, James, Carlos, and Logan jumped on the stage and started with Can't Get Enough, with some awesome choreography. Then they did Elevate, followed by Song For You, which was done really well. Kendall nailed the high notes live, and Carlos took the second verse this time, which was great. Then the room went black and they did Waves. They did this really cool platform light-up thing throughout the whole show, but during this song in particular, it worked really well. Then they just went straight into Weekends, and this one they incorporated some of the original recording with it for the intro. But what was really cool was when Carlos pulled out the ukulele at the end to play the acoustic version for a chorus. It was a great way to incorporate both versions of the song into the live performance. And it was also a great transition to the next few songs, where they took a much more chill approach and played them all with acoustic guitar and pure vocals. They did a slower version of All Over Again, where Logan started and incorporated the crowd for the ending, and they all sat down for a weird song to do acoustic, Any Kind of Guy. But it was still a lot of fun. I loved being in the crowd and yelling, "Yes, I will," during the chorus. Then they moved on to Ask You Tonight, and Rose got this great video. As you can hear in that recording, James nails the high note in the chorus every time. Crazy. This was the last acoustic song they did, and the lights dimmed again and we got to hear Forget You Now. They did it basically exactly like the recording, except for the end, where they played the violin hook from Toxic by Britney Spears. They did this as a transition to some nostalgia music, and then they moved on to Love Me, Love Me. This was probably my favorite choreography of the night. These guys are actually unironically great dancers. And then they played the greatest song known to mankind. You know the one. I was able to find a video of them performing it when I was there, and I totally forgot that the intro got kinda messed up. I think Logan's monitor went out or something because he was off with the rest of the band for a few seconds at the beginning, and you can see him reach into his pocket like he's trying to fix it. But my boy Carlos covered for him, and we got a great rendition of a masterpiece of a song. This was also the only video I took of them performing because I just needed to get this historic moment on video. After Paralyzed, they played Nothing Even Matters, and then they did their concert tradition of picking their worldwide girls. If you don't know what that is, they each pick a girl in the crowd with a sign that they like and invite them on stage with them as they sing worldwide, and Elijah and I wanted it so bad, even though we're not girls, but that wasn't gonna stop us.
Is that safe? I'm not sure. Pick me. Who are we picking?
Unfortunately, though, we did not get picked, but it's probably the most wholesome thing you'll ever see in your life. And after that was over, James came up from below playing the piano and started Invisible. I was kind of disappointed here because when James plays the piano, they'll occasionally take questions from the crowd, and the crowd always asks really stupid stuff like, why do you drive on a parkway but park on a driveway? And they didn't do it this time. Lame. But wow, James is actually a pretty good piano player. I definitely prefer the piano sound over the guitar like in the recording. At this point, Elijah ripped open his shirt for Logan, and unfortunately I didn't get that on video, but I just thought you should know that. After finishing Invisible, they showed a compilation of some of their music video highlights while I Just Wanna Party All the Time played in the background. Now, this is the part of the concert that varied depending on which show you went to, and I'm sad to say we got the lamest one. For at least one of the shows, they played Suave, which had yet to be released at the time, with the artist they collabed with, and one of their shows in LA had freaking Gustavo and Kelly in the flesh on stage. They didn't really have anything special for us in Fort Worth, they just played a video leading into Famous. They did a really short version of it to lead into City Is Ours, but we got to hear Logan's epic rapping skills still. After City Is Ours, they went straight into 24/7, which was a lot of fun to sing along with live. Unfortunately, it was a really short rendition, but the next song more than made up for it, Shot in the Dark. Kendall played guitar on this one, and it was actually closer to the version in the show than the official one on Another Life. However, they did my boy Carlos so dirty on this one because he didn't take lead vocals on any part, but then I realized why. They sang Big Night right after, and they gave Carlos the autotune thing he has in the original recording. That is amazing. I love how they fully embraced the cheesy production effects they had back in the day. It's so endearing. Then they all recognized their very talented instrumentalists, jammed around for a bit, and then started confetti falling. This might be my favorite performance of the night. Kendall's singing was so great here, and they shot real confetti all over the arena, which was a lot of fun. And that was the end. Just kidding, they faked us all out, but not really, and played their theme song. And that wasn't the end either, because if you've been to a concert, you know they do an encore. They started the encore with windows down and ran through the audience, and it was really funny watching people try to grab them and security have to yank them off. Also, at the end of the song, they all went back to stage, but Kendall wasn't there. It took him like a solid 30 seconds to get away from all the people, and Logan had to be like, Fort Worth, make some room for Kendall. But he made it back in one piece, and then for the penultimate song, they did Boyfriend. Overrated. But this live version was really unique and fun. If you don't particularly like the song, I recommend at least giving this a shot because they added a lot of flair to it. And they ended their show on a super high note with Till I Forget About You. If you don't remember in part 1, I complained about the order in the BTR album, saying that Till I Forget About You would have been the perfect finisher, yet they didn't do that. But here, my wish was fulfilled and I was vindicated. And just like that, the concert was over, and Rose, Elijah, and I got the experience of a lifetime. But that's not all, folks, because I have one more fun story about the concert.
So at the end of the concert, Jet came to pick us up, and it took us probably a solid 20 minutes to like exit the building after the last song ended because we all had to use the bathroom and there were giant lines and stuff. And we just happened to leave the same place where we entered. And as we left, I looked over and saw that trash can where that guy had to throw away his signs at the beginning, and I saw that the signs were still in there. So I was like, I'm gonna seize this opportunity, and I booked it straight to the trash cans. So I was like, oh great, he forgot about them. So I started to take them out, and then I hear behind me a guy go, hey, it was the same guy. Like, what are the chances? There were literally thousands of people exiting this building for a half hour at this point. And the guy who the one person I didn't want to see was standing right there as soon as I went for the signs. How unlucky is that? I do not condone stealing, by the way. I was totally convinced that this guy had just forgotten about them or didn't really care and ignored them. So like there was no doubt in my mind that he was gone and didn't care about them anymore, but I was wrong.
And then Rose started filming and got this clip.
For you.
I legit had to throw these away earlier, and they were like,
I know, I was standing there. It was really sad.
Oh, thank you so much.
I was, yeah.
Can excuse me, my phone's dead. Can you get a picture of me and just like my sign?
What I did not notice at first was that he had his phone number on the back of the sign and was proudly displaying it the entire walk back. Legend. So I do have his number, and I want to make things right, so here goes nothing.
Hi, this is a weird question. Were you at a BTR concert last year?
Oh my god. Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if you remember, because you had those signs.
You're the guy who
help pull it out of the trash, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a confession here. I 100% was gonna steal them.
I mean, that's fine.
I
mean,
go ahead.
now I get that. It was pretty funny, and you called me a year later to tell me this?
Yeah, because I'm making a video about Big Time Rush, and I'm talking about their concert, and I just wanted to, put that out there.
Okay. One question.
Yes.
How did you get this number?
I was looking. So do you remember one of the friends I was with? You asked her to take a picture of you with your sign.
Let's just say I remember that.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, it had my phone number on it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's dedication.
I was just like, she sent me some of the videos. I was like, hey, do you have like any of the footage from the concert I can include in my video? And she was like, sure. And I looked at it and I was like, oh my gosh, it was him. Maybe I can call him and
Yeah. I was. That's fucking hilarious, dude. You just made my fucking day.
Okay, glad to hear. There was like another number there that wasn't the right one or something. And then I found this other picture that had a different number. I was like, oh, maybe that's the right one.
Oh, did you call the other number before you called this one?
Yeah.
That's my friend.
Oh, okay. Because
I put my friend's number who didn't even go to the concert just to be funny.
oh my gosh, that's hilarious. All right. Well, I'm glad I found the right one.
Did she answer?
No, my other friend texted that number and he never got a response.
Yeah, that was my friend Courtney.
All right, well, shout out to Courtney and doing whatever. Yeah. All right. Well, that's all I got. Thank you for your time.
All right, you're welcome.
I'll talk to you later.
Yep.
After the sad walk away from the concert, we got in the car and shared our thoughts.
All right, thoughts, feelings, revelations.
The night is young, the lion was out the door. Today was crazy, but tonight the city is ours.
You're so right. Yeah, the city of Fort Worth, Texas. Yeah, they played all of my season 1 faves, my comfort zone. Yeah. So that was great.
They played Paralyzed, which that's all I needed.
Oh my god, when it started up, he's like, "This is my song!"
It is my song, okay?
At one point, Ellie, pretended to rip open his shirt for Logan.
Carlos, laid on the ground apart, and I was like, oh my gosh, Carlos died, and I look over, you're like...
Dude, at one point, Logan was, twerking almost, and that was making me blush. That was... Because, they zoomed in on it, too, and, man...
As I told the boys, he has aged like fine wine.
Logan's got the most big riz. He's got big time riz.
Big time riz.
And that was it. Truly a night to remember. Alright guys, here we are. The end of our big time retrospective. I've been putting this together for a year, and I cannot tell you guys how much it means to me the amount of support I've gotten from this series, especially since it's the start of this channel. As of right now, I don't have any other retrospective plans, but I'm not opposed to doing more, so let me know if that's something you'd want to see in the future. I do work full-time and go to school, so it won't be for a while most likely, but I had a lot of fun making these Big Time Rush videos. This show and band will always mean so much to me. It's still genuinely so impressive how they were able to find 4 guys who could not only sing and act really well, but also had insane chemistry together and continued to pursue music well after their show ended.
And to end this retrospective, I wanted to do a full-on cover of a BTR song. I know you've seen me do bits and pieces of songs throughout this video, but I wanted to end on a full-blown cover of one song. So this was hard to decide, because I'm not a great drummer or bassist, but I kind of wanted a song that I could add some dynamic to. So that kind of ruled out Paralyzed and Can't Get Enough, because I'm just not good enough of a drummer or bassist to play those songs. I also didn't want to do something too predictable though. So I didn't want to do the theme song or Boyfriend, but I still wanted to do something that was iconic enough for people to recognize. But after some thinking, I found what I think is the perfect song to end on. And if for whatever reason I have to remove it because of copyright, since it's the full song, I'll leave a link to the video unlisted at the very bottom of the description, so hopefully those of you who made it to the end will still be the only ones to see it. So here is your final treat from me. I know my hair is really long, just ignore that. But yeah, please subscribe if you haven't already, and BTR, I'll be thinking about you worldwide.